ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Australia's foreign and defence ministers are set to meet their UK counterparts on board a British aircraft carrier that's docked in Darwin for joint military exercises. Political reporter Tom Lowry has more.
This is the first time since 1997 that a UK aircraft carrier has visited Australian waters. They're keen to demonstrate that they have the capability to reach this part of the world with an asset as powerful as HMS Prince of Wales. It is arguably the most powerful surface vessel they attain. It is a visit designed to send a particular message. Foreign Minister Penny Wong and the Defence Minister Richard Marles met their UK counterparts David Lammy and John Healey in Sydney the other day. And John Healey made the point in a press conference that the UK does have concerns about the situation in the Indo-Pacific. They're concerned about China's behaviour in places like the South China Sea.
The Israeli military says it will establish humanitarian corridors in the Gaza Strip and has resumed airdrops of aid. The BBC's Hugo Beshega reports.
With mounting international outrage and reports of more Palestinians starving to death, the Israeli military has announced a series of measures to ease the worsening humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Airdrops of aid have resumed, and perhaps more importantly, humanitarian corridors are to be created to allow the safe movement of UN convoys to deliver food and medicine. The military also said it was prepared to implement humanitarian pauses in densely populated areas in the territory.
Doctors Without Borders says 600 children have died from malnutrition at its facilities in Nigeria in the past 6 months. The medical charity says cuts to foreign aid by the Trump administration in the US are worsening the crisis. It comes after the World Food Programme announced it was suspending all emergency food aid to Nigeria. MSF's Nigeria's spokesperson, Dr. Ahmed Al-Dikari, says a lack of funding means aid groups are unable to provide vital supplies.
The situation that we are currently witnessing at Doctor Without Borders is really indicating that there is a huge increase in the number of the patients that we keep receiving, suffering from the acute malnutrition, but also the complication of acute malnutrition.
There have been intense discussions between EU and American trade officials ahead of a meeting between US President Donald Trump and European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. The talks will be held in Scotland, where Mr. Trump is visiting his golf course. The US president says he thinks there's a 50-50 chance of reaching a trade deal with the EU, while European leaders say they're cautiously optimistic. Mr. Trump has threatened a broad 30% tariff on EU goods from August 1st. At least 11 people have been stabbed in what authorities are calling a random attack in the U.S. state of Michigan. Police say a suspect's been arrested following the stabbings at a Walmart in Traverse City. 6 of the victims are believed to be in critical condition. South Australia's Premier has announced a $15 million rescue package to stop disability provider Bedford from going into voluntary administration. Rachel Merritt has the story.
Premier Peter Malinauskas says the rescue package will consist of 2 parts. The first will be to immediately secure the jobs of Bedford's workers, which will buy time for the federal government to step in and develop a long-term business plan. Mr Malinauskas says Bedford's management has made poor financial decisions and CEO Myron Mann has resigned.
Not that long ago, Bedford was in a really strong financial position with a healthy balance sheet and strong cash flows. That is not true now.
Restructuring firm McGrath-Nicol has been appointed to work with Bedford as part of the package.
The Veronicas say they're honoured to be recognised in Triple J's Hottest 100 of Australian songs. The twin sister duo's 2007 electro-pop track Untouched was voted the 3rd best Australian song of all time. Jess Orglasso, who makes up one half of the Veronicas, says they're proud to be acknowledged among other Australian talent.
We are on top of the world right now. We are actually in shock. I'm in tears. I feel very emo right now. It blows our mind to be included in this list of all of our heroes. We grew up on Australian rock and roll. Our parents raised us on Sky Hooks, Crowded House, John Farnham, AC/DC, In Excess.
And Turkey has recorded its highest ever temperature as the country endures a heat wave and widespread wildfires. The Turkish Environment Ministry says temperatures of 50.5 degrees Celsius were measured at Salopi in the southeast. Heat records have been smashed across the world in recent years as global temperatures rise. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
The moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the bounce.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He curled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal!
Extra bit of class.
He smashed that through, what a kick!
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward, on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
They are no longer the ladder-leading Pies as Collingwood look to get back on the winners list after back-to-back losses, while the much-improved Tigers claim the biggest scalp potentially in season 2025. Hello, welcome to Sunday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. We're at the MCG where the sun has gone away and some light showers are starting to fall. Collingwood will be without Scott Pennery this afternoon. The 37-year-old has pulled up sore, so he will be out of the Collingwood lineup, and Olive Markov will come in. The Pies with 14 wins and 4 losses, having gone down last week to the Fremantle Dockers. Well, the Tigers are coming off wins over the Bombers and the West Coast Eagles, so what can they achieve this afternoon at the MCG? Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. Great to have Ben Cameron alongside me this afternoon. Welcome to you, Benny.
Hello, Clinchy. Great to be here. And the big news today, Scott Pendlebury, a late omission due to an injury or soreness is what we're hearing reported. So, we'll hear from Charlie Gardner in just a moment as to what that is with and why he is missing. But can't wait for this afternoon, I say with some trepidation, because we haven't really had a great game so far this round. And I'm not sure this is going to be it, but hopefully Adam Uze, who some are arguing is the coach of the year, can muster something for the Tigers and a big effort against the Pies.
Yes, it is a good challenge. We're meant to chat with Scott Pendlebury. Luke Ball came along especially for it a little early, the All-Australian Collingwood Premiership player. Welcome to you, Ballie. Not to be today.
No, I was loaded too with 3 or 4 really good questions. Real sort of, stuff that no one would know about.
Below the surface sort of questions.
And I think he probably knew that, and hence he pulled out. And I'd suggest he probably hasn't even got the car and come to the G today. He's probably sitting at home with the feet up at the glass of his own Shiraz.
And Boomer's voodoo doll finally working, obviously.
Yeah.
I say that in jest, but he is panicking about the game's record.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there was a suggestion that he was just padding his games, 2 at the moment too. Well, that might put that to bed as well. But no, Ben, you have little faith. I'm looking forward to this one. I think this is the one. I think this is the game of the round. It has been a pretty ordinary round, hasn't it, to this point? With we know that divide, that top 9 and bottom 9 divide, which has really set in even further with the Swans' second half fade out. But in a funny way, and we'll talk with my co-caller today in this hour around, well, I think at the moment, who would you least, of the bottom 9 teams, who would you least like to play if you're a top 9 team? I think we can make a case that it's the yellow and black, the way that they're moving at the moment. And they were terrific last week going over to Perth.
Sydney would be pretty hard.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Maybe second after them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but we'll make the case. And I think when you look at their team, and we're going to try and make a case for them, to cause an upset today as well. Starting middle, Dan Curvis, Taranto, Hopper, Prestia. It's good, isn't it? There's still premiership medals everywhere in this locker room. So, and I think what we're seeing now is really starting to develop these younger players as they get more and more games under their belt. So, unlike you, Ben, I'm looking forward to today.
I'm looking forward to it.
Rebuild ahead of schedule. Yeah, we will delve into that. And alongside Paulie this afternoon, you can hear him on ABC Radio Melbourne with Chanel Vella. But today he was selected amongst the 25 Bulldogs greatest in the last 100 years. And his bio reads as such. The Bob Murphy, the legend,
oh, come on, Clinchy.
celebrated as one of the Western Bulldogs' most versatile and cherished legends.
This is the auto bio, is it?
Well,
Bob sent this through earlier today, actually.
Self-written, the autobiography.
The important thing is that this needs to get sent to my kids who've got a healthy disregard for my footy career. They just need to understand certain things. Good afternoon to you, gentlemen. Enough of that Bulldogs nonsense. We need to talk about today, because I'm very excited about today's game, because up until this point, round 20 has been the nail salon. Give us a look at your hands, fellas. Give us a look. Yep, pretty good. Round 20, the nail salon. All we've seen is shellacking. Today.
You said you were in good form, and you've started on a very positive note.
I grew up a Tiger, and I think the Tigers today could channel the great Jeff Hogg in what was Bloody Monday in 1990, where Jeff Hogg against the Tide kicked 10 goals and dragged the Tigers over the line against the Magpies. But it's lovely to be in your company, fellas. Particularly Luke Ball. We don't get to see each other enough.
I think we both retired about 11 years ago. Yeah. We've been working away here in the commentary box since, and this is our debut together.
Circling each other for a long time.
So I look forward to waxing off him. No, Bob's a couple of years older.
He's super draft.
Yeah. Well, I thought you might have been a part of it as well.
Yeah, his draft had much better PR than mine, despite that our draft was probably better.
You put a case forward for that. I did see that. You put a case forward for that.
I learned the other day that Jimmy Bartell went number 8 in the Super Draft. So, gee, it was a good draft. And you're still in a formal mood as well, I see, Bob, because you've got the Canadian tuxedo on today, the double denim.
Yeah, well, this is serious footy. This is big-time, elite level. This is, our sporting coliseum at the MCG. So I thought it's a formal affair. Double denim. I notice you guys are pretty casual, which is neither. That's okay. That's fine.
This is without a word of a lie. I somehow flicked on one of those quiz shows during the week at 4:30 or whatever it is, and there was a question, what is the 2 items of clothing for a Canadian tuxedo? Denim was obviously the answer, and the first person I thought of was you.
Yeah, thank you.
And the first time I've seen you thereafter, you've gone with the double denim. I love it.
I take that as a high water mark. That's high praise from you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I feel like regardless of what happens this afternoon, you're going to be in good company. We shall have an enjoyable afternoon. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, your experts. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Ray Chamberlain will be down on the boundary for us. Hugo Ralph Smith, the injured Tiger, is going to come past for a chat. And in a few moments' time, I'll take you inside the Collingwood camp. Ben Cameron caught up with Charlie Gardner about the news. The late out is Scott Pendlebury, and Olaf Markov will come into the Collingwood lineup. So maybe just as a tone setter to start the afternoon, Collingwood have been out in front for so much of this season. All of a sudden their lead has been swallowed up. Adelaide have moved to the top of the ladder, and the Pies are looking to bounce back after 2 consecutive losses. How much is the motivation for Collingwood this afternoon? And, I mean, how much does it matter in their premiership year? They did lose 3 games in 4 weeks, but they managed to hold the Premiership Cup up in 2023. So how does Craig McRae keep his side motivated and make sure they are building in the right direction?
It's almost impossible to go through an entire season without some sort of a dip in both form and wins and losses. Even the mighty Essendon footy team of the year 2000 lowered their colours for 1 week against my old mob. So Collingwood, it's not necessarily a surprise that they've had, had a little battle in the last couple of weeks. It's how you get out of it. And I suppose if you were looking through optimistic glasses for Collingwood, and it's pretty easy to do that today, they should win today. Now, should is one of the most treacherous words in sport. We should do a lot of things, shouldn't we, in both sport and in life. But this is the perfect opportunity for them to get their mojo back. But like Luke has suggested already, that the Tigers are hungry, and they can also see the finish line. So they're through probably the most difficult part of the season. They can see the end. They've already exceeded expectations. They get to have a free hit today. So for Collingwood, they're still the team to beat. They've had their little lull. They'll make a charge again. It's just whether they can reclaim their best footy today, or it's just a step into the light.
Yeah, I think a lull's a good descriptor, isn't it? And when you think about it, I mean, you have a look at Brisbane yesterday, if we're going to call that a little dip or a lull. Collingwood, I wasn't here last week, but three-quarter time, in fact, halfway through the last quarter, they were 3 or 4 goals up against Fremantle, who are a side that we all think are gathering ahead of steam, aren't they, heading towards a final series. And then it was a combination of some really good Fremantle play, which was acknowledged somewhat cheekily by the coach, I think, after the game, Craig McRae. So I think this will sharpen them up. And then, and the week before that, they go down to a Gold Coast team who'd built it up as the biggest game of their season by a point, or by less than a kick, after a horror first half.
Yeah, in terms of lulls, it's an
okay lull.
It's a pretty soft lull.
Yeah,
isn't it?
You lose 2 games by less than a kick. Now, Craig McRae's a winner. He doesn't like losing. He'll be certainly looking at the why and the things that have made them such a good team. Their stinginess in defence, they got opened up a little bit. A part of that's personnel as well. So I think that's the other part too. They haven't been settled, have they, over the last month? There's been at least 3 changes every game for the last month. Now that's a combination of doing the work early, so being able to manage, being in a position to be able to manage some of the more senior players who've got the aches and pains this time of year. Others we just haven't seen a hell of a lot of. I think of Tom Mitchell, Jordan Ngoe and Bobby Hill played in the VFL in Frankston last night, as did Billy Frampton. So there's a bigger picture piece there. So I don't think we'll see the best of them today. I think, and Bob, you think back to your playing days, you tended to work in blocks. You look at their next block after today, and again, this is absolutely not taking anything away from the fact they'll want to return to the winners list today. But then they go Brisbane, Adelaide away, and Hawthorn. So I think there'll be, from a coach club point of view, there'll be a bigger picture eye towards that, and that includes returning personnel. Today's about sharpening the little things that they just haven't quite got right over the last couple of weeks.
You've done it, Borley, I know, at least in 2011, where you guys only lost to Geelong. So you were right up the pointy end of the ladder. You knew that you were going to finish top 2. Is the last 4, 5, 6 weeks difficult when you know you're going to be top 2 in terms of motivation and keeping yourself going?
Well, I think there's a natural tendency when you're in that position to look ahead, to glance ahead. I don't think there's anything too wrong with that, and you're trusting your senior players there, and that's why I'm not worried about Collingwood, because of their experience both from a coaching staff and a senior player point of view. I think if you drill down a little bit, there are players there who are certainly in no position, Bob, to be doing anything bar putting their best foot forward, because there's a spot in the final series up for grabs for them. Usually you'll take a squad of 30, 32 into a final series. So there are players who missed out a couple of years ago who, as I said, should not be. There's absolutely no reason for them at all to take their foot off the gas. There are players who have come from other clubs who are going to get this opportunity for a first time to experience. And playing in a final series for Collingwood is a big thing. It's bigger. Yeah, it really is. That's right. So think of Houston and Memory and Schultz and others. So as a club, potentially, Ben, I understand what you're saying, but that's where it's about just trying as much as possible to be present. And in a way, the slip up last week almost might even help you to do that. If you get over the line last week, maybe, I don't know. I think the beauty of Macrae and Collingwood is they keep the week to week pretty similar regardless of the performance and the result. But maybe you just take a 1% little shortcut.
I would say that Collingwood's lull has been a lull in results, not in hunger. Gold Coast were fierce and they're a good team. They got them on a good night.
Very good yesterday.
Yeah, they were very good. They're still a bit up and down, but their good footy is very good. Fremantle, the 1 point loss to Fremantle last week, that's already aiging pretty well. That was just a classic game of footy.
They're arguably the form team in the competition at the moment, the Dockers, with the way they're going.
Them and the Crows.
It should be the Crows, but Fremantle, in terms of the wins they've put together, what is it? 8 of their last 9 now? Maybe 9 of their last
10. But that's what adds to the intrigue.
That's 90%.
Collingwood have lost 4 games.
For those playing along
to the Dockers, to the Suns, to the Cats, and opening round of the Giants. So are they still the best side in it? Are they that much further than what they were at one stage? 10 premiership points on clear on the ladder? And the answer is probably no. But the Brisbane Lions, Hawthorn, Adelaide are 3 good tests to try and work out where they sit in the overall scale.
And I don't think I know they didn't think they were ever 10 points better than the next best. That's never been a thought. No, I think if your heart of hearts, if you surveyed 100,000 Collingwood members and supporters, they would think that as well. They know that they need to be on edge and at their best. But I'm not panicking at the moment at all.
Would they prefer the tough run that they've got coming up, the clinch you just mentioned, as opposed to some soft kills heading into the finals? Would that be better prep?
It's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? I would imagine, and you referenced Craig Macrae being a winner earlier, Orley. I would guess that Collingwood and Craig Macrae, the way that they operate as a footy club, they would not lose any sleep over having a hard run in, because they believe in themselves. They believe that they're good enough to do it. And, when you simplify it, and often at this level, the key is to simplify things. There's a whole lot of noise and so many voices, but if we're good enough, we're good enough.
And there will be a good fight for spots when all their players are available. Bobby Hill and Jordan De Goey playing in the VFL, Billy Frampton, as you mentioned. So the spot is going to be up for grabs in the Collingwood lineup in the next few weeks. Luke Ball and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport. Matt Klitsch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Ray Chamberlain will be down on the boundary for us this afternoon. The news coming through that Scott Pendlebury is a late out this afternoon, and Oleg Markov coming into the lineup for Collingwood. He'll be the sub alongside Luke Traynor from the Tigers. You can join us throughout the afternoon on the SMS 0437 774 774. But let's take you inside the Collingwood camp. Ben Cameron had the chance to head down to the boundary and caught up with Charlie Gardner to work out all the news around today's match.
Thanks, Clinchy. I am down here with Charlie Gardner, the EGM of football at the Collingwood Football Club. A late out today, Scott Pendlebury. What's wrong with him?
Pendles is just managing a cork this week, and we wanted to give him every chance to get up. He was hopeful and optimistic that he would get up, but this morning just wasn't feeling quite there. So we've made the call to that he'll miss today, and Oleg Markov will come into the squad, and hopefully it's just a 1 weeker, but nothing major. It's just a cork he was managing and just didn't feel quite right this morning.
So what level of confidence for Brisbane next week then?
I think optimistic. He's an absolute pro. We all know that. He'll be doing everything he can to get himself up. And look, I think he was close today, but we just decided that if he's not 100% right to go, that we'd be conservative, and he'll miss this week.
We've actually seen you guys rest a few players or manage players in recent weeks. Nick Dacos and Jack Crisp seem to be the interesting ones, because they've got some significant individual awards, if you will, that they are dealing with too. What's the likelihood that you will have to manage that pair in the run home?
Yeah, look, I think Jared Wade, firstly, and our coaching staff have done a terrific job managing our squad across the season. And we've got a tricky run coming up with a 6-day break and then 5-day break into Hawthorn. So I know our high-performance team and our coach will be thinking a bit about how we maximise the team for both of those games and win as many games as we can in the run home. We certainly have our eyes on finishing as high as we possibly can. In terms of Nick and Jack, they're both ultra-competitive guys. They've held up pretty well throughout the season so far. if they're fit and healthy and playing well, I don't see them being rested. But each week's different. We'll just have to see how they pull up week to week.
I was trains, planes and automobiles coming back from their Q clash last night, so I didn't keep entirely across what was happening in the VFL. I know being the consummate professional you are, you would have got the full report this morning. Geordie De Goey, 19 disposals. Did he get through, and will he come back in for Brisbane next week?
I was actually down there, Ben, at Frankston last night. There was 5,500 people there under lights. It was a great atmosphere, actually. But Bobby and Geordie got through unscathed. Fantastic to see them back. They both played about 70% game time. Bobby was, high energy and enjoyed himself, which is really, really positive. And Geordie looked like he had his power, and we saw some burst from him, which was terrific. We'll just see how they pull up. How they train this week, and one thing I know Fly's been big on, and Jared Wade, our high performance manager, is setting guys up to perform. So we'll just have to weigh that up through the course of the week and over the next couple of weeks.
Lost last week to Fremantle, a 1 point game there. Reflecting during the week, what went wrong from your point of view?
I think first of all the Dockers were really good. They played some great footy. Our game was also pretty good. We did a lot right. And if things had gone differently, you could see us winning that game. But I think that was the major takeout from our last 2 weeks is whilst we haven't got the results, the fundamentals of our game are still pretty solid. And we'll need to bring that and continue to bring that over the next couple of weeks as we head into September.
As someone who can be a little cheeky from time to time, and it can get me into a little bit of a pickle, what did you make of Craig McRae's comment about Fremantle's speed of ball movement post-game?
I'm not sure I heard it, Ben. What did he say?
He said they're a pretty good side, Fremantle, when they move the ball quickly. Maybe they should do that a little more often.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's just Fly. He can be a bit cheeky, I suppose. But they did move the ball well against us and opened us up a bit, our defensive 7 or 6. So, I watched a bit of the Dockers game yesterday, and they're going to be they're hard to beat when they're up and going. They're playing some exciting footy. So, I don't think he meant anything more than that they're going to be hard to beat when they play fast footy.
Everyone gets stuck into me with the phrase I use about Hayden Young being the straw that stirs the drink, but I feel like he is for that Fremantle midfield. Just lastly, I know you weren't here at the Pies in 2023, but it was this point in the season where there was a little bit of a flat spot, and far and away the best team throughout the home and away season. You guys have sat at the top of the ladder for a large part of this year. What is it? Do you have to manage motivation as you approach finals? How do you handle this period?
Oh, look, we're out to win every game from here on in. I think what often gets forgotten is just how hard it is to win games of AFL footy. Teams are doing their homework and scouting each other relentlessly. What they need to manage and what are the weaknesses they can exploit. And I'm sure that's what other teams have been doing to us. Gold Coast, you look at their recent results, they're going really well. They were great against us 2 weeks ago. So I don't think it's any more than teams have a bigger sample size on other teams. They can do more work on them and find ways to get over the top. So look, it is a long season, and we're getting to. I think this is the last game of the normal season. Richmond's the last team we haven't played. Teams are working each other out, but it's just a long season and hard to win games of footy. I don't think it's any more than that.
Yeah, I could easily ask you about whether the season is too long, and maybe I will, but I've got to ask you about the cowboy tackle. Our experts were all over it. Brett Delidio is as sharp a football mind as there is. He called it in the moment. He said, look at the Pies players. They're not trying to tackle them. They're trying to keep the ball in motion. You guys just continue to innovate.
Well, our guys tell me they've been doing that for a few years, so everyone's been a bit slow on the uptake.
Yeah.
But
maybe Lids isn't as sharp as I thought.
No, Lids is very sharp. Look, I think one thing I've been really impressed with coming to Collingwood is some of the coaches we have on staff. Hayden Skipworth's an incredible senior assistant coach, supports Fly really well. Those guys are looking at how they can maximise moments and millimetres and inches in the game, and that's a great example of it.
I feel like we've covered off nearly everything. Is the season too long?
Oh, Ben, I'll leave that up to other people. I like some of the discussion around changing up the season and introducing competitions within the season. I like thinking about those things. How do we keep the season exciting towards the end for those teams that may not be in contention for the top 8? I really support all of those discussions.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Ben.
Ben Cameron there catching up with the EGM of footy at Collingwood. Charlie Gardner alongside Matt Clinch, Bob Murphy and Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Are you just writing down a few notes, Bolly, throughout that interview?
Well, I'm just trying to work out, Bob, who was interviewing who at one stage there. I think I counted 28 eyes, not from Charlie, but from the interviewer. That's a bit unusual, isn't it?
No, Charlie was quite self-deprecating. I was wondering if there was 2 or there was 3 people in that interview, but they say there's no I in team, but there is 5 in individual brilliance, and I just want to compliment you, Ben. That was magnificent.
I hope you enjoyed my interview with myself and Charlie Gardner as well.
Our listeners know a little bit more about Charlie, but a lot more about our very own Benny Cameron.
We're at the MCG in the lead up to Richmond taking on Collingwood. It is the Alana and Madeline Foundation match. There is a late change for Collingwood. Scott Pendlebury is out. Olive Markov comes into the Collingwood lineup. He will be the sub this afternoon, and Luke Traynor as well. A chance to head inside the Richmond camp. Hugo Ralphsmith's been good enough to come and join us in the commentary box. Hugo, great to see you. Unfortunately, your season is done with a hamstring injury, but what's it like when you come along to the footy this afternoon and you're not featuring?
Yeah, no, it's a little bit weird. Obviously, I want to be out there, but hopefully the boys are in good form at the moment, and 2 wins on the board in recent weeks, so I'm excited to see if we can make it a 3rd.
Hugo, quickly we'll get across the injury first. Was it surgery? Sorry for my ignorance.
No.
Did you have surgery? No, you haven't. You've avoided surgery, so
Yep.
It's just a recurrence of the hamstring injury. It must be really frustrating.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating. It's a bit of a weird one because it's in a different spot, but same hammy. So
same hammy.
Annoying. And I felt like I was kind of working my way into a little bit of form. Obviously, it's hard to get back from injury and play well straight away. So doing it at the start of the year and then to now. So a little bit frustrating, but what can you do? It's just one of those
Has
things.
it been something you've always? I mean, your running power is your strength, isn't it? That's your one word. Has that always been something you've had to deal with a little bit, being that type of athlete?
I'm actually kind of the opposite. I think I've been pretty lucky with injuries. The only other injuries I've had was a broken collarbone when I was 13. So I've had a good run. So touch wood that this is just a small thing and it doesn't happen too often for the rest of my footy days.
You mentioned it. You boys are in really good form. We're about to talk about the game, and I think there's a real opportunity to put a bit of fear up. This Collingwood team, who we know have bigger things in their side. So I think last week was a sensational performance, and what's been great, I think, has been the mix of the experienced premiership players. And I remember speaking to Adam Uze about it earlier in the year. Clearly, they're leading the way for these younger, high draft pick players, but younger players that are in their first or second year now.
Yeah, no, definitely. The blokes like Tig and obviously Lynchy's been out for a couple of weeks, but Tig and Brody and Nank in the middle, and then obviously Tim and Hopper, who are not quite like premiership players, but are very experienced players. They just you can't have that experience go to waste anywhere. So like blokes like Jonty's leaning off Lynchy, and a couple of midfielders. Taj getting a good run. He's getting a few centre bounces at the moment. So it's awesome to have those guys kind of teach the younger guys, because then at one point we'll all be meeting in the middle and hopefully playing some good footy at more important games.
Is there a formal program, like a mentor program in place? Just trying to think back to I remember first couple of years starting when there were a lot more senior players. You get a big influx of younger players. Is there a formal sort of mentor-mentee program in place, or do players just naturally gravitate towards players who they want to aspire to become like?
Yeah, a little bit. It's not so much like buddy type thing, but you've got your lines and you've got your mids and your forwards and backs, and we got each leaders in each one. So Lynchy was kind of a mentor to the younger key forwards. So you kind of gravitate to someone that you want to play like, and I think so. Jonty and Simsy are Lynchy, and then trainers with Tigger and those type of things. So no specific like set, but it kind of just happens organically.
Hugo, it's great to meet you in person and have a chat. You've never met you. What's your Richmond Footy Club knowledge, history like? Are you familiar with the name Jeff Hogg?
I'm not familiar with the name Jeff Hogg.
You would have grown up. Did you grow up a State supporter?
A little bit of both. Saints and Hawks. Yeah.
Hawks, yeah. Who was your favourite player? Bawley?
Nah, not Bawley. Actually, my old man's favourite player was Bawley, and they were similar age. Who was a bit before you, but
he was.
Yeah. No, I was more of a Hawks supporter. I was Luke Hodge and Buddy Franklin. I kind of started hating Saints by the end of it.
Probably fair. Well, one of my favourite players growing up was Jeff Hogg, who kicked 10 goals against the Magpies 35 years ago. Yep. There's a couple of forwards at Tigerland that I'd like to ask you about. Maurice Rioli and Taj Houghton. Can you just give us a bit of an insight into those guys? Maurice has obviously found a real purple patch of form in the last month or so, and Taj Houghton coming in for his third game, I think. Can you give us a little bit of insight into those two?
Yeah, no, Morris started the year really well, and then obviously went through a little bit of a form slump, I guess you would say. But you know, those type of plays you can't really base off disposals or anything like that. It's all about forward pressure. So he went back to the VFL and found that, and really found his edge, and you know, that's what he builds his game around, and it gives everyone a spark. And then Taj is obviously really exciting. He's did his knee obviously last year, but coming back into some AFL footy and getting a taste for it, and you know, he could be anything. You know, at the start of the year, during the year when he started to do some match sim with us, he'd be in the twos, but he'd be absolutely tearing it up, and we'd be getting sprays from who's saying that these, you know, they're giving us a run for our money. So it was only a matter of time before he came into the ones.
Now, I know you've played a lot of your footy on the wing, and the Collingwood Footy Club have Jack Crisp and Steele Sidebottom, two of the premier wingmen, and probably the premier wingman combination in the league. Have you got a little bit of expert inside word on how Adam Uze and the coaching staff will attack that problem today for your side? Maybe not expert inside, but I think we'll have Camden McIntosh on the wing on one of them, and he's obviously been a premiership player on the wing for the last 10 years, and he's had a bit of a role change, but he'll be back out there this week. So you give him a role to do anything, and he'll do it to a T. And then I think maybe James Osias will be out there as well, who's a young wing as well, and he's learning his role, but he's defensive minded. So I think we'll go into it wary of what they can do, but also wary about what the whole team can do, honestly. But yeah, I think we'll be set in good stead on those wings.
How many times was the Maurice Rioli rundown tackle shown during the week?
Yeah, well, we didn't even need to show it too much to things, because we saw it bloody 16 times before we even got into the meeting room.
Is Tom Brown a bit dirty? Rundown tackle of the year, surely.
I think Brownie still claims that he's got the rundown tackle of the year.
Adam Uze, a lot of people are speaking about whether he should be coach of the year, performance relative to expectation. Why is he doing such a good job with these young kids in your mind?
Well, I think he's just so personable. He's got so many great connections with each different player, and everyone's so different in a team, but he can make connections with everyone. But he's also got that hard side. Obviously, he can give you a spray when you need to. And the last couple of weeks, I've definitely heard it from in the sitting on the sideline and listening into the meetings. So, he's got the good balance of cracking down when he needs to, but also being a good mate.
Sam Lawler, a video I've seen online of him singing and playing the guitar, Oh Madeline by Zach Bryan, a song that I do enjoy.
All for this.
Some people just get all the talent. Like, why can he play footy like that and sing and play guitar like that as well? Did you know he had that in him?
I actually hate talking about this, because it's just going to blow smoke up. It's just going to make his head so much bigger than it already is. He's it's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah.
We were playing PlayStation, and he's together, and he goes, "Oh, I just filmed this video. Should I whack it on TikTok?" And I was like, "Yeah, do it. It'll be a bit like
everyone will get into him,
thinking it would suck." But now he's blown up. He's got 1 million views, and now his head's bigger than it already needs to be.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I was stunned by how he can sing and play guitar. I loved it.
Yeah.
Hugo Rouse-Smith is with us from the Tigers. So 5 wins so far from the season. If we asked you at the start of the season sort of what you're hoping to achieve out of it, would you say you've exceeded expectations this year so far?
Yeah, well, I think we didn't really have any expectations. We could have come in and won 10 wins for the year, or we could have won none, but we just wanted to play a good, exciting brand of footy. And I think we have done that. We had there was a little bit of a lull in the middle where you're just trying to find your feet, and as all young kind of teams do, that you're trying to figure out how you want to play and how each other play. But yeah, I think the last couple of weeks we played really exciting, and at the start of the year we did too.
There were some big calls made, weren't there?
Yeah.
And there was a good article today about it, and Tim Livingston, who I know a little bit, getting some credit along with Blair Hartley. I mean, what about early days? So you walk into the locker room first day pre-season and you look over, there's no Bolton, there's no Liam Baker, Jack Graham, am I missing one as well?
Jeff Hogg.
Dan Rioli, of course.
Rioli,
Yeah.
yep.
So they're 4 champions of the club, premiership players. So there was, the club made some big bold calls, didn't they? But they look like right here, right now, they look like right calls, as hard as it would have been. And I imagine that the locker room takes a little bit of a time to adjust to those guys not being there as well.
Yeah, definitely. No, they're greats of the football club, and they're also leaders. So it definitely gave a bit of a kick up the arse to the 3 to 6 year players that need to step up and take more leadership roles, and credit to where credit's due. Blokes like Sam Banks and Tom Brown, leaders of the back line, and then up forward, Lynchy obviously has been a leader forever, but he's taken another step up, I believe, and so it just made everyone forced to get better, and I think that's why we're playing good footy now, because everyone's taking ownership in what they need to do.
Tell our listeners that might not be aware about the Alana and Madeline Foundation, preventing children from violence, bullying and cyberbullying. Special day for the Tigers as they celebrate that today with their jumper and all the events that take place in the lead up to today's game.
Yeah, no, definitely. We're really proud as a football club to, represent that organisation and, to make some money for them today and across the whole year. It's really special.
Now, you grew up in the Bayside suburb like Bawley. Oscar Piastri went to school with you. Do you follow the Formula One? Are you close mates still?
I'd like to say we're close mates. That's my claim to fame. But we went to school together, and I've been into the F1 maybe the last 2 years. Me and Jacob Hoppers, he's really into it. So we went along this year to the Melbourne one, and been following on closely. And I've actually flicked him a message, but he R&R'd me. So I don't think we're two super close mates anymore.
What's R&R? I'm not up with the kids here.
No, he read my message and didn't respond.
Oh yeah. I'm going to start using that. I just say,
crowbar that into a conversation with my kids this week.
Well, that happens to you a lot, so now you know.
That is true, Wally. I wish it wasn't, but it is.
Now, the final question, Richmond, so many speedy forwards. Who's the fastest? Where do you sit in the grid for the Richmond small forwards / wingers?
Great question. We've had many debates over this in the last couple of weeks, especially when I'm on the sideline and Seth's been on the sideline and we're doing our 30-30s where we're just trying to get a little bit of high speed. But yeah, depends who you ask. If you ask me, I say me. If you ask Seth, he says Seth. You ask Morris, he says Morris. So I'm the only one with a grand final sprint under my belt.
Can you get yourself up for that now? What do you got about? Well, you've got time to get yourself up for that.
Maybe we have to see. Well, there's rumours that Gout might be running it. So
I've got to get to that one.
If he does, then
exclusive.
I'd like to see how it went.
Jeepers.
Hugo, thanks so much for coming in. Good luck with the hamstring recovery. Hopefully we see you on grand final day, and best of luck for the Tigers in the end of the season and the home and away run.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Good on you. Thank you.
Great to have Hugo Ralphsmith from the Tigers join us into the lead up to Richmond, taking on Collingwood from the MCG. And thanks to the Tigers, it is so great whenever we get the chance to meet these players face to face and learn a little bit about their footy journey and the chance to be a part of the AFL system. There is one late change for Collingwood this afternoon. Scott Pendlebury is a late out. Charlie Gardner joined Ben Cameron before the game, the EGM of footy for the Magpies. It is a corky, so he is being rested ahead of their matches against the Brisbane Lions, Hawthorn and Adelaide in the weeks to come. So Olaf Markov comes into the Collingwood lineup. He'll be the sub this afternoon, and Luke Traynor for the Tigers. So Bolly and Bob, you look at Richmond's run. They've got the Gold Coast Suns next week at in their away clash, St Kilda, North Melbourne and Geelong. So there's a chance still for a couple of wins, 5 for the season. Would you say they've exceeded your expectation, given a lot of people said they might?
That's a loaded question.
Well, I know
that
this
is a loaded
favourite
question, because at the very start of this season, when it became time for season predictions, that I did put out into the universe that the Tigers may not win a game. So that.
I'm just wondering how you feel about that now at round 20.
Well, I think the question of have they exceeded my expectations would be a rhetorical one. Absolutely. No, they have totally exceeded those expectations purely on the win-loss, as we've articulated there, by 5. But I've got to say, even on a night from a few weeks ago where they got belted by Geelong, even within that game, I was impressed that they took the game on. They took the ball through the corridor. Yeah, of course they ran out of steam and Geelong were far too powerful. But there's certain shades of bravery in our game. There's many different shades of it. And I feel like for a side that's at the development stage of where Richmond's at, to go down to GMHBA and to not just plonk numbers behind the ball and play safety, they actually played a game of footy. And yeah, you get a bit of pain for that, whilst the list isn't quite there. But I think in the long term, I take my hat off to Adam Uzo and the Richmond Footy Club on that night in particular for a metaphor for their broader belief of, no, there's not just getting games into young players. We want to teach them the style of footy that they will play in years to come, instead of just, okay, look, we'll take a loss here, but we'll
minimise the damage. Yeah. There's an identity, isn't there, being built?
Totally.
Yeah, I think that's really clear, and that's sort of in stark contrast, unfortunately, to the Kangaroos, who last night, and one or two others who seem to be just caught in the middle a bit. I think, in a sense, they made some hard calls, like we just spoke about. We've seen glimpses, haven't we, from all these young, and not only the high draft picks. I mean, you look down today, no Layla, no Smiley. We haven't seen him at all this year. Armstrong, Hotton's second game in, which is great. Trainer's been really good, I think. But it's Fall, it's Brown, Rioli, Tyler Young. Some spine, I think, as well, which is really starting to take shape. And then they're getting well led. I think that's and that's probably the difference maybe between them and a Kangaroos at the moment. They're getting really well led by Floston behind the ball. You hear, I mean, Tom Lynch hasn't been out there a heap and hasn't been performing, but I think you're feeling, probably Monday to Friday, his impact on the group, and then Nankervis, Prestia, Taranto, Hopper in the middle. So the bones are still there.
It feels like they cut deep so that they could go to the draft and get the full regeneration, but they've kept a few bull elephants as well to just bring the kids through, as Ross Lyon would say, like you alluded to there with Floston and Broad and all of the older guys, to just see them through, teach them the habits and how they need to go about it.
Yeah, and I think they identified last year's draft as being really strong.
Yeah.
And so far, nothing to indicate that that's not the case, and potentially this one not being as strong. Hence, making the big calls on Rioli and the Premiership stars to get big maximum bang for buck for them. And in the space of a year, you'd have to say they've leapfrogged the Kangaroos.
Well, I was just about to say, Paul, you took the words out of my mouth. The performance of the Tigers this year is embarrassing for North Melbourne. It really is. North Melbourne are years ahead in terms of how they've cut their list back and developed and brought in new people and done everything that there is to do in terms of redeveloping a footy team and a footy club. Where are they at the moment?
So the cherry on top of that is Richmond received North Melbourne's first round pick this season, the end of this season, which is currently pick 2. So they might have pick 2 and pick 3, with West Coast potentially on what happens with the free agency around Oscar Allen, with maybe 1 and potentially 2 jagged in the middle, depending on how that plays out. But the Tigers have accelerated their progression incredibly well, and it feels like the next step will be next year the competition for spots. They have depth in their spine, in defence and in their forward line. So which of the young talent is going to step up? And maybe the challenging questions will be, can a Dion Prestia's body hang in there? Will it still be Hopper, Taranto, Prestia as their key mids, or is it time to give some of those younger guys
they look rejuvenated, don't they? Because they can see it. Hang on, this can happen quicker than we may have been told or thought.
Absolutely.
Coming off the golden years, and I think you can tell the culture that they built through that period. And culture's a moving thing. I know you'll be on the spot, but there's enough of it. There's enough of the spirit of it still hanging over the club that these guys have picked up.
It seems like they kept enough of those torchbearers: Nathan Broad, Toby Nankervis,
Floston.
Floston. Floston should be top of the list.
But can it? Well, because he's got red hair?
No. Ben. No, just because of the way he plays.
Superstar,
he just seems like he is the perfect embodiment of what that side was, I think.
I didn't know if that's where you were going with it. But
a shout out to all the gingers out there
as well.
While we're there.
The point around whether it can turn quickly as well, I think is fascinating, because I agree with you that Taranto and Hopper would be seeing that. But I feel like when I look at rebuilding sides, it feels like it takes a long time. I mean, you were at the Dockers for a long time, Bob, as they rebuilt, and it feels like, you need these guys to have 5, 6, 7 years in the system, all of those pre-seasons before they can be, really dominant AFL players. And we saw that with Melbourne when Petrarca and Oliver got to that age. They won the flag in 21. And it feels like the Dockers with Brayshaw, Sarong and Young are starting to get to that point now.
I actually think it's really dangerous for players to hear
that
development in 3 years, in 4 years. Now there's a responsibility of football clubs behind the scenes in terms of leadership and administration, list managers, to go through that process. I'm not ignoring that for one moment. But it is a bit of a trap when players start to hear, oh, yeah, we're a developing team. Oh, in a couple of years, in a few years. It starts to seep in where there's a lethargy starts to creep in. And I think North Melbourne are the prime example of that, where, Richmond are developing and they're strategic, but I don't feel like their players play like that. They're playing for now. There's a hunger and an intensity to it.
And we've heard that language from them.
Yeah. Well, if you've got a good enough group and a big enough group of them, you can put all your heads together and say, no, we're not waiting 3 years.
Yeah,
players'
job is not to list manage and forecast 5-year plans. That's not your job.
Yeah.
As players, it's to what time are we playing? Oh, okay, we're playing at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Red line it.
Which even Hugo, speaking before, we had no expectations for the year. They're thinking, let's see what we can put together. And I think we've heard, the language around that from Richmond far less than North around development, Bob. So you might be onto something there in your cultural space.
Bob Murphy alongside Luke Ball, Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron to call the action. Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary. Scott Pendlebury a late out. Olive Markov comes into the Collingwood lineup. He will be the sub this afternoon. And Luke Trainer for the Tigers. We're chatting with Hugo Ralph Smith about Sam Lawler and his singing. For our listeners that haven't heard it, here's a little about how he goes to work.
Oh, Madeline, how you been? I've been waiting around to die again. I saw all your friends. You weren't there. There's a picture of us holding up a picture of our favorite beer. I'm trying so down this year, I can't hold it like we used to. And I ain't never felt lonely as I do tonight in this nice hotel. 200 miles from that shit motel, you kiss me softly in.
So he could certainly hold a tune. Sam Lawler challenging Isaac Rankin maybe as the most talented footballer off-fielder can hold a note.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
It's nice. Yeah, 3 chords and the truth.
That's country music.
That's it.
Do you know where I saw that? In the Country Music Hall of Fame in Nashville.
Is that right?
Yep.
I like both kinds of music, country and western.
I like it.
Some of the other topics as we broaden out ahead of Collingwood and Richmond this afternoon. Harley Reid in the Derby in the West will have a scan on his ankle. Peter Bell and Sherrod Wellingham, in trying to diagnose this yesterday throughout the match, felt it looked like a syndesmosis injury. Could it be season over for him?
Oh, it most certainly could be. You'd think where just West Coast's season is at and how much, how important Harley Reid is to the West Coast Eagles' future plans if he stays. I would think he'd be in serious doubt for the last little bit of this season with that injury that is a bit of a curse of modern footballers.
It's interesting looking at the syndesmosis. So I remember when you were playing, Bob, and we heard so much about osteitis pubis. It felt like OP was omnipresent and
omnipresence, another OP was
that wasn't intentional, but
okay.
I spoke to people about this. Like Don Pike was the person I spoke to when he was working for us, and I said, why was it OP in the early 2000s and now it's syndesmosis? And he said, well, the game became all about running, so people were doing lots and lots of running. You get issues with OP in your groins. He said, now the game's so tight, the guys are so big and strong, and it's contested in close confines, you're more likely to fall on someone's leg, the leg gets trapped, you get the high ankle sprain, syndesmosis. And that's why that is now the injury that we hear so much about.
Can I go another level on that?
Yep.
I would say that what Don Pike's saying is absolutely correct, that there was probably more of a focus on running and less on core strength, so that combines to get OP. And modern footy, the players have never tackled better. I was a horrendous tackler in my time in footy. Players now tackle really well, but they spend so much time on not just that, but breaking tackles. So a lot of time the players are injured trying to fight through what is a really, really good tackle. The leg gets caught. So the tackles are higher quality now, but also players' attitude towards breaking a tackle is probably different as well, where they try and fight through the tackle, and that causes them to sort of get that, they fall under their twisted legs.
I thought that was really interesting when Don Pike explained it to me, and hopefully a lot of people are probably wondering why we have so many, and I thought that was a good explanation.
Did you think I added something?
I actually did. No, I thought that was a
Well, I just felt
really
like you were going to give a lot of love to Don
Yeah.
And I'm right in front of you. I just thought,
No, great addition there.
It feels like there'll be a lot of critiquing of our own work this afternoon, and you can join us, 0437 774 774. As the umpires are coming out to the MCG, are late out for the Tigers. Tim Taranto is out with a calf concern, replaced by Jasper Alga, who will be the sub now, so Luke Traynham will come into the selected side. So an out for the Tigers, one of their most influential midfielders, and he's been in good form, Tim Taranto, as well. So the 3 goals last week against the West Coast Eagles alongside his 30 disposals. On the SMS, your thoughts, 0437 774 774. Don't forget Camden McIntosh has been putting in well this season as well. Hello from Joanna, Ned and Pearl, who are in Dubai listening in the airport on their way home. Love listening to the ABC Sport. Go Pies this afternoon. Stuart from Buninyong. Geelong have an extremely easy run home, all against teams who won't figure in finals. It will not help them when September comes around. Thanks for your thoughts. Hey Ben, bull elephants mostly live by themselves, isolated from the herd. It's the matriarchs that lead the herds and teach the young elephants everything they know.
Well, I was just repeating Ross Lyon. So he told me that the bull elephants educate the young elephants. So blame Ross.
Maybe you should stick to big cats, Ross, being a lion,
I'm just having some trouble scrolling down my mouse, so I'll sort that out. But the Giants have confirmed calf strains for Josh Kelly and Jack Buckley, so both will miss the remainder of the home and away season. So each week, Bob, you're familiar with this question, who will finish 9th on the AFL ladder? The potential that if the Bulldogs win, let's say 4 of their last 5, then they could finish on 14 and a bit wins with a big percentage, which might mean sort of 15 would guarantee you safety in finals. So all of a sudden with Toby Green with that suspension for one match
They're
against...
probably vulnerable, aren't they?
Isaac Heaney.
Gee, the Thursday night
now
Giants
builds
versus
us in
Bulldogs is a massive
to
game.
a massive game between the Bulldogs and the Giants on Thursday night. How much do you think that'll shape the run home, and who do you think in your eyes, for just this week, you can change week to week, we'll finish 9th?
On the basis of those injuries, I think the Giants are now vulnerable. I think they might be the ones to slip out.
So the Giants have the Dogs, North Melbourne, the Gold Coast Suns and St Kilda.
Could be game of the year Thursday.
Yeah.
We need to win 2 of those on the run home. The Bulldogs have the Giants, Melbourne, West Coast and Fremantle.
Yeah.
So they probably need to win 3 or 4.
Need to win 3, so it comes down to that last game potentially.
Slip up 4.
Hawthorn have a couple of tough ones coming up.
3
don't
tough
they,
ones.
Quincy? Yeah.
They have Adelaide, Collingwood, Melbourne and Brisbane.
Yep.
They're the team I think a bit vulnerable all of a sudden.
So do I. I'm with you.
Be hard to fathom, wouldn't it, the Hawks missing out? Because you feel like their graph's trending up. But
probably need to win 2 of their 4. Adelaide, Collingwood, Brisbane, Melbourne.
So you think that we'll give them Melbourne? They need to pinch one of those other games.
Yeah. Which, if they go 0-3 there, they don't deserve to play finals, do they? Really, you've got to earn your way in. You've got to beat a team in the top 8.
That's an ex-Magpie there. That's exactly what I was talking about, Craig McRae and the Magpies earlier. That's how they think.
I think you'd want to too.
Into them.
The good thing is, there's going to be no falling in this year. You've got to win your way in.
And the Dockers have Carlton, Port Adelaide, Brisbane and the Western Bulldogs. So it feels like with their win over the Magpies last week, they've just about locked up their spot. But it's so even on the AFL ladder. While the top 9 might be decided, the gap between 4th on the AFL ladder, which is currently Geelong, all the way down to 7th, is just separated by percentage. So we should have a thrilling last 4 rounds of the home and away season. You can hear in the background, Collingwood have made their way out onto the MCG. There is no Scott Pendlebury this afternoon. If Markov comes into the Collingwood lineup, he'll be the sub this afternoon. And then the late news is Tim Taranto is out with a calf injury. So Jasper Elgar will be the sub for the Tigers. Luke Traynor comes into the selected 22 for the Tigers this afternoon. It is the Alana and Madeline Foundation match for the Tigers as they're about to make their way out onto the MCG. And the crowd is building. So I've had a bit of rain around Melbourne this morning. It is a coolish Sunday afternoon, but the Richmond faithful have come along. They think there are chances the Jungle Drums are beating below us before Richmond making their way out onto the MCG. So we're about 11 minutes away from the opening bounce. So Bally and Bob, maybe a few early thoughts about what you're looking forward to this afternoon, and Collingwood looking to bounce back after back-to-back losses.
Gave the weather report there. It's a classic last weekend of July day as I'm looking out.
It does look very traditional.
I can't remember whether I looked forward to playing. I know these sort of days potentially suited me a little bit more, but
look, all I will say about that is that I love driving under the roof at Marvel in July.
Would you be long sleeves today?
I would have wanted to. put it that way. I would have wanted.
Not with Rocket though.
Yeah, no, just
Get
I would
those
have been
off.
too sheepish, but I would have wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you make the case for Richmond today? We've tried to, haven't we? Or a case?
We're trying to, and if you were going to make the case, because I think we all expect Collingwood to win, and we expect Collingwood to win pretty comfortably, but if you were to make the case for the Tigers today, you might look at the recent form slump of the Pies. Maybe they're still in it. They could, in terms of win-loss, maybe they're just a little bit off. Maybe they're a little bit lethargic. The Tigers have got the Lions next week, so they could potentially be a top-of-the-table match next week. Has their attention just drifted, or has some of their attention just drifted? Scott Pendlebury's out. Now, I know Taranto's a late out, so this kind of, they kind of cancel each other out. But is that a genuine corky, a genuine injury, or is that just a little clue? And if we are collecting clues of, well, this is a Collingwood footy team that is planning to fry bigger fish down the track, maybe this encounter today just isn't as important to them as the Tigers. The wings. I'm going to keep a close eye on the wings today.
Become a real specialist position, hasn't it?
Absolutely it has. And I think if Jack Crispin steals side bottom lineup today on the wings, I wonder if Adam Uze has a target for them. Camden McIntosh is a name that is familiar to us. I wonder if they do go a wing-on-wing scenario at stoppages, or even further than that, some in-depth close attention on their wings just to sort of shut them down. You'd think Collingwood will win, but I just think that the Tigers are hungry, and there's a month to go in this year. They've got a bit to play for.
Can you just explain to people who are listening as to why the wings are such a specialist position in modern day footy?
Well, it's interesting. So the centre back, the ball goes down now. Now, 20 years ago, the wingers would charge in, wouldn't they, and try and create numbers around the corner. You never see that now. They don't even take a step. It's really interesting. It's become a real tactical or strategic shift. And the best ones, and you think of the Dempsey at Geelong, and there'll be others. Help me out. Goulden at Sydney. The guys you mentioned here, Lipinski's played that role really well. So there's definitely an athletic profile around them. There's speed. There's outside speed. There's endurance. And I think what we're seeing now is there's size too. The ability to be able to go forward and take a catch, deep forward, take a catch and hit the scoreboard. And then just as importantly, obviously, go back, read the play on the fat side of the ground, go back and support your defence.
They're either the closest we have to footy from a bygone era of where it's one-on-one. They spend so much time one-on-one. Or in terms of modern footy, where we're moving the magnets around in the sophistication of strategic tactics, the wings is often the first one that'll move. Okay, we're going to change things up. Okay, we're going to go wing on wing. Actually, we're going to separate it. We're going to take him further off the stoppage. So they're a bit of an insight into what's happening in the psyche of the various coaches.
And in the olden days,
interesting chess piece, aren't they?
So let's say the early 2000s or mid to late 2010s or whatever, the wing would come in and often play as an extra midfielder. Now they just sit on their side of the ground.
You rarely see them, and they rarely cross over too. You see some have the licence, it seems, to cross over, but more often than not, they're running that pattern up and down the ground, forward and supporting the defence, and then covering between the arcs, covering at stoppages. So, that's an interesting watch today. For me, I think you look at, so how did Freo in the end? You look at that last quarter in isolation, how'd they get the Pies last week? It was boldness and braveness and accessing the corridor, catching the Pies off guard there, and it was speed. Speed's got to kill today. And I think the Tigers have certainly got that, and that's a strength. And it's probably, the rain's just drizzling a little bit, so it's probably not a day, is it, for key forwards of either team. So then you look at the smaller forwards and the high forwards and those mids that can push forward and hit the scoreboard as well. And I think the Tigers are actually building a pretty good stable of those sort of players. You look at Banks and Rioli, of course. Mansell, I really like as a player. He's got real speed
and class.
Speed to through. That's right. Sonsi can play that role. Seth Green. So I think that's the area where clearly you've got to match it with the Pies through the middle of the ground, and there's potential there. I think maybe if there's and there's not many, let's be honest. If there's a chink in the Pies' armour, it might be a bit of speed through the midfield. Tom Mitchell goes back in there today to get his chance. How will they use Nick Dacos? He was more across halfback last week, had a lazy 43. So do they inject him back through the middle of the ground without Pendlebury as well? Maybe the Tigers, who are probably pretty workmanlike through there as well, even without Taranto, when you think of Prestia, Hopper, can they try and inject a bit of speed in there and just catch the Pies off guard a little bit in transition. You know, that ability which Freo did in that last quarter. Picture Hayden Young, chiselling a kick through the middle of the ground, some overlap run, and then we know Collingwood's defenders like to play aggressive, like to play assertive and get up ahead of their player. If you're going to go up and down the line today, they're not going to score Richmond. We know that. It'll just play into Darcy Moore and Braden Maynard's hands. No Jeremy Howe, of course, but they've got enough experience down there to be able to handle that. So you've got at some stage, even if the conditions don't really suit, take a bit of a risk, get the ball off the line from half-back, get some overlap run going and see if you can't cut the Pies up and work your way through their team defence and then get some goals over the back. Again, we saw Freo taking some pretty easy uncontested marks over the back last week and in that last quarter when they were able to kick 4 or 5 goals to win the game. So that's it sounds easy. That's the method, I think, for the Tigers. Starts around the contest, got to match them around there, and then can we get speed on the ball from half-back to really try and expose this Collingwood team defence as much as we can.
Luke Ball alongside Bob Murphy, Matt Glitch and Ben Cameron to call all the action on the SMS 0437 774 774. Mark ponders why can't Collingwood bury sides like the other top teams do. I don't mind Danny, who's saying, hi Bob, listening to you and the boys on the radio, sitting at the lights in Caroline Springs, and who should be looking at me? But of course a big sticker of you and Chanel on the back of the bus. You are everywhere.
We are everywhere, and if you would more than just look at us on the back of that, if you want to listen on the ABC Listen app, as far as apps go, it is top shelf. It is top
shelf. Got you covered, even if you're not in Melbourne or Victoria. You can tune in on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the ABC Melbourne button. As we have the AFL covered with the ABC Sport. This afternoon's match on the ABC Listen app, just click on the AFL button. Melbourne and St Kilda later on this afternoon from Docklands. That's on the AFL Extra button with Quentin Hull and Lauren Borden. If you want to follow the actions, the bizarre Sunday fixture with both games just an hour apart. I'm not sure we've absolutely nailed this weekend, but that's a conversation for another day. And Paul from Torquay, the big wings go back to Hafey-coached Tigers in the late 60s with Francis Burke and other key position players on the wing, won them flags. There's also one as well that came through in a reference to your shout, Bob. G'day, gents. The Mother's Day massacre in May 1991 when the Tigers stormed home in the last quarter to defeat the Magpies brings back great memories. Nida, Flea Waitman and Craig Lambert were all over them like a rash. Naish slaughtered 3 goals and Hoggy kicked 10 snags. A ray of light in what were the dark days. Calm the Tigers, that's from Ian.
Who's the Jeff Hogg today, Bob? Jonty Fall? Is it Tom Sims?
Do you know, I've got to say, and I did ask Hugo, who was in with us a little bit earlier, when I saw the name T. Houghton on the team sheet, so as a young lad growing up in Warragul, there wasn't too many in my neighbourhood who went on to play at AFL level. Well, Trent Houghton, who's Taj's old man, started his career at Collingwood. His mum worked with my mum at the local high school. That was a big thing in my life. Taj Houghton is playing his 3rd game today. Trent, his dad, was a really athletic, exceptional sportsman, let alone footballer, and could play in a multitude of positions. So he's one of those players that I keep an eye on. I would love today for him to announce himself. It's a big ask. He's only in his 3rd game playing against the mighty Collingwood Footy Club. But I just know his pedigree, and I know that they're excited about him at Richmond, and I would love to see that young man step up today and have a day out.
Yeah, the final member, jumping in for a sec, Ben, sitting in the front row as the captains are not too far away is Ray Chamberlain. Ray, great to have you back on a Sunday afternoon. Hopefully the dark clouds stay away and the floodlights are already on here at the MCG. Welcome to you.
Guys, it's a pleasure to be here, and where else would you rather be than out in the elements today here at the MCG? I will say this, it's not cold, there's no wind, and these players are highly skilled with the wet ball. They know how to position their bodies. I'm expecting a pretty solid early sort of tussle, I think. The Tigers have ripped into their warm-up, and I think they want to get off to a good start, so fingers crossed we get that.
Darcy Moore just heading out to the middle, and Nathan Broad is going to do the captaincy responsibility this afternoon, so interesting for him in his 167th game. I'm not sure there's a reason why he's taking the honours over Toby Nankervis, but maybe trying to get a bit of luck for the Tigers to start the afternoon.
It's interesting that I think it was the text, that initial text now, just about the Pies putting teams away in percentage. We've seen the other top 8 teams do that, significantly, powerfully. When we think about Adelaide last night, now it was pouring rain, and they absolutely put Port to the sword.
It's been the nail salon.
It really, I did like that. That was terrific. Bob. I like that. But Adelaide's percentage 146, Collingwood 133. So they win today. First, obviously, port of call is to bank the points. They go ahead of them. We know they play each other in a few weeks' time. So I don't mind that call. I think Collingwood supporters, they can be pretty hard taskmasters at times, but maybe the one thing in recent times is they haven't really, once they've had foot on throat, they've just let it off a little bit. So, of course, first port of call is today to make sure they sharpen up and get the win. But can they, if they get into a commanding position, can they put a team to the sword? Yeah.
That was Mark on the SMS 0437774774. Who wins and by how much, Paulie and Bob?
Well, I'll go the Pies, but no, I'm just going to answer my question I just asked. I think maybe only 5 or 6 goals today. That's the feeling I've got.
Bob?
My logic tells me that the Pies will win by 7 goals.
Danny?
I think the Pies by 8 goals.
What about you, Ray Chamberlain?
By 60.
60 goals?
Just a point.
That is a nail salon.
Richmond at the MCG. Collingwood without Scott Pendlebury as the Pies looking to return back to the top of the ladder and break back-to-back losses. Here's Ben Cameron on ABC Sport.
Up it goes, Nankervis and Cameron. Nankervis wins the tap. Mitchell gets it for the Pies. Off to Nick Dacos. Opening clearance. Up to half-forward. Bouncing ball. Vlosten's there. Gathers for the Tigers across half-back. Away to Ross, to Short. Chaining handballs. Hopper misses Short. Loose ball half-forward here for the Pies. Schultz punches it on. Gathered by Elliott. High kick into the pocket. Schultz is there. So too Broad. Broad punches it away. And a throwing coming 40 around from the attacking goal here for Collingwood.
Straight back into the centre bounce. And Dacos. Side bottom and Mitchell in there. So we'll see. Looks like Prestia is going to spend a bit of time on him. But first clearance for Nick.
Now Mychek's going to do the rucking in the forward 50 for Collingwood against Nankervis, who wins down the tap. The Richmond captain trying to get a clearing hand pass. Elliott bumped out of the way. Hand pass from Ross away to Hopper. The Tigers out of defence with a kick up towards half back. Now Bolter used his body well against Darcy Moore, and the Tigers break on the outer side. Steely Green's hand pass inboard. Down low for Mansell, has to slide in and try and win it back once more. Over the top comes Josh Dacos. Perryman taps it towards the boundary line, and eventually it goes out of play for a throw-in. No score through the opening minutes here at the MCG. Dark clouds above, and the floodlights are on.
Collingwood attacking the city end of the ground after Darcy Moore won the toss. The gentleman doing the coin toss went with the old catch it, flip it, put it on the back of the hand. Haven't seen that one for a while. Throwing on the wing.
Is it a wet weather coin toss?
Yeah, it might be, Paulie. That's a good point. Umpire boarded up in the middle as well.
The wet ground, there's probably as much chance that it lands on its side.
Yep.
And you just have to toss it again. So I think it's really good.
That actually
really
happened
smart.
at the Q Clash yesterday.
There you go.
The second tape.
There you go. Yep. So that's really good stuff from the coin toss today.
Yep. Ray Chamberlain happy with the ball up to begin as well. Throwing on the wing here, taken out of the ruck by Nankervis. Just check sides one inside 50. Socket away there by Houston for the Pies. Onto it, Nick Dacos. Back flank. He'll kick the Pies to the wing, and a good kick for Schultz. He's got it on the worn wing. Slips over as well.
Schultz looks up towards half forward where Houston's the target. Coming in from the side, Miller makes the spoil for Richmond. Bounces out the way of Hopper. Gets a hand pass away. One way, then the other. Then the kick from Ross, who comes inboard, and the mark is taken by Steely Green. The Tigers look to transition inside 50. Morris Rioli Jr. dropped the mark in the end. He was uncontested. Dean with a hand pass to Maynard. Back to Jack Crisp, who kicks Collingwood out of defence, although Allen dropped the mark. Regathers for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Links up with Tom Mitchell. Back to Nick Dacos on the Shane Warne wing. He looks up towards half forward. Elliott's the target. He flies up with one arm. Can't take the mark over the top of Mychek. Ricochets off Nankervis. Back to Elliott. Inside 50. Kick over the head of Hoskin Elliott. And Nick Flostone, the secure hands, takes the mark for the Tigers. 3 minutes in, no score here at the MCG.
Just a couple of poor kicks from Jamie Elliott. Inside 50, unlike him.
Vlosten kicks up to the wing. Bolter's playing forward, brings it down, gathers the footy on the wing, shanks it inside 50. Bouncing ball for Dean. Fights after it. Does well. Flicks it out to Cameron, the big ruckman for the Pies. Exits defensive 50 to Crisp. Back flank, Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch, Ben Cameron, Luke Ball, Bob Murphy and Ray Chamberlain. As Crisp kicks to the wing. Vlosten drops the mark for Richmond, gathers at ground level, then he's dispossessed of it. Hoskin Elliott right there with him, out of play it goes. Right in front of the members, a throw in.
So he started forward on the long sleeves of Will Hoskin Elliott, Bob. I think it might be a match-up on Floston. We see sides put someone to that role, don't they, these days, given he's the general back there for the Tigers. So Will Hoskin Elliott, he spent some time on the wing, but he started forward on Floston.
Cameron and Nankervis. Cameron gets it down to Nick Dacos. Hand pass to side bottom. Releases Tom Mitchell. High search and kick inside 50. Elliott in front position. Broad makes the spoil for Richmond. Houghton runs onto it. Tackle dispossessed. Spills out to Jack Ross. And he's locked up by Lockie Schultz and Steele side bottom. So Elliott has been the deepest forward for Collingwood alongside Broad. Hoskin Elliott seems to be doing the job on Vlosten. Membry on Young. And Myercheck has the company of Miller inside the forward 50 for Collingwood.
Up it goes. They play some volleyball. Houghton trying to go in, and Curvis does. And holding the ball. 48 metres out. So the free kick will go to Collingwood. And coming up with it, Membry.
Well, the big fella was on his knees, wasn't he? And so elected to take possession of the ball. Yeah. So I think Ray will probably tell us that to the letter of the law, Bob, that is a free kick. But
you do know that law.
Yeah.
Student.
So we're asking him there to belt the ball on, not pick it up. And then good sign from Collingwood here early, 5 or 6 early tackles in their forward 50.
Talking of student of the game, if you want to know how to set shot a football, Tim Membry, one of the most classical techniques around.
Laces through it from 50 and the first goal of the afternoon. It was managed last week and he's managed the first goal of the Arvo today. 1 straight 6, plays no score. It's all Collingwood through the opening 5 minutes. Our premiership pyre and former umpires boss Luke Ball and top 25 Bulldog of all time Bob Murphy.
He's a beautiful kick of the ball, Tim Membry. There's something in the simplicity of his technique that is just beautiful to watch, and he knocked that one in from right on 50. Just going back to the initial contest though, so Toby Nankervis is pinged for the free kick. Just with those stoppages inside 50, inside forward 50 for the Collingwood Footy Club, we'll just see as the afternoon progresses, when you've got Nick Dacos, Lockie Schultz and also Jamie Elliott in that vicinity, that will really test the Tiger Smalls.
Up to 25 goals from 17 games, Tim Membry so far this season. The first year pie. Back in the middle, Tom Mitchell gets the clearance at Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos up towards half forward. Kick eluded Schultz. Wasn't marked by Tom Brown. Spills out the way of Collingwood. Lipinski back inside the centre square. Hand pass to Josh Dacos. Drives it long from 55 towards the goal square. Vlosten conservatively made the double fist spoil and sees it out of play in the left forward pocket for Collingwood. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Very interesting description from Ben Cameron. I've just jumped on LinkedIn. No sign of the umpiring role there for Luke Ball on his profile. I'll get back to you.
Thanks, Chambo.
Just the Dacos brothers. Just looks like they're going to straight swap. So Josh in the centre bounce that time, and getting that inside 50. Nick back to the half-back flank.
Short with a long kick up to the wing. Morris Rioli Jr. keeps it in. Flicks a handball away to Sonzi. Tight ropes the boundary line. Kicks up to half-forward out on the full. So Dean to get it back for the Pies. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Round 20 from a gloomy MCG. And Ray still chuckling away downstairs, enjoying his own work. Our man Ray.
Been a bit of that today, isn't there?
Yeah.
Coverage.
Dean kicks around the members' wing. Contest kick. Pack forms. Ball hits the deck in front. In they go. Sullivan emerges with the footy for the Pies. Kicks it forward. It ricochets back to him. Ross pinches it. Hooks a kick for the Tigers. Back around the wing in front. Dean marks.
Good hands.
Yep. Collingwood ball backward of the logo.
He turns and comes inboard to Nick Dacos, who takes the mark on the members' wing. Adventurous kick into the middle of the ground. Lipinski and Moore are on. Darcy Moore takes the mark. Has Hoskin Elliott on his own in the left forward pocket. Great transition. And in the long sleeves, he reaches out with 5 or 6 metres on Nick Flostone and takes the mark. He's going to give it off. Elliott's in the pocket. Barely 15, but he marks hard against the boundary line. Just a little closer to goal.
Good footy, isn't it, Bob? That's classic training drill. Intercept mark at half-back. Yeah, shift the ball inside.
Like the kick of Dacos in the middle of the ground, it opens up the entire ground. So Nick Vlostone, who we know is one of the best intercept markers in the game, he's playing the percentages, but because of that kick, it allows Will Hoskin Elliott to become part of the play, and he's able to hand it off.
A career best 46 goals this season for Jamie Elliott as he opens up the angle. Kick is across the face of goal. Myercheck flies in the pack. and offhands it through from Ina score. So Collingwood 1-1-7 to Richmond yet to score. Noel Bolter also starting forward for the Tigers this afternoon.
Short with the kick in, up to the wing in Bolter's direction, coming across Quaynor, gathers at ground level. Collingwood ball again, flicks a handball away to Allen, who bounces a handball away to Moore. Pies high half forward, Lipinski, left foot kick into the pocket, shanks it, it floats like a flour bag out on the full. Richmond ball in their back pocket, Collingwood 1-1-7, Richmond yet to score. Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball, Bob Murphy, Ray Chamberlain bringing you all of the action. Craig McRae, as is customary, coaching from the bench. Trademark puffer jacket on. Broad with the kick to the wing. Moore arriving late. Spoils Maynard in the end. Down at ground level. Pies have the numbers. Flicking out a handball, Green gets rid of it towards Prestia, who rushes a kick, and Bolter marks.
Bolter looks up towards half forward. Doesn't have a lot on offer. Morris Rioli Jr. is the deepest target, so he tries to pull his kick in the direction of Mansell. Spoiled away from him by Dean. Now, hand pass to Sidebottom, run down by Morris Rioli Jr., who's first back onto it. Hand pass to Steely Green in the right forward pocket. A centering ball looking for Tresice, who hugs it to his chest. The pressure of Morris Rioli Jr. once more on display.
Yeah, well, if you weren't watching last week, Collingwood defenders, that time it was still Sidebottom actually.
Yeah, well,
you haven't got that long, have you, to get rid of the footy?
League footballers, there was a few years there where Cyril Rioli steps out of the game and all of a sudden footballers could just breathe easy when they had the ball, and all of a sudden there's a shark back in the water. Morris is going to get you.
James Tresice has only kicked one goal so far in his AFL career to double up on the Tigers' first of the afternoon. From 35 metres out, directly on in front. He gives Richmond a start here at the MCG, and Collingwood's lead is cut back to a point. The Pies 1-1-7 to Richmond 1-6. Bob Murphy alongside Luke Ball with you for Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Mitchell, sorry, I apologise to steal Sidebottom. And look, he had a split second. It wasn't even that. He just closes so quick.
It's a genuine intimidation tactic and skill that Morris Rioli has. Because we asked Hugo Ralph-Smith before the game of who's the fastest at Tigerland. Well, there's time trial fast, and then there's chasing people down and defending at your absolute maximum speed. Well, Morris Rioli does that, and it stands out, and it puts pressure on. We talk about inferred pressure. Well, every Collingwood footballer out there right now goes, okay, well, every time I get it, where's Morris?
Restart in the middle. Cameron winning the tap for the Pies. Doesn't get out of the bullseye. We'll do it again. Umpires Nick Jankovskis, Lee Fisher, Nathan Williamson and Andrew Adair in charge of this match today. Up it goes again. Cameron taking it out of the ruck. Rushes a snap to half forward here for the Pies. Bouncing ball. Still bouncing. Young will track it for Richmond. Gets it back flank. Coughs up the handball. Sullivan. Handball knocked down by Broad. Coming forward to defend, Ray Chamberlain.
Bob, you mentioned Morris Rioli and his intent inside 50 with his defensive acts. He's already very well received by the Richmond faithful. He made his way to interchange and they were all giving him a big razz as he came off.
Great to have Ray Chamberlain with us on a Sunday afternoon. Nick Dacos up to 6 disposals early as Darcy Cameron takes out of the ruck, kicks Collingwood inside 50. Lipinski pressures Vlosten, forces a turnover. Sullivan for Collingwood, hand pass to Myercheck, broke a tackle, hand pass to Lipinski, back to Myercheck. Tough shot from the right forward pocket, he threaded it. The desperate defending by Young trying to get back, but he was over the goal line. And Brodie Myercheck with one from the top shelf. Collingwood's versatile forward sends through an absolute belter in the right forward pocket, and the Pies are back out by 7 points. 2-1-13 to Richmond 1-6. Bally, you had a good view of that one.
Becoming Brodie's pocket. I think he kicked the first goal of the game from there last week, did he not?
He did.
The big fella.
Yep, he did.
Good sharp hands here. Sullivan involved. Lipinski, good one too. That's what you do, those handball drills in a shoebox for, Bob. And that is, I'm not sure he meant it, did he?
No. Oh, well, I mean,
kick one of Benny Cameron's sacks.
To ask him, but it was the equivalent of a knuckleball.
Yeah,
it had a bit of top spin. It had a bit of a late dip on it, which, if he meant that,
that is his pocket though. It's a little one to watch. That's twice in a row. Darcy Cameron grabbed the ball out of the ruck and kicked it forward. Okay, you're not a number one ruckman, Tom Sims, but you got to compete harder than that.
Prestia gets it out of the middle for the Tigers this time. Kicks out to Sonzi. Quaynor right there with him in his back pocket. And then he goes and wins it for the Pies. Handball away to Nick Dacos. Kick to the wing. Long marks. Gives it to Mitchell. Handball to Sidebottom. Still on the logo here, Collingwood. Side bottom stops, props, kicks up to half forward. No mark taken. Spills to Sullivan. There's a free kick in amongst it all. It'll come back and go to Myercheck. The rain just beginning to fall at the MCG as well. Mark set 60 out. Too far for Myercheck with those strong Tasmanian legs Mick Malthouse always speaks about. Myercheck sets it up towards full forward. Swatted away. Down at ground level. Gathered by Crisp. Rushes a kick. Broad's on the last line. Richmond ball.
He looks to try and get the Tigers out of defence, although that kick sets a bit of a challenge for Sonsi. And the intercepting mark is taken by Isaac Quainer, who is within range, 45 metres out to the left.
Set up well, didn't they, behind the ball. With that slow play from Myercheck inside 50. His Collingwood team very well drilled.
It's a win for structure, isn't it? And I know that, maybe not the most romantic way to look at the game, but it certainly was. Just they had covered the entire ground, made it really difficult for the Tigers to exit their D50.
These are the most powerful glutes in the comp, these, Bob.
Hasn't kicked a goal so far this season. Isaac Quainer from 50 out. It's across the face of goal to the right. Juggling effort by McStay.
Bit of a bubble butt, Paulie.
Out of play, a throw in up against the right behind post. Collingwood deep in attack there. 2-1-13. The Tigers 1 straight 6. 2 late outs with Scott Pendlebury out for Collingwood. Markov comes in as the sub. Jasper Elba came in for the Tigers. And Tim Taranto out with a calf complaint.
Throw in right forward pocket. Membry bringing it down. Sims goes and gets it at ground level. Shovels out a handball. And now Banks runs onto it. Tumbles a kick into the middle of the ground. Bouncing ball. Nankervis swats it away. Quaynor there. Slaps it down to Josh Dacos. And Collingwood retreat. A handball to Maynard. A kick out wide for Ed Allen. It's a good one. Allen pokes it over the top to Quaynor. Just forward of the centre line. Worn wing. Very wide. Comes infield with his kick. Gets it to Long. Long will look deep. Low ball into the pocket. Nobody there for the Pies. It skips out. And Broad can't control it. Throw in left forward pocket. Collingwood lead by 7. I did see a video, Bawley, of Brodie Grundy doing a hip thrust of about 160 kilos, so he might have a claim for that. Is that strongest glutes title in the AFL.
Yep.
Myercheck doing the ruckle against Nankervis. Gets it down. Hand pass came out from Ned Long. Collingwood now at the top of the 50 as Josh Dacos one way, then the other. On his left, kicks it back towards the teeth of goal. Richmond are well set. It's spoiled down in the path of Loston, who with a clearing kick tries to just bang it out of there. Mansell one-on-one with Maynard. Darcy Moore makes the spoil. Spoiled it down straight in the hands of Ed Allen. Hand pass to Long. Outside of the boot. Curls it towards goal and misses to the right-hand side. Now with the banana across his body rather than the left, a minor score, and Collingwood lead by 8 points. Membry and Myercheck, the goal kickers for the Pies, while James Trezise, the goal kickers for Richmond.
Bob and Bawley, where are you on whether Long and Tom Mitchell can play in the same Collingwood midfield?
Still TBC, I think. I mean, today's a good day for it, you feel.
Yeah, with the inclement weather, you mean?
That's right. Suits both of them today.
And Pendlebury out.
Yep.
As well. Yep.
Pies win it back on the logo. Maynard kicks laterally to almost the boundary line for Quaynor.
I think the answer's probably no, but there's a bit of time to find out, because I think what it did when they both came in last week, it squeezed side bottom out of the centre, who's been playing great footy in there.
Quaynor kicks to half forward. Nankervis spoils it down. Here's side bottom on cue. Dispossessed. Holding the ball. Richmond free kick at centre half back. Collingwood by 8 points.
Just needed a bit of a breather here, this Richmond defence. Just been defending, hanging on for dear life. 12 inside 50s to 4.
Taj Houghton takes the free kick, kicks it out towards Tyler Swansea. Can't take the mark with Quaynor spoiling it, and Ed Allen running out of room. Ray Chamberlain's down there in the wet this afternoon.
I was just watching the replay there. I reckon still side bottom a little bit stiff. I don't know whether that was prior opportunity, but I will say this. I like umpires paying free kicks in these conditions.
How heavy is that rain, Ray?
I hadn't noticed it.
Tough as they come. McStay takes it out of the ruck. Hand pass to side bottom. Loose hand pass into the middle of the ground. Looking for Josh Dacos. Bumped off it. Loston feeds a hand pass back to Hopper. To Trezise. The Tigers now with a bit more space with a hand pass to Tom Brown. Kicks up to Noah Bolter. And on the second bobble grabs the mark. Head to the centre square for the Tigers. We still have the markings from the Wallabies and the British and Irish Lions on the G this afternoon as Bolter veers out to the right. Long kick towards the goal square. Sims in a tangle with Darcy Moore. Moore spoils it down to the front. Allen for Collingwood. Hand pass back to Maynard. Hemmed into the back pocket. Kicks out to Hoskin Elliott, who juggles the mark at left half back in front of Sam Banks, and Collingwood are out of defence. The Pies by 8 points early here at the MCG.
Ground seems to have held up pretty well considering the traffic last night with the big boppers in the rugby union. Why do you like the umpires paying free kicks, Ray, in these conditions?
Ben. Well, no, I just think if it's sitting in the margins, I just like free kick paid, and then the players go in, win the ball. They know they're going to get protected, and I think it helps the play move on. I'm not saying make them up, but I'm just saying if they're there, pay them.
Maynard kicking around the worn wing. Membry spills it, goes and tracks it, picks it up, handball to Allen, pies it half forward, Long punches it on, Vlosten pinches it. Richmond ball again, gets rid of it to Young, hooks it back to the logo. Mansell takes the mark, yes.
Just need to show a bit of composure here. The Tigers start to accumulate uncontested marks. There's one. Currently they're 6 to 18 in arrears to Collingwood with uncontested marks. Just a bit too quick to go to contests.
Mansell works it out wide and then inboard the kick to Traynor, who was the late inclusion to the 22. Up towards Camden McIntosh, can't take the mark. Tola Swansea taken high. Umpire missed that one. Play on's the call. Collingwood take it through Quainer. Hand pass to Allen. Kicks up the Shane Warne wing where Will Hoskin-Elliott takes the mark. Now he looks into the middle of the ground where Jamie Elliott has the support of Long. Takes the mark and gives him the hand pass. He streams through the middle of the MCG. Looks laterally. The target is Schultz. Great defending. Nick Vlosten got in there. Not only won the battle, bat the footy as well. Kicks up the outside of the boot. Up the wing, a bounce which eludes Jack Crisp and Mansell as well. Maynard gets back for Collingwood. Taps it back, but only towards Steely Green of Richmond. Hand pass to Bolter at half forward. Trying to show a show of strength against Moore. The hand pass away to Trezise. Kept his footing. Chips it in the pocket. Green dropped the mark at the last moment. They've done all the hard work to get it to there. And it's seen out of play by Charlie Dean. And a throw in for the left forward pocket for the Tigers.
It's a shame, wasn't it? It was a really nice build-up from the Tigers. And it was probably the first time they've probably played with a bit more flair and creativity.
Collingwood by 8 points, 20 minutes into the first term. Nankervis slapping it down to the front. Hopper trying to burst through, wanted a free kick. Socket on by Maynard, up towards the logo. Coming in again is Miller. Hop up, burrows in, Maynard too, spits out to Myercheck. Collingwood extracted. Away to Schultz, tumbles a kick around the wing. Brown does well to keep it in front of himself. Wins it back for Richmond, off to Short. Shorter kick up to half forward. Looking for a marking contest. Green caught behind Perryman. And he punches it out, throwing 60 around from Richmond's goal. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, in fairness, Clinchy, in terms of that rain, it is coming down the heaviest it's been today, and so the ball is getting very slippery.
Got to body line the pill, Bob, don't you? That was a great example of it there, Tom Brown.
Clean hands too, isn't it?
Thrown back in. Darcy Cameron wins down the tap for Collingwood, but it's Camden McIntosh who wins it. 1-2 with Hopper. And he's pushed over the boundary line by Tom Mitchell. Now on the SMS, Dan in Tassie, my TV wants me to believe that a young Cameron Ling is umpiring the boundary line. If you look down and see the orange hair, does that look a little like Lingy?
Gee whiz, does a little bit. Mullet too.
Shout out to Lingy, who was a part of the AFL Sunday broadcast earlier.
Let's name names, Chamber. I want the name of that young chap soon.
Ray Wood, but he didn't know the boundary umpires' names.
Pies through Lipinski, a couple of drive-bys there. Got it from Schultz, kicks up towards Membry. In front, Broad, thought he was held when not in possession. Short gets back for the Tigers. Hand pass to Miller, hand pass to Ross, floating hand pass to Houghton. Has to sidestep, side bottom. He did so successfully, but his hand pass let McIntosh still a little bit of work to be done. Feeds the hand pass back towards Young, who bangs it up the members' wing. Swansea takes the mark for Richmond, inside 50. Bolter on the lead. Can't reel in the mark with his right arm. Had a few metres on Darcy Moore, but sliding in the greasy conditions. The ball goes out of play in the left forward pocket for the Tigers.
Not getting that last box ticked, are they? That last mark. Yeah. But at the moment, Bob, they're absorbing Collingwood's pressure, aren't they? Which can, we know, overwhelm teams. But at the moment, the Tigers, they're really standing up in Collingwood's pressure.
Nankervis, beautifully down for Hopper. Coughs it up with the handball to side bottom. Josh Jacobs run down. Steely Green got him. He was statuesque, Josh Jacobs. And Green came with a rush, clattered into him, holding the ball 40 metres out, slight angle to the left.
Jeez, Josh Dacos had a week and took a fortnight. Was just bobbing around and taking it all in. There was no way he had that amount of time. It was a fierce tackle from Green, and a well-deserved free kick. Just to show a bit of composure here, this would be a huge reward for the effort the Tigers have put in.
6 goals in the last 2 weeks in the VFL to earn a recall. Steely Green tugs it left. First blemish for Richmond, 2-2-14 Collingwood. Richmond 1-1-7, 23 minutes travelled in the first. I do know for a fact as well that the field umpires and the boundary umpires don't have their silly Sunday after the grand final together. Separate parties.
Oh. All right, we'll go down to Ray for that shortly. Houston, long clearing kick out of defence, and Darcy Cameron used his body well against Nankervis. Takes the mark, quick hand pass to Lockie Schultz, away to Lipinski, up towards half forward. Elliott just nudged Voston out of the way, and then he's running the boundary line. A centering ball looking for Hoskin Elliott. The Tigers defence gets back. Sonsi off in good support, although running onto it, Ed Allen hard against the left pocket. It's across the face of goal. Dan McStay with his arms up at the top of the goal square. A minor score for Collingwood. They lead by 8 points. 23 minutes gone, opening quarter. Sunday footy on ABC.
That's great ball movement from the kick out, isn't it? In these conditions in particular. Ball didn't hit the ground until the end there. And we spoke about the classic wing roll, didn't we? That's Ed Allen, who's another one who is beautifully suited to it from an athletic profile. He started the game well too. Had 9 possessions, Allen.
Son of Ben Allen, who we saw presenting the Glendinning Allen Medal post-game yesterday at the Western Derby, as Banks kicks up to the wing in a contest, punched out of play.
A little bit of my Jeff Hogg as a Hawk supporter growing up, Bob. Benny Allen. Yeah, but once an unheralded, tall midfielder before his time. Him and Anthony Condon were favourites of mine.
And a strong representation for the Gingers on today's coverage.
Yep.
It's about the 4th mention. It's great.
Nankervis slaps it forward. Ed Allen, the son of, tracking it, but can't quite run it in. Throwing right on the centre line.
Premiership player, 1991, the Hawks. Ben.
Inaugural captain of the Fremantle Dockers.
Yep.
Current resident of East Fremantle.
Collingwood by 8 points. You would have seen him, Bob, as you were walking around barefoot around Freo in recent years.
Well, I was in South Fremantle, which is a very, very different to East Fremantle. You'd know that, Ben.
Now Curvis one down the tap, but Collingwood through Darcy Cameron, hand pass to Nick Dacos, kicks up towards Hoskin Elliott. If he didn't take the mark, would have got a freak against Tom Brown. That's a dribbling kick along the turf. Have a go at that mistake. What a one-handed clean pickup. He gathers, kicks into the pocket. Elliott and Vlosten 1-on-1. It clears to the back. Schultz is dragged down. And good defending by Jaden Short as that rain just gets a little heavier. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Collingwood by 8 points.
Yeah, no, it's going to be trying, and if they want to cast a statue afterwards for this effort here today, well, so be it. I'm going to stick this out.
That's probably been the other theme of today's call, isn't it? Just some self-indulgent stuff from all of us.
Nankervis tapping it down, pinched by McStay to Nick Dacos. As I always say, DNA doesn't lie with Nick Dacos. At his brilliant best in the wet weather. 3-3-21 plays 1-1-7. Collingwood by 14 points. 26 minutes into the first term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, these forward 50 stoppages for Collingwood, they are proving problematic for the young Tiger defenders. This time it's Nick Dacos. If he's not the best player in the competition, he's certainly in that conversation. Just given way too much space. And I know they've got their problems down there. They've got Elliott to contend with. They've got Lockie Schultz, who's also dangerous in this situation. But the Tigers need to clamp down, and especially when Nick Dacos is in the area, they just gave him too much room. And that was far too easy. It ends up being regulation for a player of his quality.
There's stories of Nick Dacos begging his dad when it was wet weather, let's go to the park and work on ground balls, and snaps am I kicking in the wet weather, and we see it displayed there.
Seems to have the company of Jack Ross this afternoon as Darcy Cameron wins down the tap. Nick Dacos on cue, socks it inside 50. Membry gathers, half past to side bottom. Morris Rioli Jr. was coming with a pull, and he just got the kick away inside 50. Hoskin Elliott leads out, left the ball behind. Membry's hand pass is chopped off by Hopper. Side steps around McStay. The Tigers out of defence with a kick up towards the wing. Mansell used his body well against Houston, can't take the mark. Darcy Cameron comes back, it bounces off. I thought it was above his knee. Boundary umpire said below, out of bounds on the full. Free kick going the way of Collingwood.
Off Mansell's foot.
Cameron quickly takes it. Chips it back inboard to Dan Houston. The former power defender looks to send Collingwood up towards half forward. Big pack forms. It clears to everyone, and Hoskin Elliott against Nankervis brings it down. Now Miller was tackled, dropped the ball, holding the ball in the eyes of the umpire, and Dan McStay this time gets the last laugh.
McStay, of course, missed the Collingwood premiership a couple of years ago, so he's one of those players, Bawley, that...
Yeah, he's had a good couple of minutes here.
Yeah,
goal assist before to, right on cue. Out of a full.
You got him, Bawley.
he had a good couple of minutes.
The more things change, the more they stay the same in footy.
Well, we're going to defer to you now. I'm going to keep my mouth. Next time you see Rioli, we want that noise, all right? That's it.
Yep.
Collingwood by 14 points. Tom Brown with the kick in. A thumping kick too. Right up towards the wing from the back pocket. Sims gets it on the bounce off to Ross. Ross retreats for the Tigers. Goes back to Banks, who will kick into the middle of the ground. Spots the chest here of Short, who chips it out wide. Sonsie marks on attacking 50.
Deep.
And he has a man on him, Jonty Fall, and now he goes back and says, I'll kick for goal.
Wow.
Whiz.
Long point incoming here, Bob,
Yeah,
too.
this
caught in two minds, wasn't he?
Yeah, this won't go down too well. Was it Jonty Fall calling for it deep? He was all on his own. I got to say, Jonty can be more demonstrative in calling for the ball, demand it from your young teammate. But this is want to go the distance.
He's got to kick it now. Tyler Sonsie. It doesn't quite go the journey. It falls short and Moore punches it away. Out of play, thrown left forward pocket here for Collingwood.
I mean, it was never going to make the distance, and especially in these conditions. So it's just a learning point there for young Sonsie.
His eyes were bigger than his stomach. Can happen.
Collingwood by 14 points. Richmond deep in attack as it's thrown in. Darcy Cameron and Toby Nankervis. Nankervis down to the front. Crisp over around the footy. Nank tries to knock it out. Mansell, little soccer. Into the congestion where Sims is over the top, and there's a player on the bottom. It's a Collingwood player who has been penalised.
Oh, cheers.
Jack Crisp on the very bottom of the pack, in the eyes of the umpire, was making no intent to knock it out, and there was about 4 players on top of him. And the siren sounds for quarter time. Thomas Sims will have a shot after the quarter-time siren to try and close this margin from 14 points back to 8.
It's got to be possible to get the ball out.
Yeah, and so you're on the ground already and the ball rolls into your chest.
And a human pyramid then
collapses on you in 0.2 of a second. I'm not sure. I'm a Nath Williamson man, but I reckon that was a bit red hot.
3 goals so far for Thomas Sims this season, looking to try and finish after the quarter-time siren. 45-degree angle, 25 metres out. He comes in and pumps his fist in celebration. The Tigers finish the quarter on a high, despite Collingwood leading by 8 points. It's the Magpies 3-3-21 to Richmond 2-1-13. The Pies through Brodie Myercheck's goal at the 13-minute mark, and then there was a big gap of over 12 minutes till Nick Dacos kicked the next goal for Collingwood. And Richmond finished with a goal to show their intent this afternoon. Scott Pendlebury are laid out for the Magpies. Tim Taranto also out for Richmond. So Alga coming in for the Tigers, and Olive Markov for the Pies. Both are the subs this afternoon. And at quarter time, it's Collingwood who lead by 8 points. Trying to respond after back-to-back losses against the Gold Coast Suns and the Fremantle Dockers. The Pies 3-3-21 to Richmond 2-1-13. The goals for the Magpies through Membry, Myercheck and Nick Dacos, while for the Tigers, Trezise and also Sims. Don't forget, of course, St Kilda and Melbourne still to come this afternoon. There is an ABC call available on the ABC Listen app, and a chance for you to get involved on the SMS this afternoon. 0437 774 774. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Where else will you find free fun and games? Teens being boss, hard quiz spoiled by kids, and of course,
do not watch this show.
Find them all where it's always free, always fun for the family. ABC iView.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Richmond at the MCG. Collingwood without Scott Pendlebury as the Pies looking to return back to the top of the ladder and break back-to-back losses.
Up it goes. They play some volleyball. Hutton trying to go in, and Curvis does. And holding the ball 48 metres out. So the free kick will go to Collingwood, and coming up with it, Membry. Laces through it from 50, and the first goal of the afternoon. It was managed last week, and he's managed the first goal of the Arvo today.
Hand pass to Seibel, run down by Morris Rioli Jr., who's first back onto it. Hand pass to Steely Green in the right forward pocket. A centering ball looking for Trezise, who hugs it to his chest.
Well, if you weren't watching last week, Collingwood defenders,
yeah, well,
you haven't got that long, have you, to get rid of the footy?
There's a shark back in the water. Morris is going to get you.
James Trezise has only kicked 1 goal so far in his AFL career to double up on the Tigers' first of the afternoon. Sullivan for Collingwood, hand pass to Myercheck, broke a tackle, hand pass to Lipinski, back to Myercheck. Tough shot from the right forward pocket, he threaded it. The desperate defending by Young trying to get back, but he was over the goal line. And Brodie Myercheck with one from the top shelf.
And Curvis tapping it down, pinched by McStay to Nick Dacos. As I always say, DNA doesn't lie with Nick Dacos. At his brilliant best in the wet weather.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
The highlights of the opening quarter in which Collingwood lead by 8 points, 3-3-21 to the Tigers 2-1-13. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, your experts. We're very fortunate on a Sunday to have Ray Chamberlain with us this week. So, Ray, a chance for you to explain to our listeners that call right on the quarter-time siren in which Tom Sims kicked the goal for the Tigers.
Yeah, I heard when we were discussing it, it was sort of we sort of had some empathy for the player who was on top of the football and he's trying to get it out. What the laws of the game say that if there's a player elects to dive or drag the ball in on the ground and they're legally tackled, they must successfully knock the ball clear. So an attempt won't be good enough. So if they elect to dive or drag it in and are legally tackled, they must successfully knock it clear. And
it doesn't matter how many players dive on top, the emphasis on the player who dragged it in to try and knock it out.
That is correct.
Great to have Ray Chamberlain with you on a Sunday afternoon. 0437 774 774 if you want to join us. The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, your experts.
Yeah, so it was one each, Bob, wasn't it? One at either end.
Yeah.
For the dive on and the resulted goal. But entertaining contest. You know, we don't want to harp on the weather, but it's that sort of day. It's a wet weather footy day. And I think both sides have adjusted pretty well. You always look at the kick to handball ratio on days like this. Yeah. And I thought at times maybe Collingwood tried to just invent a little bit too much with handball out of stoppage rather than just putting on their boot. But they've had 68 kicks, 43 handballs, so they've had a lot more possession than the Tigers. And you mentioned halfway through the quarter about the marks. A lot of that has just been their ability to be able to control the footy a bit better with uncontested marks.
I actually think it's kind of an interesting philosophical difference of the two teams at the moment. Like the Tigers get a bit of reward at the end to level up the contest because they worked extremely hard. I think in terms of just the ferocity and the intensity that the game demands, I think both teams have answered that question. But just the philosophical difference, I feel like the Tigers have just been a bit too quick to lean into, it's a wet weather footy, we just need to get the ball as forward as quick as we possibly can, and have just gone to contests really quickly and probably put themselves at times under a bit more pressure. Now, Collingwood at times have probably overused it, but I think they've probably looked the more damaging side, and the scoreboard would reflect that they didn't accept that it's a wet weather day and we just go back to traditional footy. They've used more of the ground. They've had a bit more appetite for risk, and they look to be the better side as we expected so far. But I have liked the pluck of the Tigers.
Yeah, they've absorbed pressure pretty well, haven't they? I think clearance on a day like this, field position, which clearance allows you to gain, is pretty important on a day like this. Collingwood certainly on top around there, 12 clearances to 7 and then 17 inside 50s to 8. So again, full credit to the Tigers' defence for standing up to that weight of number inside 50, albeit on a tough day to mark it inside 50. I think they've held their own in one-on-one contests. It's really been those two stoppage goals for Collingwood, and one of them just a little bit. It was Prestia actually falling asleep on Dacos.
That would be the red alert for me if I was Adam Uzo. The forward 50 stoppages for the Magpies look really dangerous.
Nick Dacos with 10 disposals and a goal in the opening quarter as the second quarter is underway. Dacos trying to stream away, but it's Jack Ross of the Tigers who kicks them inside 50. Darcy Moore leads up to the footy in front of Noah Bolter. Taps it forward, but it's Morris Yoli Jr. who lost his footing as he gathered the ball and he's tackled holding the ball. Dan Houston got him with Darcy Moore coming over the top, and the Collingwood captain takes the free kick. Out pass to Josh Dacos, who started this second quarter across half back. Kicks over the head of Lockie Schultz, knocked away by Vlosten. The Tigers' reliable defender turns inboard and tries to kick towards Dan Curvis. Can't reel in the one-handed mark. Regathers the footy, though, against Ned Long. High ball up towards half forward. Sims over the top, slaps it away in a 2-on-1. Got it away from Darcy Cameron. Noah Bolter gathers, kicks into the pocket. Bouncing ball. Maynard in front of Mansell, knocks it away. The two collide. Umpire calls play on and then charge his way through. A free kick going the way of Trader. It was taken high in the eyes of the umpire. Dan Houston with the left arm just over the shoulder as Trainer got down low.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a weakness in Dan Houston's game. We've seen it this year, watched Collingwood pretty closely, and we know what he's like with ball in hand. There's not many better in the competition, but it's a couple of times now just not getting low enough. And today's a day for details, Bob. A stray arm will slip high on a day like today, or low to an extent as well. So just a little bit sloppy, 30 metres out from the opposition goal.
Picked 21 in last year's draft. Has put to 1 goal 6. Was meant to be the sub this afternoon. Comes into the starting lineup. Made that 1-7 as he misses to the left-hand side. And Collingwood's lead at 7 points. Almost 2 minutes gone in the second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
Josh Dacos with the kick in. Goes to Dean in the back pocket. He'll kick long around the wing in front. Vlosten too strong. Marks it to take it back for Richmond.
He's had a strong start.
He's just a star, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Just knows where the ball's going.
Never all Australian, which is a
ridiculous
right? Surprise to most. As he moves it on short. Hopper kicks inside 50, turns it over. Quaynor marks. Collingwood just inside their defensive arc. He'll wait a kick out wide for Crisp. The AFL's Ironman, who plays his 250th game for Collingwood today. Kicking around that worn wing. Up towards a contest again in front. Good mark, Young. Spoils it, juggles it, ends up with the mark. High half back here for Richmond.
He feeds the hand pass around the back to Nick Vlosten, one way then the other. Trying to get around McStay. He's kick up towards the wing. Trainer juggles the mark. Hand pass to Hopper. He's run down. Schultz laid the tackle. Just got the hand pass away as McIntosh gave it back, and this time run down. Morris Rioli Jr.'s got another. Steele side bottom run down by Morris Rioli Jr. He only had 2 tackles last week against the West Coast Eagles, but he has left an impression. Everyone's fearful when he's around. Houghton inside 50. Nankervis takes the mark. Out to the left, 45 metres out from goal as he thought about the hand pass around the back from Banks. Now, Big Nank, this time he will give it. As running around the back, Banks from 45 metres out, kicks to the goal square, big rise, and Houghton takes the mark.
There he is, T. Houghton.
That is an impressive mark from the first-year Tiger in the goal square, despite being heavily contested in the pack.
Very, very athletic family. Trent played a fair bit of footy for both Collingwood and Carlton, but the entire family played a lot of basketball. Multi-talented family, and Taj, promising young Tiger, slots it through.
In his 4th game, Taj Houghton has his 2nd goal, made that his 3rd game, and all of a sudden pick 12 from 2024 gets the Tigers back within a point. Collingwood 3-3-21, Richmond 3-2-20. 4 minutes gone, second quarter, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Just on Taj Houghton, speaking to people at Richmond who have seen him a lot in the VFL and at training, they tell you he does things that other people can't.
There's a bit of Shea Bolton about him, isn't there? I mean, he's listed at 183, but, you know, so he's not as tall as his dad.
No, well, but his dad was taller, but his dad wasn't that tall, but played as a ruckman.
Yeah.
So they are more than the sum of their parts on what just is the raw data of their height and weight.
But already in 3 games, hasn't he shown that ability to be able to launch, to go vertical, as they say, and that time landed on his feet like a cat.
Nankervis palming it down out in front of Camden McIntosh. Handball to Hopper, head over the footy. Sullivan clumsily clatters into him. Free kick Richmond. Hopper gives it off to Short. One of the great oxymorons. He always goes long and he turns it over here. Maynard marks. Just inside the defensive arc.
Well done, Ben.
Collingwood by 1 point. Maynard looks laterally and mark taken by Quaynor.
Glutes Quaynor, as he's affectionately known here in the commentary box.
Last 2 goals of the game going the way of the Tigers. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Quaynor up the wing, a whistle before the ball came into the area, and Brody Myercheck takes the free kick for Collingwood. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Up towards Elliott, who dropped the mark. It's socket off the ground by Sullivan. Ricochets into Broad. Back to Long. Hand pass to side bottom into the pocket. McStay uses his body superbly. Made the early contact against Young and then flinged his body towards the boundary line and reels in an impressive mark.
You mentioned details before, Luke, and you were referencing, the clumsy tackle up the other end of the ground from Dan Houston, but just Steele side bottom there. We know how good a player he is, but just his composure to kick slightly to Dan McStay's advantage there.
Deep in the left forward pocket, he opens up the angle, curls it across his body and tries to ride it as it just lands the wrong side of the right goalpost and a minor score. Collingwood by 2 points, but as Ben said, Tigers with the last 2 goals of the match.
Boston taking a kick in, stabs it the bare 15 to Jaden Short. He does just chip it this time away to Camden McIntosh. The black headband on today, a sweatband. Still inside the defensive arc. He looks further afield, up to a contest on the wing, through the hands of Fall. Spills down to Cameron for the Pies, off to Darcy Moore. Now Nick Dacos, forward to the wing. 15-metre handball, clever, inventive, to Quaynor, breaks the tackle. Handball to Sullivan. Sullivan will hook a kick inside 50. Myercheck, brave mark, back with the flight. Clutters into the pack as he comes down with the footy. 25 out, slight angle to the left.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Yep.
Myercheck had eyes for the footy, goes back with the flight.
Just said, that's mine, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
The ball lifted
But he also did it with thought, technique and skill. You know, he had his footwork right. He was able to turn slightly to the side.
Yep.
So he was relatively safe as well. But a beautiful mark.
Already got one today. He can make that two for Brodie Myercheck. And what a career he's put together off the rookie list. A mature age pick and a 5-time leading goal kicker at the Collingwood Football Club. 4-4-28 plays 3-2-20, 7.5 minutes into their second. Luke Ball, the premiership pie, and Bob Murphy, the former Dogs skipper.
Oh, he's just become such a reliable player, hasn't he, Brodie Myercheck? And not pretty from the Pies at the moment. Pretty sort of hard labour, isn't labour intensive, but at times Sullivan, who's another that will certainly thrive in conditions like these, throwing it on the boot. And he did. You were spot on, Bob. It is exactly how you do it. At times, some of these players are too brave for their own good, aren't they?
Yeah.
And go back and leave themselves exposed. That
Absolutely.
time just turned his body and...
High level of skill.
Luke Ball and Bob Murphy with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Tom Mitchell gets it for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Nick Dacos. 1-2 with Darcy Cameron. Nick Dacos up towards half forward with a kick looking for Hoskin Elliott. Sport away from him by Brown. Onto it, Josh Dacos dribbles it inside 50. Membry onto it. Tackled in the end and locked up. As Miller slides across the turf and locks the ball up. And centre half forward for Collingwood. The Pies 4-4-28 to Richmond 3-2-20. Brodie Myercheck with a couple of goals for the Pies. Scott Pendlebury and Tim Taranto both laid outs. As Hopper extracts the footy from the stoppage. Hand pass to Tom Brown. Kicks up the wing. Sims had it Sport away from him. Mantles onto it. Hand pass to Trainer for the Tigers. Threads it up the wing. Oh, in the end, Sims sported away from Rioli Jr. And Dean for Collingwood. Hand pass to Mitchell. Away to Darcy Moore. Links up with Nick Dacos. Back to Mitchell. To Allen around the wing. Hand pass over the head of Brown. Bumps off Quaynor by Trainer. Mitchell down low. Can't gather the footy. Trying to knock it out. Vlosten it was for the Tigers as the kick up the wing in the direction of Mansell. He drags down Darcy Moore. Ball spills out the way and Nick Dacos composed. Possession number 16 as he tries to come inboard. Interesting kick looking for Schultz. It's Prestia gathers for the Tigers. Pulls his kick at the last moment. Spotted Fall. He tries to just bang it up inside 50. Tough one in the end for Sterling Green, who comes in from the side on the back of Perryman and he's landed awkwardly.
What? Paid a kick. Paid to Shepherd.
He just stood his ground.
Now he
got sat on. Oh, no.
Landed here very awkwardly and got a good ride. And 1-2, enough for the umpire to say.
I hope he's okay. It's not a good decision, in my opinion.
I don't think that was a mark, was it, Bally?
No, I think he paid the free kick. It was
Ray Chamberlain.
Now, Ballie's right. He's paid a free kick in this instance for a block. Now, you'll watch on the replay. Collingwood player does turn his head and look for his opponent, but that doesn't constitute a free kick. To award a block, you want to see the defensive player who's not contesting the ball step off his line. Yeah. He held his ground, which he's permitted to do.
I don't know if you saw Ray Dan Houston point towards the big screen as well. That has been a topical one this weekend. And Steely Green now is back on his feet from just inside 50. He fires on goal, and that's how you finish it. Steely Green with his 9th goal of the season, and Collingwood's lead once more is cut back, and the Pies lead by 2 points. 4-4-28 to Richmond 4-2-26. Regardless of whether the free kick was there or not, courageous from Steely Green and a great finish to go with it. Luke Ball and Bob Murphy with you on ABC.
Yeah, that's right, it was. It was a courageous effort, and looks like he's okay. If anything, I thought it might have been a head knock on the ground, but no, just the hip hitting the ground hard. But yeah, they get a bit lucky there, but it's the pressure here, Bob. And I think Collingwood just being a bit too cute here. I think that's sometimes they can fall into that trap a bit with these, such brilliant players like Dacos and both Dacos.
It was
a poor kick. It really was. And just a few, again, not acknowledging that Richmond are bringing the heat today. A few of the sort of look away over the head handballs that Collingwood are going to have to shelve here, or they're going to really give the Tigers a sniff.
Sims and McStay back in the middle. The ball up, neither decisive, and we'll get another ball up. And Tom Mitchell just overrunning the ball down here. He struggled to bend over, didn't he?
Didn't get low enough at all, Tom Mitchell.
That was his
bread and butter.
Yeah, certainly in his Brownlow year of 2018. Richmond have the footy again across halfback. Short kicks laterally and spots up Brown. Defensive point of the square. He bites off a kick up the middle, turns it straight over. Nick Dacos marks. Collingwood football. Pokes it short to Tom Mitchell. Handball releases the run of Quaynor. Forward handball to Josh Dacos. Eyes the sticks from 55. It'll go right to the line. Broad's back there. Halves the battle with Elliott right on the goal line. Minor score. Collingwood's lead moves from 2 to 3. 12 minutes into the second. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
They just need to tidy up their ball movement from half back, the Tigers. I feel like they're kicking either recklessly in the middle or too quickly to a contest. They just need to keep their composure, hold their nerve a bit more.
Banks into Vlauston to Miller up the wing. Sims competes in the air. Dean brings it down. Gets the hand pass to Perryman for Collingwood. Up towards Sullivan in a tangle with Miller. Miller wins the show of strength there at half back for Richmond. As you heard, an adventurous kick into the middle of the ground that finds Ross. Had McIntosh with the hand pass. Goes for the short pass to Hopper. Allen makes the spoil. Into the middle of the ground. Ned Long for Collingwood. Hand pass to Myercheck. Side steps Banks. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. He breaks the tackle. The little champ from 45 out. Bounces through his second. 17 disposals and 2 goals for Nick Dacos, who is putting on a show in the wet. And the black and white army rise once more to salute their little master. Collingwood by 9 points, 5-5-35 to Richmond 4-2-26. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, it ends with the genius Nick Dacos, who he's had 18 possessions today. That's his first goal. He may end up with 500 possessions today. It's his second goal. Pardon me. He's clearly the best man on the ground at the moment. But again, from the Tigers' perspective, they've lost momentum in the game, and they had it. They worked so hard to get momentum in the game, and it's just been through a lack of composure when they move the ball from deep in their defence up to half-back, and they just put it to a contest and bring the Pies back into it far too easily.
Coming off a career-high 43 disposals last week, Nick Dacos. Tom Mitchell scooping up a handball. It's a turnover. Camden McIntosh to Sonzi to short.
That's better.
Richmond kick it out wide to the wing for Sims. Sims accepts it. The thoughts of Bob Murphy, top 25 Western Bulldog of all time, as Sims. Shallow inside 50. Pack forms. Moore spoils it away. Ross roves for Richmond. Handball to Sonzi to Hopper. Half forward flank. He'll kick to the pocket. Up they go. Fall creates a contest. Down at ground level. Houghton gets it out. Still they fight after it in the forward pocket. And Collingwood get there through Moore, and now they rebound quickly.
Nick Dacos once more up towards the wing. Jamie Elliott outmanoeuvred. Broad.
Good contest.
It down.
Really good contest.
Elliott just gave away the free kick at the last moment.
Yeah, it's a good battle, this one. Elliott, Collingwood's best forward this year. Nathan Broad, the premiership Tiger, still showing that he's more than capable. He's just won a couple of one-on-ones today.
Broad inside the centre corridor to Banks, who gives it back to Nathan Broad. Switches across half-back. Vlauston takes the mark. Plays on immediately around Tim Membry. High kick up towards the wing. Jonty Fall got there late. Quaynor makes the spoil and it goes out of play on the Shane Warne stand wing. Collingwood by 9 points. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, there's no doubt that the Richmond Football Club have sort of their first 40 minutes, they're the team that have brought most of the fizz. And I know that a few of our listeners have been waiting with bated breath. Our boundary umpire throwing the ball in here, boys, is Sam Button.
Thanks, Ray. Sims wins the tap down on the wing. Away towards Hopper. His handball goes straight to Tom Mitchell. Gives it to McStay. Big don't argue now. Snap around that Warne wing. Vlauston.
Here's the spot.
Back there and marking.
Let's see what Nick Vlauston can do. This is where the Tigers have been falling down. So he's switched it across.
Yeah, they're going with the big V switch as he goes back inside defensive 50 to Broad, and he brings it out the other side for Miller.
Better.
He'll kick into the corridor now. Sonzi releases Banks from the logo. Long kick inside 50. Bolter goes up, hands to it, doesn't mark. Houghton swoops on it. Handball away to Ross. He'll kick into the pocket, falls down there, reels it in. One-handed sticky fingers. Left forward pocket. 15 metres out, hard up against the boundary line.
It's a Miller kick, isn't it, Bob? It's a Miller kick.
much better kick, and then they come back into the corridor, still at half back, but this time they go with the little handball to a running small, and then you break through the Collingwood defence that's set. They're up to their eyeballs in this, the Tigers.
It's like his namesake, Jonty Rhodes, with the impressive catch as he snaps and can't quite curl it through on the left.
Gee, he was a good fieldsman, Jonty
Greatest of all
Rhodes,
time, I reckon.
Yep.
I think I'm with you on that
Outside
one.
of the slips, I reckon.
The diving run out was unbelievable, and I loved him at backward point.
Who was the worst? Phil Tufnell? Let's get into the nitty
Tuffers on the BBC
batters
at the moment. Phil Tufnell, Collingwood by 8 points, 17 into the second.
Dan Houston into Isaac Quainer, sends it up the wing on the members' side, and Dan McStay rises up and takes the mark against Sims. Turns it comes inboard immediately to Tom Mitchell. Getting his opportunity again this afternoon, one of 4 inclusions for Collingwood. As Mitchell looks up towards half forward, sends a long ball in the direction of Tim Membry. Mychek tries to put a block onto it. It's spoiled down by Young. Membry goes to work at ground level, trying to tap it out for Collingwood. Gathered by Sullivan. Hand pass back to McStay. At half forward to Allen. Searching hand pass to Long. He and Sullivan collide at half forward, and ricochets out in front of Lockie Schultz at left half forward for the Pies. Now, just a shout out to some of our listeners throughout the eastern suburbs of Melbourne and regional Victoria. We have had some issues with a transmitter on standby on reduced power. So for listeners in the out areas of Melbourne or regional Victoria that regularly tune into 774, you may get some dropouts or some loss of signal. So we suggest ABC Ballarat, which is on 584 AM or 107.9. ABC Gippsland, of course, on 892 AM or 100.7 on the FM, and of course the ABC Listen app.
Dan McStay receives the handball from Schultz and finishes on the left from 45. And Collingwood, their lead, it goes back out to 14 points. 6-5-41 plays 4-3-27. 18 and a half minutes into the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Nick Dacos might get 4 Brownlow votes today. Might be the first time.
He pinched it off. He actually pinched it off Floston's boot there.
Yeah,
mid-kick.
There's Smothers, and then there's what Nick Dacos just did, where he's plucked the ball.
He's really dialed it up. He sensed the moment. Your call was right, Bob. The Tigers are right in this. That's where you want your great players to stand up and sense a moment. And he's up to 10 possessions for the core and 5 score involvements, Dacos, with a goal himself. And that's a lovely finish from Dan McStay. Wrong pocket for a left footer. He's well and truly in the game as well.
And the pressure, as you said, Bully, from Nick Dacos on display once more. Back in the middle of the ground, Prestia gets the clearance for the Tigers. Out to the members' wing, half pass to Trainer. Over the top to Houghton, to Morris Rioli Jr., who centres the ball to Prestia. Spot him out of the corner of his eye. He marks it right half forward. Side steps around, side bottom into the pocket. Full got rid of his opponent, McStay, and the umpire spotted that. Collingwood fans with the Bronx cheers.
He looms full, doesn't he? I mean, we know he's a young player. He's got plenty of upside. I like the fact that he gets to the right spots more often than not. Provides a good target. He'll get better as he gets stronger, more experienced.
8 apiece, the free kicks so far in this match, despite the cheers from Collingwood fans there, as Maynard up towards the wing. Schultz tries to come in ball with a kick looking for Sullivan, spoiled away. Morris Rioli Jr. kept it alive. Hand pass to Prestia, got it forward to Houghton. Now Trainer through traffic, back to Morris. He can't break away, and this time Sidebottom wins a tackle.
He wants revenge.
He does.
Shark tamer.
Still 2-zip though. Still 2-zip on the holding the ball still. Sorry.
Up it goes. Both rucks with hands on it. Spills out to Long. Forward handball to Schultz.
Well done.
Right tackle. Richmond player coming the other way. Banks lays a big tackle on Richmond. They win the loose footy. Trainer away to Sonzi. Kick to full forward. Up goes Fall. Spoils from behind. Down at ground level. Josh Dacos for the Pies. Emerges beyond the arc. Kicks to Schultz on the wing.
He's getting his breath back, Lockie Schultz. He got a bit of a taste of his own medicine there too.
Yeah,
absolutely nailed.
It's got the dirty Collingwood jumper. It's got grass stains all over it.
He wouldn't mind that one bit, Lockie Schultz.
Well, I think the property steward does the washing, so it doesn't bother him.
Yeah, that's true.
Kicks to Long, wide out on the members' wing.
He sends Collingwood up towards half forward. Cameron, Membry, Mychek, they're all there. In the end, it was Cameron who left it for Membry, and it's gathered by the Tigers. Trainer with a kick up towards the wing. Quainer underneath it. Just a little nudge on Steely Green, got rid of him.
Lutz straight up in the air, strong hind legs.
Takes the mark inboard to side bottom. He releases Josh Dacos. Long kick to Membry, one-on-one. Got rid of Miller, who's gone down awkwardly. Membry's hand pass to Elliott. Hand pass to Mychek. Tackled as he gets a kick away towards the teeth of goal. Membry underneath it. Spoiled away by Broad. Ricochets out to Perryman and Collingwood. Inside the forward 50. Hand pass away to Elliott on the run. He misses across the face of goal and misses everything.
Yeah.
Out of bounds on the full. Free kick for the Tigers. Collingwood by 14 points. Some concern here for Miller is in the hands of the trainers.
Looks sore. A bit out of sorts, Jamie Elliott.
Yeah.
Today, and he had Jack Crisp all alone. Hopefully he's just jagged his hip a bit. Yeah. Hopefully it's not his knee. It was one of those classic left leg slips, and end up doing the splits.
Yeah,
when you're 6'6", isn't ideal, is it, Bob?
I don't think any of us want it, but particularly for a big man.
I'm hoping he's just jagged his hip a bit. He might be okay, but he looks a bit sore.
Had a sneaky good season as well, Ben Miller.
Yeah.
Maybe not even sneaky, just a really good season.
Yeah, agree. Yeah, Jamie Elliott just not working for him at the moment. Yeah.
He's one of 9 Tigers who's played every game in season 2025, which, given their young talent, has been an impressive season for him.
Trainer taking the kick, sets it up, flying at the ball, and hits the deck and goes after it. So too Nankervis manages to get it out to Hopper, runs headlong straight into Tom Mitchell, and now Collingwood win it back. Schultz, fresh area on the handball, into the muck it goes, knocked out by Schultz, and Richmond have the numbers through Short. He'll kick to the wing, sets up Green, coming late. Cameron spoils it down. Quaynor clean, picks it up, cuts infield with his kick. Spoiled away by Richmond. Now Nankervis.
Opportunity here if they can get it clear, and they have.
Yeah, flicks it out to Prestia. Forward handball for Ross. Had his bootlaces, set him a task. Collingwood desperate, and they get it back in their control.
Darcy Cameron slides in. Hand pass away to Maynard for Collingwood. Runs the members' wing. Pulls his kick up towards Mychek, who's sliding forward. Takes the mark for Collingwood. Inside 50, looking for Hoskin Elliott. Tom Brown underneath it. Can't take the mark. Sullivan keeps it alive. Hand pass to Jamie Elliott. Dribbles it towards goal, and it rolls out of play up against the right behind post. So Collingwood just not quite clicking on the...
Well, and I think it's Richmond too. They're really scrambling, aren't they? They're really hanging in there well, Richmond. Again, you often see Jamie Elliott break away there. Just that chase. I think it was Floston.
And I think Broad's letting him know about it as well. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Miller making his way downstairs with the doctors. He's holding his right hip, as you intimated, and sort of suggesting to the trainers that at contact it got jammed in. So, yeah, definitely a hip, and I'll keep you updated.
Thanks, Ray. Collingwood by 14 points.
While we stop the game here, I think the trader's gone out just to check on a Richmond player.
Throw in right forward pocket here for the Pies. Mychek punches it back boundary side. Out it goes. Do it again. About 10 around from the behind post in the right forward pocket for Collingwood. Punt road end. These two teams with their training bases, the closest to our cathedral to football, the MCG. Mychek down for Hoskin Elliott, and he snaps the goal. It was like Luke Ball in the prelim. Same pocket, same result, and Collingwood are out by 20. 7-5-47 plays 4-3-27. 25 minutes into their second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
There were certainly shades of Luke Ball in that exchange.
Enough of that today.
Probably the least inclined of the four of us to talk about himself. So
it's a brilliant goal, though, isn't it?
It's a brilliant goal. And we have talked about, well, let's be honest, I've been talking about the danger of the forward 50 stoppages for the Magpies when you've got Dacos, Schultz, and who's the one I'm missing? Bawley.
Elliott.
And Elliott, of course. Then Hoskin Elliott gets off the chain. So just the gap there, the Tigers, they're just laying off him. Hoskin Elliott, might be the fourth banana in that quartet, but he's beautifully skilled as well. Great finish.
So 4-2 Collingwood's way in this second quarter as Josh Dacos volleys it forward for Collingwood, but the intercepting mark is taken by Banks across half back.
I know we're joking about it, but the tap back towards the arc, the left foot snap, same pocket, it was a little bit similar.
Banks up towards half forward. Morris Yoli Jr.'s there. Ross as well, but it's Josh Jacobs of Collingwood who gathers and turns up the wing. Kicks to Perryman. Sends it around the worn wing in the direction of Jamie Elliott. Morris is after him. Just got the hand pass away at the last moment to side bottom to Jamie Elliott, who knocks it forward. That's where they come undone. Broad runs on it for Collingwood. Hand pass away to Mansell. Jams it around his body. No one there for Richmond. Darcy Cameron uses his body as a battering ram. Then soccers it forward into the path of Perryman. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. To Lipinski. Tackled and brought down. Good pressure by the Tigers. Houston tries to knock it on. It's Houghton for Richmond. Back to Mansell. That's where it comes undone. Lipinski's hand pass. Missed Houston though. Hopper's hand pass away to Prestia. Through the middle of the ground. They've turned it over a few times here. And Nick Dacos onto it once more.
He chips it short for Perryman. He kicks inside 50 through the hands of side bottom. Out the back it goes and Broad cleans up for the Tigers. Mansell coughs up the handball. Allen pinches it. Fires on goal across the goal mouth. Punched through by Young. Minor score. Collingwood lead by 21. They've kicked the last 3 goals in the game. 4 of the last 5. So all of a sudden just getting it on their terms.
Dacos 12 disposals in this
he's had a big
second quarter. Over 20 for the match. So Jeremy Cameron had 5 to half time before finishing with a career high 11. Matamuse's tried a couple of different approaches but haven't been able to quell Collingwood's main man. The kick from half-back from Tyler Young up towards Hopper. Tries to keep it alive. Touch hot and clever around the boundary line. Got it to Jonty Fall. Hand pass towards Banks. In fact, it was Swansea who was bumped off it. And Cameron with a little topo for Collingwood. Gets it up to Maynard. He quickly blazes away to half-forward where Myercheck was out the back. And Nick Vlostone with another intercepting mark for the Tigers. Collingwood by 21 points. We've ticked past 27 minutes gone in the second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Gloston, pinpoint onto the chest of Sonzi.
Yeah, just got to hold up here, the Tigers. They important last 90 seconds. They concede right in this game, like we've said.
Kicks up towards Bolter. Moore comes through, double fist.
Strong spoil, isn't it?
Yeah, punches it back to the wing. Crisp gathers, gives it off to Maynard. He'll kick Collingwood to half forward. Elliott flies, doesn't mark. Down in front, long. Free kick anyway.
Yeah, gets Myercheck, who he's hurt too, actually, Floston.
Oh, he really pushed him into that contest, didn't he?
Jeez, the great battles these, the Floston and Broad against Myercheck and Elliott battle.
Beautiful kick from Vloston. Up to Hopper. He'll chip it short. Bolter, 51 metres out, he marks.
And
Maynard stood inside 50. Bolter pokes it into the pocket, and his kick is good for Jayden Short. 40 metres out, 45-degree angle, right half forward.
It's better composure from the Tigers. It certainly hasn't been a game where the Tigers have flown the white flag by any stretch. They've been ferocious, to be fair. It's been a tough battle. Maybe Collingwood just shading them with their composure with the ball, but that was a nice build-up from the Tigers.
The best and fairest in a premiership year in 2020 just tugs this kick and it's swatted through on the line. Minor score, one of the highest honours you can receive in football. Collingwood by 20 points on the stroke of half-time.
I mentioned we've had some transmitter issues in the outer suburbs of Victoria. We're coming through loud and clear on the Listen app. As Michael's listening to us from Berlin, having brekkie over there listening to the match, and also a cheerio to Maddie who's listening on the ABC Listen app from San Francisco on holidays here and having a great time. Go Pies, 0437 774 774 as the Pies bring the ball back into play as the siren sounds for half-time, and Collingwood having led by 8 points at quarter time, lead by 20 points at the main break. 7-6-48 the Pies to Richmond 4-4-28. 2 goals to Brodie Myercheck and to Nick Dacos. Individuals to McStay and Membry for the Pies, while for the Tigers, Houghton, Trezise and Sims alongside Steely Green, the goal kickers for the Tigers. Collingwood by 20 points at halftime here at the MCG. The match at Docklands just getting underway between St Kilda and Melbourne. Charlie Spargo and Boxall, the sub there. There is an ABC call available. It's on the ABC Listen app. Just search for the AFL Extra button if it's not on your radio. The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Luke Ball. Halftime here at the MCG. Collingwood by 20 points.
We've been impressed, Rob, haven't we, by the Tigers? I think that's what they take out of this game. And I think you're right. In the end, it's probably going to be just a bit of class. And in the moment, it's in the form of Nick Dacos, really, that's separating this game. And that quarter as we said, what did he have? He had 12 possessions.
Yeah, I think
himself.
it's almost twofold, that there's a difference in class, and Nick Dacos is probably the most obvious example, or is the most obvious example in terms of personnel. But it's also the way that they structure up around the field, particularly in offence. I think defensively, they're pretty reasonably evenly matched, I suppose. But when both sides have the ball in their hands, you can see that Collingwood are far more in tune with one another. They spread the ground out well. They get more uncontested marks, and they just do it a little bit easier. The Tigers, they get themselves into a frantic chaos pretty quickly, which has a fatigue level that then accentuates their difference in class. So in terms of their effort and intensity and willingness to take the game on and hit in hard and put their body over the ball, I think A+ for the Tigers.
Absolutely.
But at the moment, just that maybe the experience with that structure on the ground and the class just with the pure skill element. But it's been a thoroughly enjoyable half of footy.
Yeah, Tigers ahead, contested possessions, pretty level on tackles. So, a day like this, those are the desired probably stats or indicators that tell and that backs up, I think, what we're seeing, aren't we, to our naked eye. There's been times where you thought, Collingwood are out here, they'll score here. They've just fought and scrapped. I just love. I mean, we spoke about it before the game with Broad and Floss. That's why they've been able to be so competitive. They're so well served behind the ball with those two guys, and then the younger players like Miller and like Trainer, who had 12 possessions that quarter himself, get on board, don't they, and join in. So that Richmond identity that we spoke about, again, I think's been certainly there for all to see today. They just lack a bit of class forward of the ball, and I think Collingwood's defence has responded really well to that last quarter last week where they opened up. Think about Darcy Moore, and I've loved Quainer's game. He's had 7 intercept possessions, 3 intercept marks. So it's been a struggle for the Tigers to score. Really, they got that lucky free kick that quarter, and then I think it was that transition sort of play where they were able to score as well that quarter. But other than that, it's been a challenge for them to score, whereas you're right, Collingwood have just looked a little bit more dangerous going forward. And Nick Dacos, really, that quarter, was the difference in the end. 5 score involvements, a goal himself from his 12 possessions.
Almost a metaphor for the Tigers, I think, because, clearly they don't have Tom Lynch out there, but they are lacking a couple of those workhorse big forwards. And I think up the other end, Myercheck and McStay, they're kind of perfect key forwards for conditions like this, where they're not too big that they're out of the play and rely solely on their aerial game. They're having a reasonable impact. Brodie Myercheck has had a huge influence on the game, McStay as well. So they're big, they can cover the ground, but they can just link from half back to deeper forward, and that's what the Tigers are missing out on.
And that's a good point. I mean, Bolter's leading up at the footy okay. You probably
How are you seeing that role?
Well, I mean, that's the Myercheck role, isn't it? But so he hasn't really looked dangerous in terms of hitting the scoreboard, so he hasn't marked it inside 50 yet. I mean, really, the only mark inside 50 was from little Taj Houghton in the goal square, wasn't it? So between Fall and Bolter's got to work higher up the ground to get his footy. He's only taken the 3 marks, and they've all been outside of 60 to 70, I think. So you'd love to see whether he can pluck a few inside 50, and we spoke about Jonty.
It's a difficult role to play.
Challenging, really challenging.
Noel Bolter, that's not easy.
And rarely do you get that's right. And rarely do you get Collingwood, in a 1-out contest in there, but deep in their back 50. You're always flying against 2 or 3. And I mentioned Quainor's game. I think Moore's looked a bit stiffer in defence today than he did last week. So, but they're in it. They're right in it, and really been really impressed by Richmond's pluck and ability to apply pressure and then also absorb some of Collingwood's pressure as well.
Half-time at the MCG, as you heard from Luke Ball and Bob Murphy. Both sides will feel like they've had some wins on either side. Nick Dacos with 22 disposals, 4 clearances and 2 goals. Jacob Hopper with 19 disposals and 2 clearances. And Nick Flostone with 12 intercept possessions across half-back for the Tigers. There were 2 late outs with Scott Pendlebury out with a corky. He is expected to play against the Brisbane Lions next week. And Tim Taranto was out for the Tigers. So Alga coming in for the lineup, and also Markov for Collingwood as well. And both are the subs this afternoon. We'll keep an eye on Ben Miller, who left the field in that second quarter with a hip injury as well. Half-time here at the MCG. It's the Pies who lead by 20 points. Let's bring you the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. More aid is reportedly making its way into Gaza after the Israeli military announced it's resumed aid drops into the territory. Middle East correspondent Matthew Doran reports from Jerusalem.
We've heard the Israeli military is flying planes over Gaza, dropping pallets onto the territory there. These pallets are containing items such as flour, sugar and canned food. In addition to that, we will see over the next short while the creation of these so-called humanitarian corridors. These are going to be areas where it is safe for the UN and other aid agencies to drive convoys of trucks to pick up some of the aid which is making it across the border and being dropped. We are also seeing an announcement that so-called humanitarian pauses will be put in place by the IDF. That relates to the bombardment of Gaza, both from the air and from the ground.
Meanwhile, aid trucks have started moving towards Gaza from Egypt. Footage aired on Egyptian media shows aid trucks lining up at the Rafah border crossing. The Prime Minister says he never discussed American beef imports directly with the US President Donald Trump. Here's our national affairs correspondent, Jane Norman.
The federal government insists its decision to lift remaining restrictions on US beef imports this week was based on science and not aimed at appeasing the US president. On Sky, the Trade Minister Don Farrell was asked if Donald Trump had raised his concerns directly with the Prime Minister.
I'm aware that this issue was raised by the President of the United States.
That prompted this response from Shadow Foreign Affairs Minister Michaelia Cash.
I was honestly astounded by that interview.
Anthony Albanese later clarified that Mr. Trump had raised his objections publicly and not in any private conversations.
Donald Trump, though, did raise it at the so-called Liberation Day.
The opposition is demanding an independent review of the decision.
US President Donald Trump has intervened in the border clash between Thailand and Cambodia, claiming they've agreed to immediately work on a ceasefire. Here's Ali Crew.
Taking to social media, Mr. Trump says he's spoken with the leaders of both nations and threatened to halt trade talks with them if they don't agree to work out a ceasefire. Thailand's foreign ministry has thanked Mr. Trump for his concern and says Bangkok wants to see sincere intention from the Cambodian side. Cambodia's Prime Minister, meanwhile, says his country agrees with the request for an unconditional ceasefire, though local media have since reported that he misunderstood Thailand's position as having agreed to an immediate truce. The conflict has so far left more than 30 people dead and forced around 160,000 people to leave their homes.
Police are speaking to witnesses after a fatal electric motorcycle crash in Perth to piece together how a 59-year-old woman was killed. The woman was struck by an unregistered electric motorcycle at Edgewater yesterday afternoon. Police allege the vehicle was being driven erratically through the park by a 17-year-old boy. The teenager has been charged with using an unlicensed vehicle, having no authority to drive, and manslaughter. Detective Sergeant Ollie Edwards from the Major Crash Investigation Team says the speed of e-ridables is a growing concern among authorities.
There are e-ridables that we have come across that can go 90 k's an hour. Some, in some circumstances we've learnt, can go up to 110 k's an hour. That's massively not consistent with the requirement of e-ridables, and nor is it safe to do so. It's safe to ride on a road.
Police are investigating an assault at a motel in Melbourne's outer east overnight. Officers were called to reports of a group of people behaving erratically at a motel in Lilydale on the Maroondah Highway. Police say 4 men and 2 women forced entry into a room and assaulted a 45-year-old man with metal poles and bats. The Croydon South man was taken to hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. 5 suspected offenders fled before police arrived, and an 18-year-old woman was arrested at the scene. Famed Lebanese composer and musician Ziad Rabbani has died at the age of 69. He died in hospital in Beirut following a long illness. The son of legendary Arab musician Farouz, he's credited with revolutionising Lebanese theatre and music, developing what's become known as Oriental jazz. And Australian swimmer Sam Shorts qualified fastest for tonight's men's 400-metre freestyle at the World Swimming Championships in Singapore. He was more than a second faster than world record holder Germany's Lucas Martins. Short says he's feeling confident ahead of tonight's final.
Yeah, 42.0. I'm stoked with that. So I really just want to get out there and have a good hit out and see where I'm at. So bring it on tonight. I'm going to get the race the world record holder.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News. You can get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
Hi, I'm Corbin Middlemass.
And I'm Ed Cowan.
He played Test cricket for Australia.
And Ed Cowan gets his first Test match century.
And he commentates the cricket.
Stark tries again. He rocks in straight through him. Together, we're giving you your weekly cricket conversation.
We're pulling apart the biggest stories in the sport and delivering them to you each and every week.
It's called the Grandstand Cricket Podcast. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Banks from 45 metres out, kicks to the goal square, big rise, and Houghton takes the mark.
There he is, T. Houghton. Promising young Tiger slots it through.
Taj Houghton has his second goal.
To Quaynor breaks the tackle. Handball to Sullivan. Sullivan will hook a kick inside 50. Mychek, brave mark, back with the flight.
Beautiful combination of courage and skill, wasn't it?
Yep. Already got one today. He can make that two for Brodie Mychek.
He tries to just bang it up inside 50. Tough one in the end for Stanley Green, who comes in from the side on the back of Perryman and has landed awkwardly.
What? Made a kick, made the shepherd. He just stood his ground.
Collingwood player does turn his head and look for his opponent, but that doesn't constitute a free kick.
Steely Green now is back on his feet from just inside 50. He fires on goal, and that's how you finish it. Into the middle of the ground, Ned Long for Collingwood, hand pass to Mychek, side steps Banks, hand pass to Nick Dacos, he breaks the tackle, the little champ from 45 out, bounces through his second, putting on a shoulder in the wet, and the black and white army rise once more to salute their little master.
Dan McStay receives the handball from Schultz and finishes on the left from 45.
Nick Dacos might get 4 Brownlow votes today.
Oh, yeah, he's really dialed it up. He sensed the moment.
To our Cathedral to football, the MCG. Mychek down for Hoskin Elliott, and he snaps the goal. It was like Luke Ball in the prelim. Same pocket, same result.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Half-time of the MCG. Great to have your company for Sunday footy on ABC Sport. It's Collingwood who lead by 20 points, 7-6-48 to the Tigers 4-4-28, having led by 8 points at quarter time. The Magpies with 4 goals to 2 in that second quarter. As you heard there from Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, Nick Dacos is the star for Collingwood. 22 disposals and 2 goals. He may get the 4 votes this afternoon in the ABC Footballer of the Year. The other matches got underway at Docklands. There was no late changes there with Charlie Spargo and Hugh Boxall, the sub. The Saints kicked the opening goal of the match. Melbourne with the last 4. So the Demons 4 straight 24 to St Kilda 1 straight 6. All individual goal kickers so far with Lindsay, Fritsch, Viney and Langford, the goal kickers for the Demons, while Anthony Caminiti, the goal kicker for the Saints. There is an ABC call available. It's on the ABC Listen app. Just click on the AFL Extra button if you want to follow the efforts from Docklands between the Saints and the Demons. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron calling the action. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball are your experts, and Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary.
Just on Nick Dacos, so a career high 43 disposals last week. Half of 44 is 22, so he's on track to beat that by 1 if he can keep this pace up for the second half, Clinchy.
On the SMS, Sarge says, please, please, please calm the Saints. And Sear from Tasmania, was that Corky or Porky for Pendlebury, who was a late out? I think Collingwood just making sure he's right for their clash against the Brisbane Lions. So $2 million for Harley Reid. What is Nick Dacos worth, or Sam Darcy? That's from Brendan in Hobart. Did hear Brendan Gale interviewed about when Tasmania start to sort of ramp up their endeavours, maybe look towards a senior coach. He was saying by this stage next year.
And signing bonuses for those players as well. I think the understanding is that they will have some money for signing bonuses, so it would have to be pretty appealing if you're Nick Dacos or Sam Darcy, and it would certainly complete the Gary Ablett Jr. arc for Nick Dacos. If he starts at Collingwood, goes down to the expansion team of Tasmania, and then comes home to the club that he was drafted as a father-son to.
When you say signing bonus, what sort of figures are we talking about?
I don't know. I must admit I need to investigate that further, but I've heard people speak about the fact that they will have signing bonuses to dole out.
Big money.
Lump sum
offer
just for coming down would be pretty nice, and then they've got to pay, a large chunk of their salary cap from year one, so there will be some heavily front-ended deals that will be pretty appealing for players.
Donnie in the dairy on 0437 774 774. G'day, fellas. Is Tom Mitchell in the Pies best 23? Well, we've sort of answered that he's getting his opportunity this afternoon alongside Steele Sidebottom with Ned Long in there. Is there a spot for all of them with Scott Pendlebury missing this afternoon? So I guess we'll give you a better answer at the end of the match. And just a reminder, if you missed AFL Sunday earlier today with myself and Cameron Ling, we had the special guest of Scratch and Neil, Shannon Neil, from the Geelong victory last night by 101 points over North Melbourne. It's available as a podcast under the ABC AFL Daily Podcast, which you can catch during the week. Paul Roos featuring with Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemass on a Monday and Brett Delidio on a Thursday, Poppy Penny during the week. And it was great to hear Bob Murphy as well, who made a little cameo paying homage to the greatest Bulldogs of the last 100 years, in which he featured in the top 25.
So where did he land? What was the number?
Well, I was trying to build this, but he dismissed it straight away. He didn't want to talk about it. But
we don't know. We don't know. What?
Numerical order.
Oh, there wasn't. There was a top 5.
They ranked the top 5,
right. and then everyone else was
mercifully.
Okay, so he was 6th. Well done, Bob.
Look, it's certainly possible.
It's a possibility. I'm telling me it's a chance.
I've got a question for you around it. Two-part question.
So was there a sign-on bonus for it?
Double barrel question, which they tell you not to ask, but here we go anyway. Were you happy that EJ was number 1? And by the end of Bond's career, will he be number 1?
So I went to the function and I was asked who I have as number 1. Now, I never saw EJ play. So you're going off the back of, the CV and the way people talk about certain players. Having watched Marcus from day dot, I have him as number 1, as a pure footballer. When the committee got up and the Meat Baines CEO got up and explained the criteria of, yes, it's football achievement, but it's also around impact on the club as a whole, I found myself hoping that EJ would still be number 1 and Marcus would be number 2. As much for Marcus, because EJ, the footballer, and EJ, the persona and the character and what he means to football, but the Bulldogs more specifically, is just humongous. Yeah. Now, Marcus means a lot to the footy club, but there's an EJ Whitten bridge, there's an EJ Whitten game, there's an EJ Whitten... Like, he is this...
I think Marcus would...
His nickname's Mr. Football.
Yeah, he's Mr. Football, so I think they made the right call. Yeah.
He's the greatest of Footscray, and the Bond's the greatest of the Western Bulldogs, isn't he?
Yeah.
Greatest of colour TV Bulldogs, Marcus. Greatest of the black and white era.
Will he get a statue, the Bond, at the end of it all? He may well.
Well, he most certainly should. It's what hairstyle they go with in bronze that would be of intrigue to me.
Top knot.
I'd like to think the top knot would be left on the cutting room floor. I'm not sure if it's his strongest look.
Can he get to Brad Johnson's games record?
What did he just sign for? 4?
4, which is, let's say, 80 games. He's a little bit... That wouldn't quite get him there.
I think he certainly
250 odd now.
I would love to know what the final chapter is in terms of the forward.
Yeah. He's pretty durable. I mean, this is the first year. What, he missed 6 games at the start of the year? That's the most games he's missed in a season for a long, long time. There's a bit of Pendlebury. There always has been Pendlebury about him, hasn't there? So
not a lot of joint problems. His ankles and knees and hips have been pretty good.
He's not quick, so he's not going to lose his speed.
Wow. He's strong for Cameron, not quick.
Well, he's not overly quick. Wow. He's my favourite player in the game.
Slow, so he...
Don't backtrack. You've called him...
he's lost the number 1 spot to EJ. Now he's been called slow.
Can he play that Paddy Dangerfield role in the forward 50 for the Bulldogs, and when might that moment come? Players are in position. We're ready to go for the second half. It's Collingwood who lead the Tigers by 20 points. Here's Ben Cameron on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Bounce back in the middle. Nankervis and Darcy Cameron. Darcy Cameron winning the tap, but Hopper gets it. Free kick too. Being held onto there. Jacob Hopper in the middle. Gives it off to the run of Banks, a Tasmanian. Speaking of that, playing here for Richmond, kicks out to Steely Green, gathers on the bounce, off to Trezise, back to Trezise from Green, who'll flick out a handball out wide, trying to get it to Nankervis. Nankervis goes in, wins the footy back. Ross flicks it back out wide. Green from the boundary line. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. He's kicked out from row G. Steely Green with something special, his second. And the Collingwood lead is cut to 14 points. 7-6-48 plays 5-4-34.
The audacity.
Yeah.
Just beautiful confidence.
deep on the boundary. That's a long way out. And there's something that I really, really liked about it. I mean, the finish speaks for itself. That's about as well as you can kick a football from a long way out. But the eyeballs, Luke, he had a quick look. He didn't have a lot of time. He was looking inside. Is there something I like that's on offer? No. And then took it upon himself to have the shot. So
good call. No, that's brilliant. Just Ed Allen, who I've pumped up a few times, just a couple of times. If you want a spot in this team, if you want to play finals for Collingwood, not just fumbled, not hard enough with the ball in his hands, and then I think he could have put some more pressure on Green there.
No Seth Campbell this afternoon. Steely Green making the most of his chances.
I get him a bit mixed up. Banks and Campbell and Green, and Mansell.
Second all good pitch in the middle of the ground. They are the next breed of Tigers as Nankervis wins down the tap. Hoskin Elliott couldn't take it cleanly. Jack Ross for the Tigers. Away to Banks from halfback. Kicks out to the Shane Warne wing. Houston leads the foot race. Steely Green after him. And he just steps it over the boundary line and the umpire says throw it in.
You say it almost every time he plays, but struck by lightning as a teenager and named after the band Steely Dan. That's where the unique name comes from. Drafted out of South Fremantle as well, Bob. Your old stomping ground is thrown in on the wing and Richmond win it once more at the coalface. Nankervis to Hopper. Getting around a couple. He kicks out to half forward. Bouncing ball. Maynard inadvertently suckers it out. Mansell with the free kick. 60 out from goal. Right half forward for Richmond as they attack the punt road end. Collingwood by 14 points and a little late arriving after half time. Mansell sets it up towards full forward. Bolter plucks it out of the sky after a shove on Cameron. And he's got it 15 out directly in front.
What do we say, Bill? What do we say? Can he get a bit deeper and pluck one inside 50? Well, I mean, I think that's a free kick. I don't know whether Darcy Cameron accentuated a bit too much. Usually he's a lot stronger in the contest there, but umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt, and that's a good, strong mark.
It's a strong mark, isn't it? I mean, you can argue the toss of whether it was a free kick.
Bolter comes in and steers it through. And Richmond are in this game up to their eyeballs. It's back to 8 points. 7-6-48. Plays 6-4-40. 3 minutes into the third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
There's not a lot of nuance to his game, and that can cut both ways. But if we live in the universe where that's a fair play on the ball from Noah Bolter, that is just brute force. He just gets rid of one opponent, resets himself, and goes up against Darcy Moore in a contested mark situation, and he's just so strong. Unnaturally strong. He's a beast of a man out there. That's a big, big goal for Noah Bolter and the Tigers.
A smile between he and Steely Green. Maybe a question or two asked by the coach at halftime to give a bit more presence up forward, and Collingwood's lead is cut back to 8 points with Richmond with the first 2 goals of this third quarter. Back in the middle of the ground, Nankervis wins down the tap. Hopper, tackled by Long, got a hand pass away. No, he didn't. It was a throw. And Long takes the free kick for Collingwood. Hand pass to Josh Dacos off half-back. Inside 50. Membry the target and in front. He protects the space and takes the mark against Miller. Boston couldn't get back to support. And Tim Membry marks in the right forward pocket. 35 metres out from goal.
It's a nice kick, isn't it, Josh Dacos? Certainly a player you want the ball in the hands of, kicking inside 50. I like that. When you get a free kick out of the centre bounce, you know you got one-on-ones ahead of the footy.
We haven't seen
get
a
it
lot
on
of
quick
it today, have we?
No.
They're both sort of kick-mark teams, but Josh Dacos and that cutting through on that nice angle that allows him to get a 45-degree angle for his key forwards.
Managed last week against the Dockers. Tim Membry comes in, has one already, curves this beautifully from right to left. He has a second. And the Pies answer after 2 quick goals for the Tigers to start this third quarter. It's Collingwood who lead by 14 points. 8-6-54 to the Tigers, 6-4-40. Sunday footy on ABC Sport with Bob Murphy and Luke Ball.
We talk about the difference, don't we, Luke, with teams that are a bit more experienced or teams that are on the development side. Collingwood today, clearly they're a side that's in that window of going after premierships. Richmond a developing side, but sometimes it's just in the little nuances of it. So Josh Dacos carving himself through the middle of it. He runs on that 45-degree angle. Tim Membry, who's 80 metres away, he already knows. He knows that Josh Dacos will get the ball and he knows that there's space to lead into, and it's just those little milliseconds that get the advantage on your opposition.
It's an important play, wasn't it?
Yeah. Disposals to start.
I was about to say, Clinchy, Richmond had the first 17 disposals before that tackle, before Hopper was dispossessed there.
Little fishing celebration from Tim Membry as well.
Put one in.
Yeah, cast the line into the crowd and had them biting. The MCG. Mankervis laying it down. Sonzi, handball back into the muck, gathered by Schultz, who's bracketed by a couple of Tigers.
Fishing. Is that I'm not sure what to make of that. Is there something we're missing there?
He's just had a young son, Ted.
Okay.
Didn't go the rocking baby celebration, but fishing instead.
I think that's just an old boy just playing in a space that he probably shouldn't be, the Sally, the Sally space. Leave that for the young bucks, Rob.
Perryman gathering on halfback here for Collingwood and tackled out of play.
They just don't hit, do they? When the 30 pluses do it.
If I kick one today, it might be imitate a ginger tea.
Ray Chamberlain.
Rock and roll.
We had 20 minutes without any rain over half-time. How good is this ground? They had the rugby union here last night. Membry's taken a clunk. The umpires are bouncing it. They do a great job here at the MCG.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary line. Ned Long gets the clearance. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Up to half forward. Elliott in front. Can't take the mark. Good battle with Broad this afternoon. Schultz's hand pass inboard to Lipinski. Hand pass a little loose looking for Nick Dacos. McIntosh tries to remove him. It allows Crisp to gather. Bangs it inside 50. Membry comes leading out and hugs it to his chest. There's nothing more than a haphazard kick inside 50. Membry read it best. And he marks slightly right of centre, 45 out from home.
Yeah, I like that from Crisp. Just not overdoing it at times, reading the play. Tigers' pressure is good. Let's get the ball forward. And that time, Membry just reading it a bit better than Nick Floston, who we're used to doing that. We're seeing doing that so often.
Just see if Membry is going to bait the hook up here.
Chummy the waters.
In his 17th game for the Pies this season, 26 goals of the season, looking for his third of the afternoon. Hits it sweetly, but it fades to the right and a minor score.
Just a nibble there, no bite.
Right.
We did speak pre-game about the Collingwood players that have missed out or weren't a part of the 2023 flag. So Membry was one of those you mentioned, Borley, and they will stay hungry. 15 points Collingwood's lead. The short kicking goes about 7 metres, and then the Pies players thought so, swarmed on Brown, and he'll get 50 as he's marched into the middle of the MCG. Driving kick inside 50. They come from everywhere. Mansell can't mark. Ball hits the deck. Dean worried out of it. Soccers it away. Nick Dacos onto it. Centre half back. Dribbles a kick away to Sullivan. Handball. Can't find a target. Onto it McIntosh. He's dispossessed. And two bald heads going out at side bottom. Somehow ends up with it. Gives it off to Nick Dacos. Out to Josh Dacos. He'll wait a kick beautifully for Lipinski. Pies up the corridor.
He waits for Elliott to lead. He got a spoil in there, though, as it's away from him. Great defending in the end by Young, although Pressy was a little slow. Just got his kick away before the chase of Schultz. The kick finds Mansell sliding in front of Quainer. At left half forward for Richmond. Gives it back to Pressy. Inside 50. Bolter leading out. Morris Elliott Jr. almost got flattened.
Well done, Moore.
Darcy Moore sliding in. Slaps it out for Collingwood. Finds Josh Dacos away to his younger brother Nick, who kicks it out towards the Shane Warne wing. Out in front of Sullivan. Gloston just shoved him out of the way and wins the footy back for Richmond.
He's been superb today, Gloston.
Works a hand pass back to Miller. So good to see him back there in the third quarter, and goes short to Tyler Swansea.
Swansea goes for a gallop. Pokes it out wide, outside of the boot. Out to Vloston again.
Just such a good one-on-one player,
isn't he?
Reminds me a lot. I played with Heath Shaw. Very similar.
Stabs it short here. Doesn't quite get to the target of Trezise. Swansea comes back in to mop it up. Back to Vloston. High kick into the pocket. They fly from all angles. Cameron brings it down. Long gets rid of a handball away to Josh Dacos. Runs to the arc. Run down from behind. Just got a handball away back into the mark. Vloston dispossessed in the tackle. Richmond ball through McIntosh. Handball too hot there for Miller. Miller now under the pump with a couple of pies. Slaps it out. Gets it off to Hopper. Richmond ball again. Sonzi turns it over straight to Ed Allen, who gets a handball to Lipinski on the wing.
Through the middle of the ground to Nick Dacos once more. Fifth disposal in this third quarter. Up towards Elliott. Tries to slap it onto Schultz. That was clever. Directly in front. 40 out. Bounces it towards goal. And in the end, Nathan Broad gets back. Didn't quite deal with it as comfortably as he could have, but it ricocheted off him and through for a minor score. Collingwood by 16 points. at the 11-minute mark of the third quarter.
Good passage of play, Bob. That 30 seconds from Braden Maynard then, that'll be shown. I don't know if he got a stat, but that will be shown at the review meeting on Monday. No doubt about it.
Shorts kick up to the wing, pinched by, or gathered by a fall for Richmond as he kicks up to Bolter. Bolter drops the mark, Moore goes in. Handball goes back towards Bolter, allows him in. Josh Dacos picks it up. Collingwood ball flicks it to Long, who goes with a flick over his head to Nick Dacos. Handball back to Long, just backward of the logo. Richmond bringing the heat as they always do. Trezise gathers the footy. Off to Hopper. Handball to Fall, who runs over it twice. Kicks it into Nick Dacos out of play. And a throw in on the wing.
Great call, Benny. They're bringing the heat. And they've got the Pies a bit spooked at the moment. Again, a bit of that just one-handed stuff there. The knock on, not taking possession. That won't please Craig McRae. That's not finals footy, Bob.
Is that you who said nope when Long did it, Borley?
Sure did.
Thrown back in. Darcy Cameron knocks it down to the front. Ricochets off McIntosh. Trying to bust his way through. Trezise got a hand pass forward for Richmond. Gathered by Houston. He wins his own hand pass back. Knocks it on to Long, who tries to slap it forward in tow. A whistle. That's going to be a Richmond free kick. Allows us to go down to Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, Lockie Sullivan spent the last minute and a half making his way across the ground with the trainers. He's gone straight down into the rooms.
Tyler Swansea gets the free kick against Dan Houston at right half back for Richmond. Spots McIntosh on his own around the Shane Warne wing. He takes the mark with that black headband and the fluorescent pink boots. He's called to play on because he stepped off his line. Maynard comes at him, so he's going to switch across half back. All the way back to Nathan Broad at centre half back.
I don't mind this from the Tigers, making the ground big, forcing Collingwood to defend.
Through the middle of the ground, short pass to Swansea, who takes the mark and plays on. Out to Miller, inside the centre square, kicks up to Trainer. Trying to find the loose player for the Tigers.
Beautiful kick, Miller. He kicks it like a mule, doesn't he?
Just got Houghton, but he ignores that. And Trainer's looking longer and deeper than that. Noel Paul to the target. Falls in the pat. 1-2 bites, not paid. It spills out the way of Houghton. Tries to knock it out to Sims. Dragged down by Darcy Moore. Ball still alive for the Tigers. Houghton has another go at it. Spills out to Mansell. He's tackled by Quainer in the left forward pocket at the punt road end. Collingwood by 16 points. 2 goals to 1 the Tigers way in this third quarter.
It's like a rugby scrum there on the remnants of the British and Irish Lions and Wallabies ground markings from last night. Another throw-in coming. Wallabies robbed late in the game.
Our man's got it, Benny.
He does. Is his name Sam Button?
Yeah, sounds like a Roald Dahl character, doesn't it? Sam Buttons.
Throw-in. At half forward, tapped down by Sims, pinched by side bottom. Rushes a kick into the middle of the ground, and Richmond have the numbers. Mark taken by Brown. Now Tom Brown here for the Tigers. Driving kick back inside 50. Wants a marker. Fall and Bolter, neither can take it. Roving the pack, Long for the Pies, off to Dean. Now to Nick Dacos, running through the middle of the G.
He takes a bounce and then spots Will Hoskin. Elliott is streaming towards half forward. He long, kick inside 50. Elliott the target. He can't take the mark as he and Broad both collide in the left behind post, and it goes through for a minor score. Good battle between Jamie Elliott, who's fighting for his first ever All-Australian spot. 46 goals for the season.
He can't get away from it, can he? Broad, he's got his measure at the moment.
3-time premiership Tiger. Collingwood by 17 points.
Kick into Short in the pocket. Now Prestia off the back flank, kicking Richmond to the logo. Sport away from Mansell by McStay. Down here for Long. He'll send the Pies back inside 50 towards full forward. Broad again, double fister towards the boundary line, and it tumbles out. Throw in right forward pocket here for Collingwood.
Orly, we've talked about it a couple of times today. The endeavour of the Tigers, hats off, A+ all day. Just in this third quarter, just with their drop of ball technique, feel like that Collingwood have got bases covered, got a bit more balance at it. Tigers just a little bit of a rush of blood.
Thrown forward pocket. Myercheck palming it down, bounces away towards Broad, back there for the Tigers in their back pocket. Off to Ross, off to Trainer, flicks the handball away to Short. He runs off the back flank and bounces down the member's wing.
He draws an opponent and then hand passes inboard to McIntosh. Around Tom Mitchell to Nankervis. Around the wing to Swansea. Hand pass forward to Bolter. They've got this to left half forward. Big kick inside the middle of the ground. Ed Allen had to sit underneath it and takes a good mark.
Well, there's some space open now. If you can get up quick, Ed Allen.
That'd be the lack of nuance in Noah Bolter's game at its worst right there.
Forward craft.
Just decision making so bad.
Kick-ins board was never on. As the Pies through Charlie Dean to Darcy Moore, around the members' wing to Perryman, who off balance kicks it up towards half forward, and Mychek worked underneath it. Miller dropped the mark, knocked out by Vlosten into the path of Banks, who can't deal with it yet for Richmond. Crisp gathers for Collingwood, and Nick Dacos, who kicks to Hoskin Elliott, and he is just a class above Nick Dacos in these conditions. And Hoskin Elliott almost had a little bobble and then eventually held on to the mark. Such was the kick right out in front of him to leading into space.
Just quickly down on the boundary, Adam Uze calling out to Noah Bolter and saying, I want that going deep, not back corridor in that instance. Literally that specific feedback that our experts had picked up.
Will Hoskin Elliott has kicked one goal this afternoon. One of the over 30 brigade as he comes in and sends through his second. The Magpies with back-to-back goals as they steady here at the MCG. The Tigers started with the first 2 goals of the third quarter, and it's Collingwood who lead by 23 points, 9-9-63 to the Tigers 6-4-40. Meanwhile, at Docklands in the clash between the Saints and the Demons, it's Melbourne who lead by 25 points, 6-2-38 to St Kilda 2-1-13. We'll take you there for the final quarter after here. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball with you. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
He's done a bit. He's done his bit, hasn't he, Hoskin Elliott? Kicked 2 goals now for the game, just bobbed up. I mean, it is Dacos the one who's just been able to separate himself from some of the other players who, that money kick inside 50 where you just have to put it to the right spot to advantage. There's an element of decision making, as you said. You think about the Bolter one prior to, and then the ability to execute. Dacos has been able to do that better than anyone.
Only got 5 goal kickers for their 9 goals, the Pies, so 4 players have 2, and then just Dan McStay with this single. They'll take it away from the middle. Mitchell to Perryman. Pushed as he kicks up towards half forward. Won by Brown for Richmond. Handball to McIntosh to Morris Rioli Jr. Off to Sonzi. Kicks to the members' wing. His kick good for Trainer. Trainer looks inside 50. Can't quite find the target. Spoiled by Dean. Down at ground level, Collingwood have the numbers. Centre half back for them. Side bottom to Dean, to Schultz. Handball charged down by Richmond. They win possession at half forward. Ross dispossessed in the tackle. Caught holding the ball. Collingwood's defensive pressure stands up. Houston's tackle. Pies by 23 points, 18 into the third.
Houston takes the free kick for Collingwood. Goes short to Tom Mitchell. He switches it across half back to Josh Dacos. 30 disposals for brother Nick in this afternoon's clash, and we're not even at 3/4 time. Kicks it out to Charlie Dean, who runs around the Shane Warne wing. How pass away to Quainer. Sends Collingwood up inside 50. Mychek presents himself. Spoiled away by Miller. Hoskin Elliott's hand pass inboard to Membry. Away to side bottom. At half forward. Hand pass to Perryman. Not 15 to Schultz, who's called to play on. Banks lays the tackle. He drops it to his boot. Kicks towards Trainer. Awkward ball for the Tigers defender. He gathers with a hand pass to Miller. Into the pocket. A hand pass to Broad. Floston slipped over. 2 Pies rush at him. He gets a hand pass away. And Broad's hand pass to Trainer. The ball stays alive. Crisp kept it alive. Markoff's into the game. The sub with a centering ball for Collingwood. Hoskin Elliott up. And it's spoiled away by Tom Brown. Nick Dacos runs onto it on his left. He couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can! A class above here at the MCG, Nick Dacos. As the Pies couldn't finish in front of goal, streaming in the left forward pocket, he bangs through his third. 3 goals, 30 disposals, 3 Brownlow votes for Nick Dacos as Collingwood lead by 29 points, 10-9-69 to the Tigers, 6-4-40. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball with what they've just seen.
There's 45 other footballers out there today who would say, geez, it's been hard work today, fighting, scrapping, trying to get your hands on it, and then trying to find, your teammate and trying to move the ball on. And Nick Dacos went, oh, really? Not so difficult from my angle. Able to find the ball at will, and he just has the class and proficiency to use the ball better than anyone.
That's a ridiculous kick.
That is an unbelievable kick of the footy. Tired legs, pressure all around, opposite foot, no worries.
It's time to put
a different game.
Time to put someone on it. You think 31-3 with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter? It might, in all seriousness, maybe it's an opportunity for one of these younger midfielders just to say, just see how you go for the last quarter and a half. Just go and run with him and
it's interesting.
Let him take you to the footy.
Maybe not a traditional tagger, but a young midfielder to say, hey, this is where...
Go and stand the best in the comp.
This is as good as it gets.
Kick up to half forward. Here for the Pies, side bottom, gets rid of it to Long. Eyes the goals from 50, into the post. Into the post it goes. Collingwood's lead 30. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Clinchy, you mentioned Markov, who's into the game. Sullivan's taken out. It's definitely an injury. They haven't confirmed the injury. And I don't know whether you know this, Rob, but we have a thing on Saturday where we talk about who I've eaten a meal with in the AFL. And I had a coffee down at Sanctum Cafe at 3194 in the Mentone region with Oleg Markov. Just moved into the suburbs, so I've given him my blessing.
Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary.
That's a coffee, not a meal, though. Right?
As Mitchell kicks inside 50 for Collingwood.
Not a sub, not a foot-long sub.
Intercepting mark taken by Broad. I feel like there's so much we can come back to, but we're going to keep moving. Kicks across half-back.
He told us about 3 weeks in a row he saw Tom de Koning for a sandwich, did Ray Chamberlain. So we thought, yep, Ray, we've got it. Third time.
Banks' kick was the turnover. Perryman takes intercepting mark. Inboard to Houston, and now Darcy Cameron. He's going to swing it back to Maynard on the members' side. Collingwood by 30 points, 10-10-70 to Richmond 6-4-40. The Pies have taken control really since the early stages of the match. Richmond got back within a goal in the second quarter. There's Perryman at right half forward. Kicks long inside 50. McStay against 2. Broad reaches up, supports Miller. Knocked down to the front. McStay tries to get a hand pass out to Myercheck. McIntosh wedged in the middle. He's tackled and brought down, and the umpire will ball it up. Right forward pocket at the city end for Collingwood. And lead by 24 points.
Let's keep an eye on these dangerous Collingwood smalls here with this forward 50 stoppage as the Tigers getting a little bit tired in this third quarter.
Tapping it down, Nankervis. Side bottom, tracking the footy, spinning, out of trouble, gets a handball away, but only to grass. Prestia picks it up, his handball, he cuffs it up, Long sockers it towards goal, bounces off the chest of Myercheck, into the pocket, shoots, the opportunist, floats it through, and Collingwood are running amok at the MCG now. They lead by 6 goals, 11-10-76, plays 6-4-40. 23 minutes into the third, Luke Ball and Bob Murphy.
Yeah, it's just the weight of numbers now, isn't it? And you're right, this young Tigers team, just the pressure cover now, just the whole, it hasn't been pretty for the Pies, has it? It hasn't been their usual, efficient, slick self, but it's just contest to contest now, isn't it? It's just getting more and more Collingwood jumpers around the footy, nothing pretty about it, as I said. And that weight of numbers will slowly wear an opposition team down, and all of a sudden it's 6 goals, Bob, isn't it? And it's felt tighter than that.
Totally.
But all of a sudden now they kicked 3 in a row after the Tigers really jumped out in this second quarter.
You can just feel Richmond's belief just start to fade in the last 10 minutes.
8 of the last 10 scores have gone Collingwood's way. The last 4 goals in the match, leading by 36 points. Back in the middle, the Tigers through Hopper. Hand pass to Nankervis. The ruck sends it towards half forward. And Perryman had 2 goes at it, tried to volley it out of the air and missed the ball on both occasions. Steely Green tries to knock it out for the Tigers, and Jack Ross is tackled by Ned Long, and the umpire will ball it up. Members side of the MCG, Collingwood by 36 points. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch and Ben Cameron call the action. Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary. Luke Ball and Bob Murphy, your experts. Ed Allen over around the footy for Collingwood. A chance for Ross, who gets a hand pass backwards for the Tigers, but McIntosh is locked up, and the umpire will ball it up. Nick Dacos with 9 disposals in this third quarter, 31 and 3 goals.
Cameron wins the tap down. Prestia steals it, spirals it inside 50 here for Richmond. Punched away by Maynard. Into the pocket, out after it Dean, and slapped out by Jonty Fall. Free kick. Got around the neck there of Charlie Dean. So Collingwood's ball, back pocket. Dean just loops a kick. Look out, Prestia chops it off. It falls down. Mansell, he misses. He misses to the right-hand side of the goalpost. A little bit of pressure coming late from a desperate Dean. They made the initial mistake. Collingwood by 35 points. 25 minutes into this third term.
Maynard brings the Pies back into play to Josh Dacos in the back pocket, who plays on. Drives it up towards the wing. McStay presents and takes a good mark. Waston just got boxed out in the end by Darcy Cameron against Toby Nankervis, and McStay chips it short to Ed Allen. Around the wing on the broadcast side, up towards Cameron. He's involved once more at right half forward. He looks inboard and spots up Perryman, who takes the mark at right half forward. Chips it short to Mitchell. barely 15, but still 55 metres out from home. Tom Mitchell will have still been Collingwood's best side at the end of the home and away season. He points in the direction of the goal square, sends it towards there in the pack. McStay flies. Membry has it off hands, trying to break through. Hand pass looking for Elliott, chopped off in the end by Ross. It spills out the way of Jamie Elliott, who turns and fires towards goal, and he has his first of the afternoon. Collingwood with 5 goals to 2 in this third quarter. And they put in the last 5 goals of the match to open up a 41-point advantage, 12-10-82 to the Tigers, 6-5-41. Jamie Elliott with his 47th goal of the season. Luke Ball and Bob Murphy, your experts on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it hasn't been his day. Jamie, we've spoken about that a lot. Had a really good battle with Nathan Broad and Floston at times. But you get the sense he might just sniff out a few goals late here, and that's a good lesson, isn't it? I mean, it cannot be your day. If you keep working, you keep getting the contest, eventually the tide will turn. And that was just clinical ball movement, wasn't it, Rob? You've spoken about that all day.
That's just what we've seen as the day has gone on, which is maybe not that surprising, really, in the context of the entire game. But Collingwood now able just to move the ball a little bit easier than what they have done for the previous couple of quarters.
5 goals unanswered to Collingwood in this third term. Lipinski, a nice spin move off to Tom Mitchell, driving ball to full forward, launching out at Membry, doesn't mark at ground level, arriving the Tigers, going in Broad, knocks it out, still a live ball, Collingwood tackle, the umpire wants it, left forward pocket here for Collingwood. It has all been the city end in this third term.
Oh, look at the Collingwood smalls now, they're like piranhas around this throw up.
Up it goes. So does McStay, slapping it down Nankervis. Elliott gathers, just dispossessed momentarily, gets it back to Lipinski. High kick to full forward, punched away by Broad. Vloston reads the punch and then clears with a spiral. And what a kick it is. Works out beautifully for Sims, who marks on the back flank for Richmond.
He has players streaming past as he tries to look for the right avenue out of defence. Sends it long up the wing where Darcy Cameron's waiting for that kick against Jonty Fall. It comes down to the front. Precious hand pass. Swansea tackled by Quainer. No whistle. Prestia chips the ball up towards half forward and Bolter leads up and takes the mark in front of Darcy Moore.
Oh, he's got Morris one-on-one. Get it down there.
He tries to get it to him as he leads up. Dan Houston's there, makes the spoil, and Perryman getting back. So out of play for a throw-in in the right forward pocket at the punt road end for the Tigers. Collingwood by 41 points with the last 5 goals of the match.
Ben Cameron, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball, Bob Murphy and Ray Chamberlain bringing you all of the action on this Sunday afternoon. Tapping it down Cameron and then slapped out by Ross. We'll do it again. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Dreary Sunday afternoon at the MCG. Throw in forward pocket here for the Tigers. Cameron palming it down. Coming through Ross, doing the silly salmon, nowhere to go. Get another ball up in that forward pocket. Up it goes. Nankervis down for Ross, flicks it out, away to McIntosh, who gets rid of it. The shot on goal is good from Houghton. He can do what others can't, and he finishes here. Richmond in the run of 5 unanswered goals. His second, and the son of the former Pie brings it back to 35 points, 29 minutes into the third. We're 90 seconds away from three-quarter time.
Oh, look, there's been more than a few moments of excitement if you're a Richmond supporter. 5 wins for the year, but when you see a player like Taj Houghton in his third game kick his second goal, but just the variety. The first one was a contested mark in the goal square, jumping high. That's a really, really clever and classy finish. Holding his position, ball gets shoveled out to him, pressure on his right side, and he's able just to kick the right foot banana. It's a class act. There could be some excitement ahead for Tiger fans with Taj Houghton.
Collingwood's lead is 35 points. Back in the middle, Nankervis tries to go to work. Won the tap, tried to do the roving, couldn't get round long. His hand pass is chopped off, and Nick Dacos wins it back. Kicks out towards Mark off the wing. The sub into the game for Sullivan. Hand pass to Lipinski, kicks up towards Jamie Elliott. He takes the marker left half forward. 1 goal so far for the match, 47 for the season. Elliott pulls his kick into the pocket. Myercheck the target. Broad makes the spoil. Lipinski front and centre. Hand pass forward, chopped off by Broad. Knocked away. Banks gets the hand pass away to Tyler Sonzi, who links up with Ross across half back. Kicks a chiselling ball up the wing. It doesn't get to Mansell.
A good quarter
mark taken by Perryman.
Yeah, good quarter, Perryman. He's had possession. That's possession number 9.
And Luke Ball's old number 12. He moves it on to Dacos. This is Nick, who kicks inside 50, punched away from McStay. And out over the boundary line for a throw-in. Left forward pocket here for Collingwood. Nick Dacos, watch. He's up to 11 in this third term. 33 for the day, 43 last week. His career high, on track to better that. Throw in, Nankervis slapping it down onto it. Sonzi shoveling out a handball, back boundary side, and Ross sees it out, right on the elbow of 50 in that boundary line. Collingwood by 35, stroke of three-quarter time.
On the SMS 0437 774 774. Rog poses the question, listening while out in Sandringham, who's the All-Australian ruck this season? As the ball is thrown in. Nankervis gets it forward to McIntosh. He has to get a hand pass back, but that's where Perryman is for Collingwood. Hand pass knocked on by Lipinski to Mitchell. Hand pass is inside 50. Tom Brown gathers for the Tigers. Sends it back up the worn wing. Bolter's able to get rid of Darcy Moore and then played on immediately. He was tackled as he just blazed away to half forward. No one there for the Tigers. As it's gathered by Houston, the pressure came from Morris Riola Jr. But he chips it across half back to Jack Crisp as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. Collingwood by 35 points, having led by 20 points at half-time, 8 points at quarter-time. The Magpies with 5 goals to 3 in that third quarter. 12-10-82 to the Tigers 7-5-47. For the Magpies, 3 goals to Nick Dacos alongside his 33 disposals and 4 clearances. 2 goals to Myercheck and to Membry, while individuals to Elliott, Schultz, McStay for the Pies, while for the Tigers, 2 goals to Taj Houghton, 2 goals to Steely Green, individuals to Sims, Tresice and Boltar. Three-quarter time of the MCG, Collingwood by 35 points. Across town at Docklands, the Saints and the Demons, Melbourne leading by 35 points, 8-2-50 to the Saints 2-3-15, with 3 goals to Bailey Fritsch there midway through the second quarter. We'll take you to Docklands and join our team for the final term. Great to have your company on Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Nankervis goes in, wins the footy back. Ross flicks it back out wide. Green from the boundary line. An ambitious effort. Unbelievable. He's kicked that from row G. Steely Green with something special. His second.
The audacity.
Yeah.
Just beautiful confidence.
Mansell sets it up towards full foot. Bolter plucks it out of the sky after a shove on Cameron. And he's got it 15 out directly in front.
And that's a good strong mark.
Bolter comes in and steers it through. And Richmond are in this game up to their eyeballs.
Into the path of Banks, who can't deal with it yet for Richmond. Crisp gathers for Collingwood and Nick Dacos, who kicks to Hoskin Elliott. He's kicked 1 goal this afternoon. One of the over 30 brigade as he comes in and sends through his second. And it's spoiled away by Tom Brown. Nick Dacos runs onto it on his left. He couldn't bang through a third, can he? You bet he can! A class above here at the MCG, Nick Dacos. As the Pies couldn't finish in front of goal, streaming in the left forward pocket, he bangs through his third.
There's 45 other footballers out there today who would say, geez, been hard work today. And Nick Dacos went, oh, really? Not so difficult from my angle.
Time to put someone on it. You think 31-3 with 6 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Bounces off the chest of Myercheck into the pocket. Schultz, the opportunist, floats it through. And Collingwood are running amok at the MCG now.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time of the MCG, as you heard Nick Dacos with his third goal of the match. Collingwood leading by 35 points, 12-10-82 to the Tigers, 7-5-47. Matt Klitschko, Ben Cameron calling the action. Ray Chamberlain down on the boundary. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball are your experts on ABC Sport. In other news around the country, Australia and the world, Australia won the 4th T20 International against the West Indies by 3 wickets. Australia finished 7 for 206 inside their 20 overs after the West Indies posted 9 for 205. Another half century from Cam Green, top scoring with 55, while Adam Zampa finished with 3 for 54 with the ball. And in the Super Netball Grand Final, the Melbourne Vixens have advanced through to the Grand Final. So a 66-65 goal victory over the New South Wales Swifts. And Ben, the West Coast Fever have been the dominant side in Super Netball this season, but of course the Grand Final is in Melbourne.
We get robbed again. Just the rough end of the pineapple for the West Coast Fever. Again, boys aren't coming with me on that. A couple of years ago, I think the West Coast Fever were the lower seeded team, and the WA government had paid for the grand final, so they got a little lucky there. But yeah, Melbourne versus WA in the grand final with the Vixens and the Fever.
Fever have won 13 in a row. Bob Murphy and Luke Ball with their thoughts at 3/4 time here at the MCG.
It was almost the culmination of predictability that quarter, because Richmond, who played with so much heart, so much vigour for the day, but maybe just with their lack of depth, lack of experience, and at various times lack of composure, they were in the game halfway through that third quarter. They were in the game. They were
10
actually
points, 11
pushing,
points.
Yeah, they were actually pushing. Noah Bolter had found himself at half forward on the end of a really promising bit of play that was run and carry handball, and he just had a moment that Noah Bolter sometimes has, where he just thought he would roost the ball into the centre of the ground, and from that moment on, it was really one-way traffic. It was all Collingwood. They were just able to tic-tac all the way through and score easily, and it was a story for the rest of the quarter. They were able to dominate inside 50s. Some of their players who'd had really quiet days up until then, Jamie Elliott being one of those, found themselves in the game a bit more. Nick Dacos took his game to a whole new level in that third quarter, which is saying something, because he's been absolutely exceptional all day. The weight of numbers was strong for Collingwood. They looked really hungry, and the Tigers, after showing such strong belief for the first 2.5 quarters, just lost their way a little bit in the back end of that third quarter.
Yeah, they did. Again, couldn't fault their effort. We've been pretty consistent, haven't we, saying that throughout the call, and you hope for their sake and the supporters' sake, as the rain starts to fall again, that they can finish off this game and continue to put pressure and make it hard for Collingwood to score. And then from Collingwood's point of view, well, the caller before the game asked the question, can they put a team to the sword when they've got a foot on the throat? What are they, 5-6 goals up? Can this become a 10 or 12 goal win and a percentage booster for them? Let's wait and see.
Scott Gray again as the final quarter gets underway. Collingwood leading by 35 points. Nick Dacos with an early disposal. Can he get to a new career high of 44? Legging free kick. Side bottom to get it. Yes or no, Borley and Bob?
Oh, again, I think letter of the law. It didn't look dangerous. Side bottom was pretty clever then, the way he played it. But yeah, keep your feet young, hot and skidded in.
Side bottom, kicks up to half forward. Vlosten punches it away. Bouncing ball, Nankervis. Tries to sucker it on. Goes a second time as well. Yoga Benito, the beautiful game, as he keeps it moving out towards the wing. But Collingwood are there and able to mop up through Dean, who gives it off to Allen. Handball to Houston, tumbling to ground. Handball out to Markov.
Markov looks to get a kick up towards half forward, where McStay takes the mark right half forward as the rain gets heavier here at the MCG. Collingwood by 35 points. Eyes heading to the punt road end in this final term. McStay veers out to the left, sends it long inside 50. Myercheck's in a pack of Richmond players. It gets to the back. Crisp hand pass to Myercheck. Kick is smothered.
Well done.
Ricochets through for a minor score.
That's a good sign.
Desperate defending there by the Tigers, and Jack Ross got a hand to it.
Yeah.
Will Nick Dacos get to 44 and a new career high?
I would say yes. He may do it in a canter if he really wants it.
Miller ambles to the pocket and shorts his kick away to Trainer. Grandson of the great Doug Wade. Kicks up to the wing. Bolter launching at it. Moore right there with him, and Bolter gets it on the second bite.
Where's he going to kick it, though? That's better.
He'll just wait a kick over the top for Hopper.
Good Noah.
Collingwood by 36 points. Nearly 2 minutes played in the final term.
Been good Hopper. Tried hard. Position 27.
Out his running mate Taranto today. Ruled out pre-game with a calf injury. Kicks up to the arc, and Bolter has worked down there now to take the mark. Involved in this chain on the back flank. Kicked to Hopper and then marked it from Hopper at half forward.
And his opponent's back in the goal square, Darcy Moore. He can have these brain fades. That's where, Collingwood, you can get them. If you're smart with your ball use and you're a smart forward, you can really expose this Collingwood defence. We saw it in the last quarter last week.
Going back as if he'll kick for goal. The man on the mark, right on the arc of 50. From 55, starts it right, brings it back. No issues with the distance. Just offline. Collingwood's lead back to 35 points. Nearly 3 played in the fourth. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
11 disposals, 1-1 for Noel Bolter this afternoon. As Dan Houston brings Collingwood back into play. His kick won't get to McStay. Trainer in front, can't take the mark. Miller knocks it on to Trainer. Out pass away to Banks. They look to reload. Inboard to Prestia. Trying to find an avenue at the top of the 50. Good kick. Finds Jack Ross. Reaching over the top of a couple of pies to take the mark. He's 55 out from home though. And waiting for the leads to come. He looks into the pocket where Sims is the tallest target, or in fact more direct than that, to Bolter. Nudged underneath. Quainer takes the mark. And his calves on display there as he kicks out towards Markov. He marks in the back pocket.
Glutes.
Glutes, sorry.
I got it wrong, didn't I? Glutes, yeah. You can't speak for his calves.
The old baby cows as well as the Pies quickly up the wing. Markov chipping it short. Away to Membry, who comes infield, and here is Nick Dacos again. Disposal 35. As he so often does, goes back to brother Josh, shanks his kick it. As end over end, works out for Houston. Handball to Darcy Cameron, who's under the pump and coughs it up. Richmond back the other way. Here's Houghton, waiting a kick, and a good one for Sims, attacking edge of the square. Now he looks inside 50. Out wide for Mansell, juggles it, drops it. Collingwood with the numbers in their back pocket. And they do the handball drill, and then Quaynor flicks it on for Dean.
Dean's hand pass inboard to side bottom. Loops the hand pass boundary side to Jack Crisp. Looks up to half forward. McStay has space. He takes the mark at left half forward.
Well, 2-on-2 ahead of the ball. Oh, too slow, Dan. Now Curvis hobbles his way back.
Remember, he was out the back. He probably just couldn't get it that far. So McStay turns and comes inboard to Tom Mitchell. Marks at the edge of the centre square. Chips it over the top, and Schultz leads up. That's how you do it, finding the holes in the Richmond defence.
We'll stay away here.
Patience.
Tigers, I'm not sure he's got the journey here, Schultz, in a wet, yep.
Oh, Nick Dacos around the back, receives it, sidesteps around Houghton, fires on goal from 45, off balance as he was collided into in the end, and his kick only lands 25 metres out from Collingwood's goal, although Ross's clearing kick, chopped off by Houston, on the run from 45, and Dan Houston joins the list of goal kickers. As he puts through just his 5th of the season, Collingwood all of a sudden have kicked 6 goals of the last 9 in the match and lead by 41 points, 13-11-89 to Richmond 7-6-48. The first goal of the final term comes at the 5-minute mark. Luke Ball and Bob Murphy, your experts on ABC Sport.
Just another panicked kick from the Tigers. That's what's happened as the day's worn on. Their composure has just fallen away. Collingwood's been really good. Their pressure has been really good around the ball, but just their setup, one kick removed, that's probably a great example of it, where they were set up for that rush kick, and that's exactly what they got. Dan Houston was the recipient, and a class player with a class finish.
He was keen to go to Carlton in the off-season. He's now at Collingwood, heading into a final series where they may well win the flag. You'd have to be thinking, gee whiz, dodged a bullet there. Clearance for Richmond, inside attacking 50. Fall doesn't judge the bounce. Quaynor does, slaps it on towards the wing. Markov goes in, dirt in his fingernails, gets low as he picks it up. Out to Hoskin Elliott with the handball. His rush kick goes forward of the wing. Broad swirls it away. Back towards the logo. Ball on the deck. Mitchell wins it again for Collingwood. Handball to Elliott. Tilapinski flicks it over the top. Now they're in space. Cameron goes back. Hoskin Elliott, he'll chip to the pocket. Myercheck on the lead. Slips over as he gathers. Tackled quickly. Handball out to Elliott. Back to Lipinski. Coughs it up. And emerging with it, Banks for Richmond. Away to short. Lateral kick. Just gets to Trainer. Worried out of it. Brings it down. He'll get a free kick. Back pocket, and he'll feed it off to Vlosten.
Schultz gave away the free kick as Vlosten kicks it up the wing. Jacob Hopper takes the mark. Position number 29 for him. He's kept trying all afternoon for Richmond. Nick Dacos leads the way with 36. Comes inboard. as he finds, in the end, the effort of Jack Ross, who gets the hand pass to short, sends it up to half forward, and Noel Poulter takes the mark. Right half forward, inside 50, Maurice Rioli Jr. He takes the mark, plays on, gives it to Jonty Fall, who sends it through from the goal square. Unselfish from Maurice Rioli Jr. there. It's a good contested mark, and the Tigers have their first goal of the final term. Collingwood's lead back to 35 points. 13-11-89 to the Tigers, 8-6-54. 8 minutes gone, final term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, it's good transition, Bob, isn't it? And we've seen glimpses of it today. Just that finish, that last kick inside 50 where you can get a mark, a good mark, inside 50 has been the thing that's lacking. But, yeah, I've been really impressed with their ability against this Collingwood team who have been a little bit off in terms of team defence over the last couple of weeks. And still today, they've been able to transition the footy really well. Again, started with a great one-on-one contest win by Floston deep in their defence, and then from one end to the other. And
they keep trying, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And Rioli unselfish. Well done.
Nankervis palming it down. Hopper gathers the footy and caught by Schultz. Free kick going away to the Pie. Gives it off towards Mitchell. Now Houston. Driving kick to full forward, looking for a mark down there. Ball hits the deck, side bottom, trying to get it on the boot, can't do so. Elliott swoops through. Mychek soccers it into Miller, out of bounds on the full. He'll come back before that, and still side bottom, pinged holding the ball. Vlosten to get the free kick in the left back pocket.
For the third time today too, the old fella. He's just been a little bit off his tucker today still.
Elsewhere, Melbourne lead by 30 points over the Saints. Same margin right here.
Take you
35 here, sorry.
Final term with our commentary team at Docklands. Quentin Hull and Lauren Borden. As the kick up the wing. Cameron presents himself. Can't take the mark. Inboard, the hand pass comes to Long. Links up with Mitchell. Trying to cut round Ross Rioli Jr. and Steely Green. Good movement by Tom Mitchell and a beautiful pass to Jamie Elliott leading up. Miller's run a long way over the mark.
How's that not 50?
The umpire almost went over as well. Both have a smile about it. And Ben Miller's thinking, I'm very lucky not to have conceded 50 metres there. It's almost like he forgot to hit the brake. And Jamie Elliott's kicked one so far this afternoon. It came in the third quarter.
Do you think Ben Miller couldn't stop their post splits?
Maybe.
Tweak of the hip?
Could be. Yeah.
Good pick up.
Good thought.
Jamie Elliott, slightly left of centre, kicking from just inside 50. Looking for his second and to extend Collingwood's lead. It starts right, it bends back, Broad on the goal line, rushes it through for a minor score. Collingwood by 36 points, 10 minutes gone, final term.
Trying to see if Nick Dacos can get to a new career high of 44 disposals. He's on 36 at the moment. Same as Collingwood's lead. Short to Broad, who goes back to short. Top of the defensive goal square, pokes it short, away to Miller. Right on the edge of the try line from last night. British and Irish Lions and the Wallabies off to McIntosh, who pokes it on slightly further afield to Sonzi. Sets off on a run. Unsure where he'll go, moves it out towards the members' wing. Trainer marks. Now he feeds a handball forward. Tough ask there of Hopper. Chris breaks it up. Collingwood swoop onto it. Schultz to Ed Allen. Looping handball. Lipinski. The run of Crisp. Man on Membry. Gathers the handball. Runs to 40. Pulls the trigger. Misses. It was nearly Collingwood at their best. Membry just couldn't quite finish. Pies by 37 points, 11 into the fourth.
Sorry, Benny. I think it's the story of the day a bit. Just nearly at their best. And I think a lot of that goes down to Richmond's pressure and the ability just to keep fighting and scrapping. But, yeah, just a little bit off their best, the Pies.
Brisbane next Saturday night for the Pies. That's a massive game.
Brisbane on the bounce too after they were embarrassed yesterday.
Miller into short. Cross half back to Banks, out to the wing. Trezise takes the mark on the Shane Warne wing. Up to Maurice Rioli Jr. Quainer had a crack at it, missed it. Was it over the boundary line as Rioli kicks inside 50? No. Play on was the call, and Mansell marks in the left forward pocket. Collingwood fans on the far side thought it was. Fran in Melbourne poses a question for you, Bawley and Bob. Why is it that Collingwood can't blow away these sides? Be nice to get a percentage boost after the last two losses. Guess they're leading by 37.
Yeah, well, again, I think part of it is due to, you've got to give credit to Richmond. They've kept at it, they kept trying, whereas perhaps other bottom half teams have put up the white flag at times across the weekend.
Ryan Mansell out to the left, 13 goals for the season, comes in and just drags it to the near side. And a minor score to the left, Collingwood by 36 points, 13 minutes gone. Final term on ABC Sport. Cheer to Gaza, who's listening to the call while on the road trip towards Caravan.
Carnarvon?
Cravan.
Yeah. In the northwest of, or maybe the midwest of WA. Bob's double denim would fit in there.
Not bad this time of year. Could get a bit warm in, later in the year.
Rich in Ocean Grove wants to know how Razor has his coffee. What's the answer, Ray?
We kick off with a strong latte and then there's short macchiatos from then on in.
I've got a few questions about Ray's catch-ups.
All right, I don't.
Well, they're not meals for a start, and are they organised meetings, or do they just happen to be chance meetings that then Ray goes public with?
Steady on. You don't lob up in your Texas suit and start throwing hands, Bobby.
Canadian tuxedo.
It'll be Toronto for a start, but anyway, okay.
It's throwing on the wing. Collingwood by 36 points. He's up and moving, our man Ray, too.
Are they chance meetings, Ray?
50-50.
Up it goes. Doing the ruck work long. Slaps it forward. McIntosh diving over the footy. Maybe an issue down there for Luke Traynor. Is it, Razor, that you're keeping your eyes on?
Yeah, just trying to see the substitution. It looks as though it's going to be Luke Traynor, but I'm just waiting to confirm.
Long takes it out of the ruck this time. Tumbles a kick to half forward for Collingwood. Out it goes.
Fish. Fish.
All his former teammate Lee Fisher.
Ex-player Fish. He understands that was just a hack kick forward.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for everyone. It's cold, it's wet.
It is.
Umpires love playing it deliberate. I would.
Collingwood by 36 points, 14 minutes into this final term. Miller's kick up to a contest on the wing. Here's Nick Dacos again. Disposal 37. Beautiful kick. Sliding in Elliott. Watermelon seeds all over his chest as he drops the mark. And Short sweeps in to pick it up there for Richmond across the back flank.
To press here, who goes all the way back to Nathan Broad. Takes the mark at the top of the defensive goal square. At the punt road end, Collingwood by 36 points. Broad moves it short. And the mark is taken by Young. Trying to find a way out of defence for the Tigers. Swings it out to Tyler Sonzi, who marks it right half back. No one on the marks who can play on. Runs the broadcast wing. Up towards Mansell, who flies on Houston and takes the mark. Just timed his leap superbly and takes the mark between wing and half forward for Richmond. Mansell looks up, has Noah Bolter in the pocket, sends it in that direction with he and Chauncey Fall there in the pack. Fall got hands to it, can't mark. Josh Dacos, quick hand pass away to side bottom, rides the tackle, gets a hand pass to half back for Collingwood, where Banks hand passes it to McIntosh for the Tigers, to Jaden Short. Little fumble from Tom Brown as he gathers and kicks it out wide to half forward. Sims dragged down by Maynard, and off hands it goes out of play. The boundary throw in where the 50-metre up meets the boundary. Crowd posted at 59,454, so a shout out to all those that have come along this afternoon in the wet.
Shout out to Tim, Jack and Will, who are watching on, cheering on their pies as well, enjoying the coverage as we'll get a ball up at right half forward here. Collingwood by 36. Going to win again. Collingwood coming off a defeat last time out to Fremantle. Stay taps it down. Mitchell's there, nowhere to go. Nick Jankowskis rushes in to ball it up. Be honest here, Ray. I've got a question for you in a moment as McStay wins it down again for Mitchell. Forward handball for the Pies. Stolen by Sonzi. Spins out of trouble. Handball to Hopper. Half forward for Richmond. Bouncing handball inside 50. Maynard goes and gets it. And he cleans up on the back flank to Mitchell. Away to side bottom. Long check side up to the wing. Nick Dacos again. Disposal 38. He'll kick up to half forward. Long's back there. Vlosten too. Vlosten does well. Paddles it out away to Brown. And his kick goes 5 metres. Turns it over. Paid the mark. Must have gone 7.5. So Membry with it, half forward flank for Collingwood.
Into the middle of the ground for side bottom. 50 out, hand pass to Josh Dacos. Into the pocket, looking for Hoskin Elliott on Markov. Hoskin Elliott flies. Can't take the mark. Morris Rioli Jr. slaps it out towards the boundary line. And off he and Markov's hands, it goes out of play. throw in the right forward pocket for Collingwood. They lead by 36 points. 17 minutes gone, final term. Floodlights on here at the MCG. Crosstown will take you to under the roof of Docklands for the final term there. Ned Long does the ruck work, just sharks it forward. Miller has to deal with it on the goal line, decides against rushing it through. Hand pass along the ground to Trezise, takes a bounce as he runs out of defence, draws Ed Allen. Hand pass to Sonzi over the top, back to Trezise. Good running at half-back as he's almost reeled in by Crisp. Hand pass forward to Alga, the sub into the action for Richmond. Hand pass to Jack Ross, tries to sidestep McStay, almost brought down by Maynard. Got it back to Alga, who kept running it right half forward. Pokes a kick into the pocket. Chauncey Fall, what a mark. Richmond's best transition of the match.
This is in part why Richmond have won so many admirers this year. 5 wins is obviously a great result, but because they keep fronting up.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, they get overwhelmed at certain times by really good sides, and Collingwood might be the best side in it, but they just keep going. A lot of other sides, and we've named a few of them today, might just fly the white flag for the last 45 minutes, but that's not how the Tigers do it. They keep fronting up and they keep trying and take the game on.
Chauncey Faller's getting over the banana here as he fires towards goal but misses to the right-hand side. Shots on our monitor of Tom Lynch, of course, with that suspension watching in the coach's box this afternoon. Collingwood by 35 points at the 19-minute mark of the final term.
Josh Dacos with the kick in to Tom Mitchell. Receives the handball back. Long kick up to the wing, close to the line. Darcy Cameron keeps it in. Ed Allen carries it out. So, Ray, Bob Murphy said if he was an umpire, he'd love paying insufficient intent deliberate. Was there genuinely a decision he'd love to pay, like holding the ball or insufficient intent?
Insufficient intent, you got too close to the natives. I didn't like that one so much, but holding the ball was always a good one when you got to just sort of soak it up for a little bit.
Yeah, dramatic pause. I think they should be very entitled to that.
Absolutely.
Ray was a master of the dramatic pause, the big hip bend, and then the big flourish of the arms at the end as well. All eyes on him.
Speaking of powerful glutes.
It's just the coffee/meal catch-ups we need to tidy up with, Ray.
Collingwood by 35 points, 19 minutes into the fourth. Nick Dacos still fighting after the ball. Playing a tackle here, ball jars free. Richmond ball, Prestia takes the advantage to Ross. He's in trouble, handball back into congestion. And Taj Houghton showing his smooth move, slid in, slipped past a couple, and got the kick out to the wing for Richmond.
Hand pass forward to Sonzi, who tries to get it up to Alga, but intercepting at Jack Crisp. Hand pass to the run of Darcy Moore, the Collingwood captain, around the members' wing to Mitchell, trying to sidestep around a couple of defenders, and then chips it back to Maynard. The marks between wing and half-back for Collingwood on the members' side. The Pies by 35 points. Maynard to Josh Dacos. The two will wax it across half-back. Where's Nick? He's the one we need to get the ball in the hands of. 38 disposals. Ribas 43.
He's gone out of it a bit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Maynard sends it up towards Member. He's outnumbered 2-on-1. Broad spoils it down.
Here he is.
Schultz in the right place. Kicks inside the pocket. Nick Dacos takes a 1-on-1 mark.
Gone forward.
It's Dion Prestia having gone forward. Close against the boundary line. Did that so well.
He might
protected
have
the space.
Listen out.
Reeled in a one-handed mark. And he's kicked 3 goals this afternoon. You would think he's up for this challenge. He's going to step out, snap it across his body, and he, on cue, just overcooks it a little, trying to kick across his body and misses to the left-hand side. 36 points, the Collingwood lead at the 21-minute mark of the final term.
Banks with the kick-in duties. To the back pocket. Running away with it, Young. Long kick for Morris Rioli on the wing. Gets a favourable bounce. Paddles it out in front of himself. Now runs on. Fall comes to help out. Rioli goes to ground and Perryman comes in, wins it back for Collingwood. Quaynor was good there too. Handball to Dean. Handball back to Perryman. He slaps it back towards Trezise for Richmond, who gives it off towards Ross. Kick inside 50. And Mansell marks 40 metres out directly in front. Selflessly gives it off. And spots up a teammate just inside 50. With the mark taken 35 metres out on a slight angle here for the Tigers.
Elga, the sub.
Yeah, the sub into the game. Young algorithm, as they call him.
Yep, rhythm, definitely.
It's good.
Warrigal boy, Bob.
He is. famous name in Warragul. It's been a big day for Warragul. Taj Houghton.
Helga comes in. His drop punt, 40 out, floats it across the face of goal.
Town of 20,000 people just groan.
Not to be. Presented his first Richmond jumper by Brett Delidio. Just a couple of weeks ago.
As Josh Dacos brings the Pies back into play, chips it out to Jack Crisp, who marks it left up back for Collingwood. They lead by 35 points in front of just under 60,000 here at the MCG. Back inside defensive 50. Charlie Dean takes the mark and he chips it to Josh Dacos.
Have you been down to Warragul before, Bally? You don't leave the city limits too often.
Hang on, Bob. No, I've still got relatives in Pakenham and Monbulk. Absolutely.
Okay, take it back.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
detected a little bit of sort of cynicism with that.
I just wanted to spice up the afternoon.
Side bottom across half back. Hand pass to Nick Dacos. Possession number 40 for the little champ.
Here he is.
Switches it out to Hoskin Elliott. Chips it over the top to Isaac Quainer.
Still on. There he is.
Nick Dacos becomes the first player to have 40 disposals on 2 occasions this season. The kick inboard missed him as he couldn't reel in the mark. He's back to work though.
Count it.
Volley. So that'll count as 41. Got it to Ned Long. Hand pass to Hoskin Elliott. Back to Nick Dacos. Possession 42. Over the top he links up as Long gets it away to Hoskin Elliott around the Shane Warne stand side. Draws an opponent. Hand pass to Markoff at right half forward. Drives it inside 50. Schultz in a 2-on-1. Lost it in front.
Free kick to Schultz. Wasn't much in it.
Trezis is trying to plead his case. He was behind, trying to block out Lucky Schultz, and gave away the free kick as Floston did everything right and set himself in front knowing he popped contact.
Defer to Ray Chamberlain on this one.
Well, it wasn't quite subtle enough.
The eyeballs.
Yeah. You got to at least pretend like you're looking at the ball and marking it. Just a little, not subtle enough.
It was really just a bump in the end. There wasn't a lot in it. We'll go down to Ray after this shot on goal. Lucky Schultz with one already this afternoon. Looking for his second. 24 minutes gone, final term. Schultz hits the post. Look at the right goal post. So Collingwood haven't finished in the flurry in which they potentially might have hoped they would. Collingwood by 36 points. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, in a circumstance like that, the player whose prime objective is to contest the football should be permitted to do so. So when you come back, no intention to contest and your sole objective is to prevent your oppo, you're going to run the wrath of the umpire.
Thanks, Ray. Great work as always. We'll see you down in the Pies room shortly. Free kick picked out on the wing. Which way is it going to go? Houghton, he's moving like he thinks it's his, but Bolter is going to get the free kick. Right on the centre line. Whacks a long ball inside 50 here for Richmond. They fly from all angles. Darcy Cameron's back there, taking intercept marks. He averages more of those than any ruck in the competition this year. Nearly 3 a game. He marks at fullback. Moves it off to Dean. Shorts it to side bottom. Has it on the right back flank. Collingwood lead by 36 points, 25 minutes into the fourth.
Side bottom over the top for Darcy Moore, who takes the mark at right half back on the Shane Warne stand side. Collingwood by 36 points. As Moore sends it long around the wing. McStay the target. Membry comes in from the side. It's spoiled away by Tom Brown. Into the path of Hopper. Tucks the footy under his arm. Kicks towards half forward. The siren sounds. Collingwood back on the winners list after 2 losses and back on top of the AFL ladder with 4 rounds to play. The Pies by 36 points over the Tigers.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
Collingwood 13-15-93 to the Tigers 8-9-57. The Pies get their 15th win of the season, but the Tigers fought with them as much as they could for 4 quarters. The Pies led by 8 points at quarter time, by 20 at half time, by 35 at 3/4 time, and run out 36-point winners. 3 goals for Nick Dacos. He finishes with 42 disposals. It could be another 3 votes coming up to the Collingwood champion.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game.
36 points, 3 goals to Nick Dacos, 2 goals to Brody Myercheck and to Tim Membry alongside Will Hoskin-Elliott. Individuals to Elliott, Schultz, Houston and McStay for the Magpies. Well, for the young Tigers, who certainly showed a good effort this afternoon, 2 goals to Taj Houghton and 2 goals to Steely Green. Individuals to Bolter, Fall, Tresice and Sims. The Pies take back top spot on the AFL ladder following Adelaide's victory in the showdown last week. And they are the team on top of the ladder still with 4 rounds to play. The thoughts of Bob Murphy and Luke Ball, your experts on ABC Sport.
Well, I think when we arrived at the ground today, we expected, Collingwood on the back of 2 narrow losses that they'd be too good today, and we hoped that Richmond would answer the bell and bring their optimism and ferocity to the game, and I think we got all of those things. In the end, it was just that lapse in the third quarter, second half of that third quarter, where Collingwood just were too good. They really, their experience and their skill and class in personnel was just there across the day, but I don't think Richmond lost any admirers today. They were able to keep fronting up. They were outclassed at various times, but they tried hard. They still showed some glimpses. Some of the young players, there's a lot to get excited about if you're a fan of the Tigers. That for the Magpies, it was one of those days where it was almost like they just had to win, and they didn't want to overexert themselves, and they didn't. I felt like they were pretty scrappy. Paulie, you have a really close eye on them, closer than what a lot of us do, and you made the call that this is not the Magpies at their absolute best, but they were able just to work their way, and they kept at it, and they were able to get away with a pretty comfortable win in the end.
Yeah.
But there's still a fair gap on what we saw today and what their best has been throughout the year and what it'll need to be in the next little while.
Yeah, and you're careful. You don't want to overreact to that. I'm guessing, supporters were texting in and they'll probably walk away feeling a bit flat. 1-5 to 1-4 in the last quarter. So I think your point's spot on. I think that talks to Richmond's this identity that they're building, that that they fight it out, and even think about that smother in the goal square. No easy goals, even though the game's done. I was really impressed by young and old too. They've got a lot to work with there, Richmond, and Collingwood. Don't want to overreact. I think they'll endeavour to find their best over this little period. They're going to find their best. From a personnel point of view, they'll get some troops back, I think, who inject a bit of life and a bit more sort of speed and energy, which they lacked a bit today, other than probably Nick Dacos and maybe Josh at times. They lacked a bit of that, I thought. So, Hill coming back into the team, maybe DeGoey coming back into the team. They were pretty, Pendlebury. They were pretty sound behind the ball today, even though at times, though, I think they're still, we know that the way that their defenders like to play, they give you an opportunity, don't they? And that's an area that you're going to have to be a little bit careful with. Don't want to be too flippant with that sort of team defence. Defenders just playing a bit high and a bit loose at times. We know that better teams, better kicking teams, will be able to pick them off through there. We saw that again, last week with Fremantle's last quarter. So get through the game. Oh, I was about to say unscathed. Sullivan, will be one that we'll get a medical report on, I'm sure, after the game. But troops to come back. So. But they'll have the next 3 games in their sights. We've got Brisbane back here, we know that. Brisbane coming off on the rebound. Then they go to Adelaide, probably for first or second, really, that game, I think. And Hawthorn after that. So bigger fish to fry. Still plenty to work on. Really impressed with Richmond's attitude, given the game. Was probably out of reach. I think you're right. They kicked the first 2 goals of that third quarter, didn't they? And you thought, OK, game on here. And then they just made a few blues, and Collingwood's class allowed them to kick 5 in a row, and really that was the margin from then on. In the last quarter was a bit of a non-event, unfortunately.
I do love the way they take it on, and I like the way that Adam Uze is developing this side, that they don't sit on their heels and get comfortable. They put themselves out there, they take it on, they run with hands. They don't have the personnel quite yet to match it with the top sides. But I thought their performance today showed a fair bit of heart and resilience to it. Collingwood in the end were just a bit too good.
There's certainly some improvement, isn't there, from Richmond. That will still come with some names that are missing from their lineup, but with 5 wins and 14 losses for the season, you could say their fans might be a few steps optimistically ahead in front of a couple of other sides I've had struggles this year.
Well,
Melbourne,
that's a look. Look at the
Port
context
Adelaide,
of the
Carlton.
competition and this round 20.
Yeah.
You're a Richmond supporter. You'd be thrilled.
Oh, you're pumped, yeah.
Yes,
and the way the game's going, I think they're clearly aware of that. They've got speed behind the ball. They've got good small forwards, which are key now. If the ball hits the ground in Richmond's forward line, you've got to be on your game. Think about not just Rioli, but I love some of them. I get them a bit confused sometimes. Banks, Mansell, Campbell was out today. He's arguably been the pick of them, hasn't he? Trezise. And a handful of, and then young Houghton with a bit of class, on top of Lawler and these other guys.
And they're showing more than glimpses, and they're doing it without an established key forward at the moment. Noah Bolter's doing a good job, but he's not Tom Lynch. Tom Lynch should be out there. He's not. So you think they'll be able to build a bit more structure around those smalls.
Collingwood players were waiting at the top of the race for Tim Memory, and they decided, bugger this. Let's go into the rooms, and here comes sprinting in behind them. Let's join Ray Chamberlain in the Collingwood rooms.
Boys, as is Collingwood's way, they've got all the kids in the circle, so they'll start nice and quiet and then they'll build their enthusiasm. But I know that they're pretty happy to get back in the winner's circle. Speaking to a couple of their staffers, and actually Craig, even Ned had a smile, which is always unusual.
Collingwood CEO Ned Kelly down there, and so many of their fans as well. The Pies by 36 points, 13-15-93 to the Tigers, 8-9-57. Their 15th win of the season.
Here they go.
There was a Nick Dacos masterclass at the MCG. 3 disposals alongside his 42 disposals in Collingwood's 36-point win in front of 59,454 here at the MCG. We'll head back down to Ray Chamberlain for a quick reaction from the Collingwood rooms, and then we'll take you to Docklands, where the Demons are comfortable leaders at this stage over St Kilda in the third quarter there. The Demons able to take control in the second quarter, 10-4-64 to St Kilda 4-4-28. And in that second term, in fact, it was the first term, the Demons put it 6-2 that really established the break. So where is Collingwood's biggest challenge? I mean, in the next 4 weeks, we're going to learn a lot more about them. They take on Brisbane, cracking game at the MCG, Adelaide on the road. Where would you feel like Craig McRae would spend his time and interest, other than the obvious answer around personnel, which will come back?
That's where my mind went to straight away, finding they've got a month, haven't they, to really hone in, narrow in on what their best mix is. I think they've been pretty solid behind the ball. I think Frampton comes back in to allow Darcy Moore to play to his strengths. Jeremy Howe's the other one as well. Forward of the ball, they've had opportunity to see what it's like without Memory, without Myercheck, I think I really like what Memory's brought to the team. And I think with McStay's ability to pinch hit in the ruck, I think it's probably those, the 3 M's down there, Memory, Myercheck and McStay.
You'd think it'd be a problem
at their feet.
If it was just the two of them. If it was just McStay and Myercheck, you think,
one short.
Is that going to stretch the top sides enough? But with Memory in there, it is particularly with their combination of smalls, which are just absolutely deadly. That's pretty consistent group of forwards that can all defend for one, but they can all play in the air, and they're so damaging on the ground as well. So it's a pretty good mix.
Which it felt like Memory at the start of the season might have been the insurance policy if they got an injury, and yet he's proved throughout the season that he belongs in Collingwood's best side. He kicked the 2 goals tonight, up to 26 goals for the season, behind Jamie Elliott with 47 and Brodie Myercheck with 32.
Yeah, that's right. And McCreary's another one. So although they won't take any chances with him, I think he's a really important player and a player that relishes the finals type atmosphere and pressure, Bob. And then to go, he's the wild card, isn't he?
Yeah.
What role, if any, can he play? He's just missed so much footy. And it's not just a fait accompli that a player even as talented as he is comes into the team and can pick it up like that. Maybe the sub, is the perfect role for him to play over the next month.
That would be a luxury for them if they were able to get 2, maybe even 3 games into him as that sub, where they can manage his minutes into it.
Collingwood by 36 points. Now our favourite part, to head to the post game, down to Rain Chamberlain.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here in the victorious Collingwood rooms, and I'm with my man, Tommy Mitchell. Tom, thanks for taking some time with us today on ABC Radio. Back in the winner's circle, mate. 15th win for the season, which most of us would think would qualify for September. Took 80 minutes to shirk them. They were a plucky lot.
It did take a while. Credit to Richmond. You know, they've been in good form. They had a really good win over West Coast last week, and the first half especially was a real arm wrestle. Thankfully, that third quarter, we kicked away a little bit and gave ourselves a little bit of a buffer.
Was there any particular message from Craig and the coaching staff at half-time about how to break it open?
We spoke a little bit about the conditions. It was sort of raining at some points and then not raining, so that sort of determined whether we wanted to take territory or use the ball a bit. So we sort of had, I guess, a bit of a licence to call ourselves out there as we saw it.
It's interesting you say that. We were pumping up. I was going to say, you know, rugby union game here last night, lots of rain, then a bit of sunshine. You wouldn't have been disappointed with the ball on the deck, mate. 20 and a few clearances. You had a nice game today.
Thanks. Yeah, no, it's you always like when there's a bit of rain out there, but I thought it was a team effort today. Obviously, Nick was a standout. His game was pretty freakish, but I think everyone just stepped up and did their part, which was great.
I was going to ask you, did anybody bother to tell Nick that it was raining? But, you know, statistically across the board, pretty even really across most measures. But when you guys got inside 50, you had a really great spread of goal kickers, talls and smalls. That seems to be part of your game that's coming along together quite nicely at Collingwood.
Yeah, I feel like we've got a pretty good mix up there with the talls that either mark it or bring the ball to ground, and then, the smalls that get to work at ground level. So, it's a perfect mix.
Mitch, well done. Yeah, I'll take over, Chamo. Usually you handball up to us, but I'll read the cues there and take over. Mitch, well done. Game 3 for you this year. How's the body? How are you feeling? You had the game off, was it last week? No, yeah, last week, sorry, after your first 2 games back. How are you feeling? You feeling your body's in good shape now?
Yeah, I feel amazing. I actually feel like it's the best I've felt for a very long time. I've probably got myself in the best shape I've been in my career, so that's allowed me to come back and try and hit the ground running. So, I feel like I'm covering the ground well and just trying to play to my strengths on the inside when I can too.
We were just talking about, things that Fly and the team will be ironing out over the next month or so. You must be really looking forward to it. You've got a terrific finals record. We know that time of year, the game flips a lot more to contested style footy, so you must be licking your lips at the prospect of another finals campaign coming up.
Yeah, definitely. With the 15 wins, we've qualified for finals, so that's something that, as a club, we're really looking forward to. But I guess the next 4 games, we'd like to solidify top 4 and see if we can do that. But we know what's ahead of us down the track. But we did actually speak about going into the game today, just trying to stay present. It's so easy to get caught up in the ladder and looking at the ladder predictor. That was something Fly mentioned. No one's allowed to do the ladder predictor. Stay present, and we did that today. Got a good win over the Tigers.
What did he say at 3/4 time? The camera caught some real giggles and laughter in the front row. Can you let us in on that? Was there a little Fly gag at 3/4 time?
Oh, geez, that's gone over my head. Maybe I wasn't listening well enough, but he's a pretty funny guy. He drops gags every quarter, and pre-game's normally the best time, where it's pretty much a comedy show rather than a tactical play. So, he's great, Fly. He's got the balance perfect.
Tom, it's Bob Murphy up here, mate. Congratulations on a good win and your own performance. It's great to see you back out there. Well done also on navigating another June and July. I know when you get to that stage of your career, just to get through another winter is an achievement in itself. Can you paint the picture for us without drifting too far away from the present moment, which I know you're passionate about, but a top-of-the-table clash with Brisbane next week? You must be excited about what's ahead for this team and your footy club.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive game, and I think they're a very proud club and a proud midfield, and obviously Gold Coast got the better of them on the weekend, but we expect them to be pretty fierce and fight back pretty hard. So, that's going to be a great contest. I feel like the games we have against them in the last couple of years are always tied, and 2 quality teams going at it next week is going to be great.
Boys, I know that there was a lot mentioned today about Isaac Quainer and his powerful glutes. I've got a question for Tom. Tom, I just looked across and saw Craig Kelly talking to all the members and people down here, and I'm not sure whether anyone's noticed or not, but he's torn the backside out of his pants. Who's got the courage to go up and let Ned know about that?
I might do it. I'll do it for you straight after this. I can't see him right now, but that's pretty classic if he split the jeans.
Tom, just quickly, a few people speaking about whether you and Ned Long can fit in the same team. Why do you feel like you can?
I feel like we definitely can. I feel like we're, obviously both play similar positions, but I feel like we, do different things slightly differently. I'm probably more a type of player that, releases ball with my hands and puts guys into space, whereas Ned crashes bodies. He'll take 2 or 3 with him. His pressure's elite, his tackling's elite. So, I don't see there's any reason why we can't.
And Tom, I guess the other question is, you're out of contract at season's end, you're 32 years of age, do you feel like you want to keep playing, having got back into this AFL side?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I love the game too much to want to stop, so, that's something that we'll worry about at the end of the year. For now, I'm going to come back to the staying present and enjoying every moment, because I feel like when you've missed such a long period of time, which I did I had a 14-month layoff, you really miss these moments, so not taking anything for granted. Every game's a blessing, so just proud to be back here.
And I know we marvelled at Nick Dacos at the start of the interview, but 42 disposals, 3 goals. What surprises you about him and the way in which he's able to go about his work this afternoon?
That left foot goalie kick from the pocket, I was just laughing in the middle of the ground like, you're watching one of the best to ever do it, right in front of your eyes. So, special player, special guy.
And Pendle's just a little corky, was out before the game. Confident he'll be back for Brisbane?
Yeah, he got through training fully on Friday, so it can't be too serious. I haven't spoken to him, but I don't think it'll be too serious.
I reckon he saw the weather forecast.
It was definitely about the weather. Look, Tom,
is he even there? I reckon he's on the couch at home. He's sipping a Shiraz.
Has not been seen. Tom, I tell you, we did see you today, mate, smashing in and under, getting your hands on the ball. Congratulations on another victory, and thanks so much for spending so much time with us here on ABC.
Thanks, Razor. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Good on to Tom Mitchell, 29 disposals, 6 tackles, 7 inside 50s in Collingwood's 36-point win over the Tigers, and Ray Chamberlain taking over and just saying that's enough. Time to wrap it up. And I, as I said last week, don't mind it. Sometimes we just need to be just narrow focused on our broadcast, and sometimes enough's enough.
I feel like Tom might be on Razor's list to have a
coffee
meal with, in inverted commas.
I'm sure he's a Baysider though, Tom. He tends to spend more of his time south of the Yarra, and even further down. So I know Braden Maynard and Jordan DeGoey are Bayside operators, so don't be surprised if
I just like a little bit. I'd like a little bit more background on the Rays meals and dinners with these people.
Right, that might be something for a future broadcast in the weeks to come. Collingwood winners by 36 points, 13-15-93 to the Tigers, 8-9-57. So interesting that Tom wants to play beyond this season. That'll be the question of so many of those Collingwood players who are over the age of 30. How much is their endeavour to keep playing on? Jeremy Howe says he has ambitions to keep going, and Scott Pendlebury at 37 years of age, he wants to keep going. Steele Sidebottom as well. So it'll be an interesting list management conversation depending on what happens. Do they get to the ultimate? Do they play in a grand final? Do they win the premiership? Does that change the mind of a few? But I guess that's a problem for another day. Today they're just banking the wins, and that's 15 wins for the season.
It's a pretty happy place, isn't it? Oh, wouldn't you want to keep going at the moment? They seem to have a really good balance, and players are a lot of autonomy. They're entrusted to own their career in a sense, and they've got good young players coming up as well to keep them on their toes and engaged. So it's a pretty happy place down at Collingwood at the moment. And I'm not sure I've ever heard a player, certainly during the season, Bob say, who's playing, and looking forward to a final series, saying, "No, I think this might be it for me." So not surprised that Tom's, and I think the fact that he's missed a bit of, when you miss a season, you feel like that can come at the other end.
That's what came through in that interview. I think the genuine gratitude for having missed out, for such a long time, and he clearly loves playing and has an appetite for the work. So we should be happy for him that he's back out there, because that long road of rehab can be quite a lonely one. So he's back amongst his footy mates, and he's out there doing his thing. But whether he can hold his spot, it's a fascinating little byplay in the back half of this year.
No, I guess often if you're in the bottom 4 or bottom 6 teams, sometimes those decisions can be sort of made for you in the list management side of things. If you're in the top 2, why wouldn't you keep fighting for as long as you can possibly play the game in which we love? So we spoke about the team who might finish 9th at the end of the home and away season. Just a quick thought. 1st, 2nd, 3rd at the moment seems to be relatively sort of stable. Collingwood have a games break over Brisbane. It sets up such a mouth-watering clash here at the MCG next Saturday night. Adelaide have made their move. They're into, 2nd spot on the ladder now, just ahead of Brisbane, and Geelong are the team in 4th with those spots from 4th through to 7th.
Yeah, well, Geelong are the one.
By percentage.
Yeah, Geelong have got the last 4 games against bottom 6 teams, so they're the one. I think that you would think on exposed form, and the fact that I think I saw a stat the other day, I mean, the bottom 9 teams are just beating up on the bottom. Yeah. The top 9 teams are just beating the bottom 9 teams. There's been very, very few upsets, if any. I think Sydney really the only one who looked capable of causing any sort of, even though the Tigers have been plucky, but the Swans are capable of causing an upset. So if you go through and do your ladder predictor, Bob, Geelong should go 4-0, which takes them to 68 points.
So Port Adelaide, Essendon, Sydney and the Tigers. The Sydney game is at the SCG. The next two are at Cardinia Park. So you'd say they probably should win all 4 of them. Maybe the Sydney game, the only...
And then the other 8 really play each other at least twice. So there'll be some drop out from that. That's right. So
those games will be
huge. Yeah, Collingwood, Brisbane, huge. And considering how poor the top 9 v bottom 9 games have been, all this, there'll be such a build-up, won't there, for when the top teams play each other, which is great.
It'll take a lot of discipline from the 4 of us to not use the phrase 8-point game too much. Just sparingly.
What about the Hawks Sport night? Adelaide on Friday night, the Adelaide Oval, then Collingwood on a Thursday night. So that's when we'll find whether there's an appetite for Thursday night footy as to how many fans come and see Hawthorn and Collingwood at the MCG on a Thursday night. That will shape September.
Yep, and Fremantle, Bob, your old boys, who you've just set up beautifully and then said, righto, that's enough from my work's done, and I'll head back home and let you guys
it's a difficult
all the glory.
It's a difficult spot just to see how the Dogs go and see how Fremantle go. And
all roads to round 24 when they play each other.
That could be potentially a huge game, couldn't it?
Yeah. If you're Freo, you want to make sure you've locked up your position before then, don't you? You don't need the Dogs at Docklands.
And they should.
In the final round.
You do, and they should.
Yeah, they absolutely should from here.
Should.
With Carlton and Port Adelaide the next 2 weeks, they should just about be there. I don't want to use the word should anymore.
We should do a lot of things.
We should. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Just on that, Paul Roos did concede to me, now that he's no longer a coach, that 8-point games do exist, and coaches do believe in them. They just don't admit it to us in the media.
Gee whiz.
I thought that was
Look behind the curtain.
Yep, it was, wasn't it?
Wow. That's what a life in Hawaii will do to you. Just soften the
Speaking of guts up, he is guts up on the beach down there at...
I got to say, it was quite distracting, hopping in with the podcast with Poppy and Roosie and trying to talk some hard football news, and I could just...
Palm trees.
I could feel it. I could smell coconut oil. I could just hear the gentle lapping of waves.
Ukulele.
Yeah, little ukulele in there. Just some volcanic air in the background. It's like, come on. Can't be talking about interchange rotation.
I did ask Rosie. I said,
coladas.
How could he be bothered?
What's he doing? I said, who cares, mate?
I said to him, how far is your house from the beach? He goes, well, it depends. It depends which part of the property, but probably 60 metres. I said, that's pretty good, isn't it?
All right, I think that's going to get back to Roosie. St Kilda trailing Melbourne. The Demons 12-6-78.
Jealous.
To St Kilda 6-4-40. We're going to take you there before 3/4 time, but let's get the votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Luke Ball.
All right, well, pretty clear 3, so we might as well start there. Ndakos was just a class above everyone on the field today. It's funny, isn't it, when the conditions get a bit tough, usually the cream rises to the top. So he was just superb, 42 possessions. Nearly 1,000 metres gain, 18 side 50s, 14 score involvements. What's the record this year? I think it's 17, is it not?
Yeah,
Tim English had a day where he had 17 down in Ballarat one day, but 14 for Nick and 3 goals himself.
4 of his left foot goals, so that's how good it was.
That was just brilliant. 2 votes to Nick Floston, 25 possessions, 7 marks, 4 of those from Collingwood kicks. He's just a gun, isn't he?
In terms of the most beautiful cliche in football, play your role. There's not many that do it better than Nick Floston.
Yeah, it looked like they put a bit of time to early with Hoskin Elliott, but he just so often finds himself in the right spot. And what a luxury it is for those young Richmond players playing behind the footy to be able to learn off him. And when I give one to Isaac Quaynor, Glutes Quaynor. I just thought his first half, when really the game was won, albeit the third quarter was. Halfway through the third quarter, it was still up for grabs, but I just really liked his game. There were no other real standouts. Mitchell had a fair bit of the footy, as did Josh Dacos, but I thought it wasn't as damaging as he usually is. And there were other good contributors across the day, but I just like Quaynor's first half. He had 9 marks and 4 intercept marks, 17 possessions. and 400-odd metres gained as well. Just thought he was really, really strong. So 1 to Quaynor, 2 to Floston, and 3 to Dacos.
From Luke Ball in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Top 3 in the Brownlow at the moment is Nick Dacos, Bailey Smith, Noah Anderson. Is there anyone else we're missing?
Jordan Dawson, just given the Crows reserve. It doesn't feel as clear-cut, does it? I mean, Dacos, I think, is favourite, isn't he? If you go to any bookmaker, but it doesn't feel like he's had as good a year as in a funny way as last year.
There might be a bit of a correction though.
Well, sometimes it's a bit of the body of work job, isn't it? Which you wouldn't begrudge, would you?
No, I think he deserves one, doesn't he?
Sure does.
Place he's been.
Sure does.
All right, the Pies winners by 36 points. Nick Dacos gets the 3 votes in the ABC Football of the Year. You can hear Bob Murphy tomorrow morning for breakfast with Shana Vella. When the alarm goes off at
3:30.
3:30 as he bounces into
It's the middle of the
Southbank,
night. That's not the morning, is it?
You're just getting home, aren't you?
Correct.
Party boy.
We'll see you mid-morning in the sports department. Thank you to Luke Ball.
Thank you. Well
Thank you
done,
to Ray Chamberlain. Thanks to Mitch Turner back at base. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood-Baker and to Ben Cameron. You can catch him with Paul Roos tomorrow alongside Corbin Middlemass for the ABC AFL Daily Podcast. Let's take you to Docklands where our commentary team is Quentin Hull, Lauren Borden, Nathan Burke, Daniel Harford and Poppy Penny on the boundary. It's the Demons who currently lead by 44 points, 13-6-84 to the Saints 6-4-40 to the third quarter action. Farewell.